Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Games Saturday, your weekly destination for classic gaming goodness, badness, or any kind ofness when the long week has come to an end. And in the mood for that, this is where you want to be. And we already have someone in the chat already. Hello, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight for something by Blizzard Entertainment. We've not touched them on this program yet. Yeah, it's so good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well, and I hope you're going to enjoy the show tonight. We're doing our 4th annual April Fool's Day program, just to let you know. Every year, for the past couple of years, since we've had the show running, we have taken a game that is not very good, or maybe there's a question, is it good or not? Or it might be worth a laugh. And it seems like it's sometimes an in-between. Sometimes. We've gotten this discussion saying, like, hey, are the really bad games that come out really as bad as people say they are? So we sometimes will put that under the microscope a little bit. And honestly, of what we've played over the past couple of years, I don't know if any of it's been totally terrible, but it's also been an interesting case for that. Is this like the movie of Justice League? Yeah, because this is Justice League Task Force for playing on the Super Nintendo. It's also on the Sega Genesis. This came out in 1995. It is not exactly like the movie, or movies, because there's technically two of them. There's the first cut of the movie that was finished by Joss Whedon in 2017, and the Zack Snyder cut, because he left the project while it was being made because his daughter committed suicide, unfortunately. And he came back, he's like, hey, he had a cut that was different. Can you release it? Fine. Hashtag release the Snyder cut. That's where it came from. And then, yes, you remember? Okay, that was the idea. Actually, I've never seen the Snyder version. The Whedon version was okay. Not awful. Not great, though. It was kind of whatever. This game came way before, but then that new movie came out, and that was like a 4-hour case. But I've heard it's actually really, really good. Fitting you mentioned that because I know that Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic out of Chicago, he's been doing a marathon of a bunch of Superman films, Superman 1 and 2, and also he did do the look at the Snyder version of the Justice League. But here is a fighting game based on Justice League Task Force, which came out, as I mentioned, in 1995 for the Super Nintendo and the Sega Genesis. We're playing on the Super Nintendo. This is one that ElecVerse wanted to see. An interesting choice as far as this. Came out in June of 1995 specifically. It was published by Acclaim. We've played stuff theirs before, and we did play for our past April Fool's Day show 2 years ago, and I'll have a link to all the ones we've done, which I'm just going to include this one now. We played Batman Forever, which came out only about 3 or 4 months after this game did in 1995. Acclaim published that. This was co-developed by Sunsoft. So that we started the game, a picture of Era the Acrobat. They made that, amongst other things like Blaster Master. Yeah, Blaster Master, okay, I just want to make sure I'm getting that name right as far as it. And actually a bunch of Batman games like Batman Return of the Joker on NES, and a couple of Superman games on the Sega Genesis as well. Actually, fine, there was Batman on NES, which actually, that's a great game. We should definitely show some more stuff of that. As far as who developed this game mainly, though, is I'll let the intro play, and I'll talk about stuff as far as flashlight warnings, because there'll be a lot of them. And you've got all the character bios of everybody we're going to see, specifically of Superman and Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Aquaman right here, and Green Arrow, and also a couple of villains that we'll talk about later. This game is an interesting case because, as you saw when the game came up, this is developed by Blizzard Entertainment. Yeah, the company that went on to make games like The Lost Vikings and Rock and Roll Racing, Diablo, StarCraft, and Warcraft, and many other things. This was not the first game they made, but this was kind of amongst their early cases of stuff they were doing. On Sega Genesis, interestingly enough, it was developed by Condor Incorporated that would become Blizzard North, who before they did stuff with Blizzard, they made NFL Quarterback Club for Game Boy and Game Boy Color, or Game Boy and Game Gear, I should say. Game Boy Color isn't around yet. And NFL Quarterback Club 96 also. They then went on to make Diablo 1 and 2, which they co-developed with developers of this version, which was Blizzard Entertainment themselves, who developed The Lost Vikings on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, as well as Rock and Roll Racing, Warcraft 1, 2, and 3, World of Warcraft, StarCraft 1 and 2, Overwatch, all the Diablo games, as well as Hearthstone, Heroes of Warcraft, which is a card combat game that I know Medics is a big one in too, and also Blackthorn, which was on the Super Nintendo and 32X and PC. And their other rodeo with DC was The Death and Return of Superman from 1994, which is a beat-em-up with Superman. In fact, here is Superman, of course. All about truth, justice, and the American way. In that game, it was based on the comic arc from the 90s that was going to the idea that I believe it was Doomsday killed Superman. At least I think it's Doomsday. If that's not right, I will edit below saying, no, that's not who it was. Because some of my memories as far as some of the DC stuff are a little scattered. That being said, the idea that Superman died, just thought like, Superman's immortal, right? The only thing that kills him is kryptonite. Well, in that comic arc, he died, and it was a big shock to a lot of people. In fact, I remember reading parts of that comic arc, and then he came back, and people was like, wait a second, we bait and switched with that specifically. But that being said, the idea of how big DC stuff were specifically, they still are now, and the rebirth of the DC Extended Universe is going to come on in a couple of years, as we have this fighting game, which is not necessarily seen that great, but it's also something that, as I've been playing this, getting ready for the show, I said, there's some interesting things this game is doing. It definitely gets you in a nice mood of DC. We'll get to go into our talk of DC as we go with the person who recommended and asked for the game, and it is here for you. And here he is, ElecVerse. Hey, hello, everybody, or heyo, everyone. So good to see you, ElecVerse, tonight for Justice League Task Force, the Super Nintendo version. I know you asked for this for our April Fool's Day show, but it's also a case that I kind of mixed on this one as far as where it's good, where it's not good. And an interesting look as far as fighting with the Justice League and DC. Looking forward to having the good show on this one. So good to have you tonight. Hope you've been doing well. Hope everybody around you has been doing well as well. If you have your memories full on anything DC, anything for this game, if you've played it, I guess you played it on the Super Nintendo, which is how we're showing it. Because actually, I can't show it on the Sega Genesis right now because my Sega Genesis is not working. And when you requested, you said, I'd like to see it on the Super Nintendo, specifically. I also forgot I asked for this game. Yeah, I mean, that's also why I'll take down the chat requests as far as, the stream chat or the stream stuff, because it's like, fine, if they ask for something, I'm going to take it down. Eventually we'll get to it, I promise. So in that case, even if it takes a while, we'll get to it, no problem. Did Blizzard make World of Warcraft? Yes, they did. Like for saying that, yes, they did. Then they made this one. So yeah, Blizzard has been around for many years. They're owned by Microsoft now. Or fine, they're owned by Activision, which is now owned by Microsoft, specifically. But that being said, this is amongst the early stuff they made, and it is a unique game, and when you think about the landscape of fighting games in the 16-bit era, there was a lot of stuff with Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter 2 specifically, so a lot of companies wanted to get in on that, and I guess Acclaim would publish this, and also Sunsoft who co-developed it, or fine, it was more Blizzard's case as far as developing for this version, and Kaleido Rank who did the Genesis version, which was Blizzard North, as they would become. I guess they kind of looked at that and said, hey, the big push of DC, a lot of stuff going on with DC in the 90s for it, so maybe the thought, like, hey, let's put them in a fighting game. Hey, if you love DC, you love the Justice League, you're probably going to have a fun time with this as far as, having that experience, but as far as finding the best fighting game in the Super Nintendo, yeah, that would not say it is. Also, there's going to be flashlight warnings, we're going to talk about that a little as I go along, but before I start, the one thing I'm also going to go into is aspects of the comics, because there is a comic series called Justice League Task Force that came around in June of 1993 and ran to August of 1996, with 37 issues of this. This is not related to that, from what I understand, but that comic was written and created by David Michelini, who worked on DC stuff for like House of Secrets and Swamp Thing, as well as Claw the Unconquered in 1975. And he was the co-creator of Venom for Marvel, along with Todd McFarlane for that one, as well as co-creation on Carnage, Ant-Man, and War Machine. And then he wrote a Valiant Comics, which was a company that was kind of an underground comic thing in the 90s. One of the most well-known cases of it was actually something that turned into a video game, which was Turok Dinosaur Hunter. But it was a comic first, as well as Magnus Robot Fighter, which he also worked on. And interesting factoid also is that Michelini, he had the second longest run writing on The Amazing Spider-Man behind Stan Lee himself. So that's an interesting case as far as that specifically. I'm surprised there weren't more DC fighting games, honestly, until Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe came out, I think. Yeah, I think you're right about that, because, I mean, even as far as, yeah, because I guess that might be the thought here, is because this was before a lot of the Capcom fighting games that had Marvel going. Like Marvel Superheroes, Marvel vs. Capcom, Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, right before, actually, I'm trying to remember if X-Men Children of the Atom came out right before this in 1994-5 or right after it. I'll have an indication down below if it did. So I guess they thought, hey, look at that, but you're right. You'd think that seeing that success, they think, we have tons of these, but it wasn't until 2008 when Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe came out. And kind of was that element. I don't know, maybe then it's the case that this game had a really bad reputation, although I don't know if this game has a really bad reputation, honestly. I mean, yeah, Mortal Kombat, the MK meaning Mortal Kombat for sure for MK versus DC. No, I get that. Thank you for elaborating that way. specifically. That's also why, like, hey, when I'll see that also spell out, but fair to indicate that also to the chat as well. It's like, hey, giving information to the chat on your end, along with the information that I'll give. Because look, I won't remember everything. I remember that for sure, and we'll copy that, no problem. But yeah, it is interesting. You'd think that it would be more, but yeah, this is an interesting game still, even though it's not a great game. And that's why I think it's fitting for the April Fool's Day show, but it's also something I think that when it's come to the April Fool's Day games we played so far, it's a case where you could feasibly make an argument in favor of any of them, even Batman Forever, which was the last of the DC games we played on this specific annual show. And we played a little bit of Injustice Gods Among Us, which was by the people who made Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe years later. But it is also something that, yeah, it's kind of sometimes interesting. I get gotten in elements as far as, maybe being defensive of everything. ElecVerse, I know you said this, like, can you really call some of these really worst games, or games that people say aren't very good, the worst ever? And sometimes the answer is, maybe not, and it's going to be in the eyes of the beholder. I mean, look, there might be games that I like that people's like, oh, that's a bunch of garbage, or games that you love or don't love that other people say is great, and like, I can't say it. And of course, the Console Wars episode for Justice League Task Force here, thank you, ElecVerse, for providing that. I will put in the link list. I was going to mention that for sure, because I know that was kind of the impetus regarding the discussion of these two versions, and just to give a little brief element, they said this is the better version of the two. I've only played it on Super Nintendo, so that's going to be kind of the idea as far as where we're going, but definitely something to go into, and that idea of the kind of the fun of, the back and forth of different versions. There are definitely significant differences with the two versions, even though they are both one-on-one fighting games. So I think with that, I think we sort of get ourselves started, but one thing I'm going to do before I begin, I'm going to explain a little bit about how this game's going to work, and we'll also talk stuff from music and all that. Hit the start button. We have a couple modes here of story, battle, and versus. We're going to go in options to start, though, because there's a couple things I want to go into. Alright, so you do have your configuration of buttons. The way this works, it is running the Street Fighter controls in the sense that you have 6 buttons for fighting. 3 punches, 3 kicks. Although with Superman, he's punching the whole way. There's no kicks going on with Superman. We'll show that specifically. Y button is your light punch, medium punch on X, heavy punch on a L button, and then B and A are your light and medium kicks respectively, and R button for heavy kick. You have timer, you can turn that on and off. You also have difficulty, which goes up from 1 dot up to 5. Here's the thing about this game, I do want to explain this before we start, and because I talked about this on past shows when we said we were going to do this. And that is, this is a game you do have to beat the game on at least its medium difficulty in order to see the ending. And I, at one point a couple of weeks ago, said wrongly that this game is a unique ending with each character. It doesn't. It only has one ending no matter what character you go through on medium. That being said, the difficulty jump from easy, or I guess, fine, very easy or easy, I guess, that's how the dots are going to go, it's inferred that way, is massive. I will show that at some point, but I said to myself, like, how can I show the best ending? What can I do? So are there codes to this game? Yeah, there's one, which is when you get a game over on a fight, when the continue screen is up, you can hold a button combination, come back to the option screen here, even during play, and you think, I thought, okay, I can go up here, I can change the difficulty. No, you can't, it locks it. So then I said, okay, are there Game Genie codes for this? I saw there was one, so I bought, I'm holding it in my hands and jiggling it around to give a sense that that's what it is. I'll have a picture of it whilst I'm doing that when I edit. The Game Genie Video Game Enhancer for Super Nintendo, so I got it. I looked at it, I looked at the code there, and the way the Game Genie works is running on hexadecimals. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and A, B, C, D, E, and F, which represent 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, respectively. So the code that I found online was not in that format as far as the numbers, or the digits. It was, I think, an S. Like, there's no S as far as that. So I realized that I put this in when I got a couple weeks ago. I said, okay, this isn't working. So I looked, I said, wait a second. So I did some research online. I thought, because one of the codes was, hey, the computer won't fight back. So I said we could use it for this. But then I realized, wait, no, we can't. And then I'll tell you how far I went to this, and we'll get to the game after this, I promise, but I do need to explain this briefly. I said, you know what? Can I download the Super Nintendo 9X emulator, a ROM of this game that I'm playing natively on my Super Nintendo here? So, like, fine, legal question, yeah, whatever, but for that, I was like, I bought the game, I see, can I go into the hex data of this game to understand what is that makes certain things, as far as character movement, or, the health going down or something, tick, so that feasibly you could create your own code for this, because you can do that feasibly with this thing if you know what you're doing. Despite my computer science degree, I do not know how to do that. I tried, and I then said to myself, okay, I have to kind of give up for this. So the way we're going to do this game is I'm going to go through the story mode with each character to show off each character, because I think it's worth doing that. But what I'll do is I will also try and see what happens as far as this. I don't think we're going to be able to beat this. And for the hell of it, I'll also show off how hard it gets at highest element. And at that point, we'll see. But if I can't, I will put in an edit. There is a YouTube's video that shows the ending. It's not much. It's basically a screen with a lot of heroes going what it is. But I said, that's how I'm going to handle it. That's how I had to make it work. So if you want to see the ending in the show, I'm sorry. I tried, but I can't do it. And you'll understand also a little bit why as far as this game is. So we're going to go on easy. You'll see why, and I'll explain it as we go. Also, one thing I will indicate now. Anytime that a battle is won, either by myself or the computer, and we play in the story mode, there's another thing of this. There's going to be a flashlight warning. The flashlights on this game are pretty strong. I'm going to warn that right now because there's so many. Otherwise, I'll be editing like every 20 seconds, and also be a case of, yeah, you'll know when the battle is going to be over. So, and certain attacks also do this, as we're pointing out, as far as the special attacks. So, I'm going to just warn that now, verbally. So, that's the case. If they're going to be releasing this modern, yeah, that was something they feasibly have to take care of. It's like, fine, we won't do that. But yeah, you've been warned. Because I always want to give that element, but I have my difficulty set to easy. So we have the story. We're going to also show battle mode, which is kind of like story mode a little bit, but kind of just going as far as that. I'll show off versus mode at the end. Show the extra characters, because we have 3 boss characters that are playable in battle mode and in versus mode. But let's start with the story. Okay, so with the nice mode 7 of the Daily Planet, the newspaper that Clark Kent writes for, Darkseid's come by. He's declaring war on the Earth, and U.S. military base is his target of operations. So now it's up to the Justice League, which is Aquaman, Batman, The Flash, Wonder Woman, Green Arrow, and Superman, to take down Darkseid. But we're only picking one of them right now because we need the help of the Justice League as it is. That's the idea. The Justice League is the superhero team of DC. All DC characters going around, so you have to go and find them. So, with this, I'll also put the chat's decision saying what character you want me to see run first for the purpose of the story. We'll show everyone just because, and this is not that long a game. If I'm running on easy, this is not going to take too long. And before I do that, I will explain stuff with the voice act. Not the voice acting. Well, fine. There's grunts. There's nothing I found in voice on that. But also who did the music of this game and also the producer briefly. And I'll also talk stuff with the special moves, because special moves in this one are interesting as far as how they work. How about Wonder Woman? You got it. Okay, briefly, then in that case, I'll go into the stuff in the music, I'll talk about her moves briefly, and then we'll start. Yeah, the music of this game for this version was done by Glenn Stafford, who did music for The Lost Vikings and Blackthorn and Warcraft 2 Tides of Darkness, as well as StarCraft. Did work on both of the Diablo games, the first 2 I should say, as well as Warcraft 3 and Overwatch 2. The Genesis soundtrack was done by Matt Ullman. This is his first game, as far as the music he did, but he did do music for Diablo 1 and 2, along with Glenn Stafford, as well as music on World of Warcraft, The Burning Crusade, the expansion pack, and Torchlight 2. And the game was produced by Robert Langgang, who directed Zardion on Super Nintendo and did a lot of production on acclaimed games like Mortal Kombat on consoles, the Itchy Scratchy game, Cutthroat Island, Spawn for Super Nintendo, and he was director and product development on Rainbow Six for the PC. So that's that idea, interesting background going. I definitely need a break, though, from Yakuza Like a Dragon. Yeah, you mentioned that last week, as far as that. I've not played it. It's kind of RPG take as far as the Yakuza, or now the Like a Dragon franchise. And there's a couple of those I need to still buy, particularly The Man Who Raced His Past. No, yeah, The Man Who Raced His Past, because there's a ported version of Daytona USA 2 Power Edition specifically in it. And there's a physical version that is on PlayAsia that is multi-language. Yeah, let's talk about Wonder Woman. Yeah, Diana, the Princess of the Princess of the Amazons. So, as far as that, her special moves, the way special moves are going to work on this, they work the Street Fighter way, when you have, the quarter circle and half circle, but this game is very picky with the button inputs, but it's also something you can kind of cook them in the sense that if it's a down, forward, and then punch button, you can kind of hold down, and then the manual says specifically, I'll have a link to the manual when I do this, it says roll your thumb from down to forward and hit the button. When you understand that, peeling off the special moves is easier, but it's not always going to be a guarantee. So let's show Wonder Woman off. If we were to go into memories on any of the characters, we're saying, yeah, the opening attack on Earth took us by surprise, but it's not going to go unpunished. Yeah, if Earth is spared, turning to planet slaves, I'm going to have to act first. So that's the idea, like, how Wonder Woman's going to operate. So we have to get the help of the Justice League. So let's go and find them. So yeah, we were going from Amazon as far as, Princess of the Amazons. And off we go to see who we're going to run into first. Okay, we're into Superman. So we're in Metropolis at the Daily Planet. So let's get fighting. Yeah, we're fighting him alright. He's like, wait a second. Isn't Superman supposed to be friendly? Why is Superman picking me up and punching me? Specifically, also... Okay, there we go. That is the lasso of truth. It doesn't, make him tell a truth, or not tell a lie in this game. In this game, what it does is... I'm trying to do the thing, and since it's on easy, I can do that. And if you have a stronger punch as you're doing it, it's quarter circle forward and punch button, grab him. It's basically the spear from Mortal Kombat of Scorpions. Basically grab that, and you do have, like Street Fighter, the idea that they get dizzy after you hit them enough. Also, if you get close to them and you hit either the regular or fierce punch or kick, you do a throw. Also, he has the light thing. Also, if you do that, you can go in the air and hover. That's a quarter circle back and kick button, and then when you're in the air, if you hit the kick button again, or any kick button, come down. Flashlight warning, by the way, now. Yeah, told you it's a bit strong. Yeah, in that case, yeah, we knocked Superman to the ground. And don't worry, he'll live. But the question is, why is Superman beating the crap out of Wonder Woman from a story reason? From a story reason, that's the idea. Also, that's the other move she has. Actually, her moves are pretty easy, because as long as you do the quarter circle thing, and you get that timing down, so sometimes you might want to stop, and then just do it. And also, I did the wrist thing. She puts the wristbands up. What these do is they will block a projectile. They will not block a punch in the face. So, fine. He did the laser breath, or the laser sight, I should say, what do they call it? X-ray vision. Is it X-ray vision? The manual calls it, heat vision, sorry. I had to get my aspect going on as far as, Superman lore that way. Just keep going. It will not reflect that, but any projectile, something like it will. My introduction to Wonder Woman, by the way, was the Justice League animated series. Okay, good story as far as that. My experience with Wonder Woman really is... I know the old series from the 1970s with Linda Carter as I punch him in the face. And down he goes, and it's like any other case, and that's where the Flashpoint warning also goes, because they explode. You're like, wait a second, what happened here? Yeah, it is best of 3, so when you get 2 wins, you go on to the next level. Yeah, an interesting case. Actually, I don't know if I've seen the Justice League animated series, but I've heard it's really, really good. It's like, yeah, why are they attacking me for no reason? Good question, Wonder Woman. And then my other experience as far as Wonder Woman are the movies, or the movie, the first one. I didn't see Wonder Woman 1984, but I did see Wonder Woman from 2017 with, Gal Gadot. I think it's a silent T as far as it's Gal Gadot. I've heard Gal Gadot. I think it's Gadot. I'll put an edit down here saying, which is it? As we're going on the road, we're hitting Flash, or The Flash, I should say. Also, his experience as far as element of movie, my experience mostly with him, his character, is the Justice League film 2017. I still have not seen the Snyder version that came out a couple of years ago. As far as Wonder Woman's concerned, always the idea of like, hey, in a way, kind of the thought of, like Superman, and except if Superman was not invincible, aside from the kryptonite deal, and also just the case that, yeah, like, in a sense, kind of the American way of that, which is kind of an interesting thing, and definitely that movie from 2017 from Patty Jenkins, directed Monster, and what else has she made, aside from the other one? Fine, Monster I remember specifically because that was the movie Charlize Theron won the Oscar for about Aileen Wuornos, the world's first female serial killer. Wonderful movie if you've never seen it. Harsh as anything and a great 80s period piece, but it's good stuff. I definitely love the first Wonder Woman movie. I do too. I just didn't see 1984. I've heard it's not very good, but it's also something that came in that weird period when, yeah, COVID was around. And like, yeah, we have to push the movie back. Actually, it's worth pointing out, for the case of anybody who's familiar with Wonder Woman 1984 in the audience, there is a tie that we're going to see later as, fine, on easy, I'm kicking the everly crap out of the Flash. I don't know if I did, maybe I just didn't like the movie that came out last year. Oh, fine, I didn't see it. I missed it, unfortunately. Fine, I missed it, unfortunately, because, like, fine, I should be on top of that. I realized recently, I was like, fine, I've been doing more stuff for the show than movie watching. So some of my experiences a little bit. I have seen it, and yes, it's not very good. Yeah, it's also one of those cases where that was in a case of... Fine, also, she's like, yeah, why is the Flash now attacking me? He's like, something's going on. I gotta find out what's happening. It was in development hell for a while. There were a lot of controversies about, I'm trying to remember, the guy who's leading in it. Oh, God, why do I not remember his name? The guy who plays that in that movie, who's also in The Perks of Being a Wallflower, which I loved, and he was great in it. But also stuff as far as... Yeah, I'll have the name down, or fine, if chat you know, feel free to go, as we're in Seattle now, in the forest, fighting Green Arrow, who is from Seattle, by the way, and if we move back a little bit, yeah, you can sort of see the Space Needle there. So yeah, the only other case we were in Seattle for the show was Pilot Wing 64, but yeah, we're back as far as this fitting with that. In Green Arrow's cases, he throws arrows, specifically, that's, we'll see that when we fight with him. But in this case, yeah, just use Wonder Woman and keep going. Also, the other thing, from what I've understood about The Flash from last year, is like, hey, they're kind of tying in aspect of Batman because, fine, they showed this in the marketing, it's not a spoiler to say this, Michael Keaton is Batman again, which was cool for that idea, but then the question that, hey, the movie was kind of, from what I understand, all over the place. If you're going to go in aspects of the movies and also the cartoons, because, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that made good on the cartoons. The Justice League cartoon, I've always heard great things. And so I probably should definitely take a look at that. And even the bad stuff, like, hey, if you're saying, like, hey, The Flash isn't very good, it's also the case that, fine, maybe you should take a look at it to get a full picture of, like, what's this all about, really. Okay, but yeah, in this case, it's kind of more ambient as far as where we are, because, alright, I guess we are sort of in the areas of Washington State as far as the forest, because you have a lot of elements with the animals in the area. But I guess then we're kind of, I guess, fine, we're not setting the place on fire, specifically. I mean, fine, there's the bears as well over in the background. They're just chilling. They're just like, okay, fine, we're gonna watch Wonder Woman and Green Arrow fight. But yeah, that was not a real Justice member any more than the others were, so just keep saying what happened to the real ones. Fair case. So basically we have to go and fight people, just see what's going on. Hope the same thing hasn't happened to the rest. Okay, spoiler warning, it has, if we run into 3 at this point. Maybe you get lucky, like one of them comes by and it's like, oh no, I'm fine, don't worry about that. But, here we go. Yeah, here's Aquaman. So we're in Atlantis. With the sharks down there, and also the, yeah, the clownfish over there. Yeah, with Aquaman, it's interesting looking at Aquaman this way, as, yeah, he is, you know, stunned. And fine, fine, that went right through him because... Okay, I don't know if I have an answer as to why that went right through him, specifically. Also, he has the water blast. And if you do hit, back and forward twice on D-pad, you can do a dash forward, which actually is pretty useful, as far as how the way the combat is. So, in some ways, this game is sound, which turns out plays. Fine, I'm also making it easy on myself, in the sense that, hey, I'm running on easy, but I will put up to the next difficulty just to see how that is as we go. But the case that it is kind of sound in certain things. Honestly, the thing about this game that's really, you gotta take into account, above anything else, is, okay, fine, I did get him, but then his water blast hit me, so that kind of cancels it out, which is kind of like Mortal Kombat that way anyway. If you ever do that with Sub-Zero hitting the ice blast, but then you get hit with the spear, they kind of both will cancel themselves out that way. Yeah, the thing with this is the special moves, the way the special moves work, that's where it gets really stiff. The other stuff's like, it's okay as far as how it plays. So it's one of those cases that, I mean, and also it's worth pointing out, if you do use a stronger punch for a special move, it will go faster or further, like in the case of the lasso. Yeah, keep hitting the lasso of that, and it keeps coming out of it because it hits me with the water blast. But fine, in this case, yeah, he's gonna get buried underneath Atlantis. Like, there you go, with Atlantis, with the background. And the backgrounds look pretty nice as far as how they are. Kind of basic, but pretty nice. Alright, another fake hero. So, like, whatever's going on, Darkseid's behind it. That's gotta be what's going on, and she's not wrong. Alright, so off we go. Anything else would be too much of a coincidence, so can't give up hope. And that's Wonder Woman's thing, even the idea of looking at the worst aspects as far as villains and things, never losing hope, going back to Wonder Woman, the movie from 2017, as one example, many others too, as we're fighting Batman. The idea when she walks over no man's land, because remember, that movie was set during World War I, and they set that with mostly no dialogue as she's walking across that. A wonderful scene, the way they set that up, as, yeah, we're in Gotham City, we're on Wayne Manor, I believe, as far as it... Although it's kind of hard how it indicates it, because even in Versus, we'll see this, it only says, Batman. It basically names the levels based upon, character. Pretty much. But fine, he can do the same thing to me, as far as, you know, his move, and throw the battering. Fine, if I had timed that specifically, I'll see if I can do that as I go along. If I timed the wristbands to the battering would just bounce off, and do nothing. So nonetheless, this does have the feel of the Heroes Down pat to a certain degree. And I guess interesting, as I mentioned, is like, yeah, talk about on brand for Super Bowl Game Saturday, the fact that, fine, for our first show of Blizzard, okay, boom, it bounces back and hits it. Perfect. So I'm glad I got to show that. That for our first show of Blizzard, it's not going to be something huge as far as a major, you know, name. I can think of the case, like, a lot of people like, oh, we're going to play a Blizzard game. It's like, I want to see Diablo 2. It's like, look, Diablo 2 is a great game. I agree with that. Actually, I don't have much experience with Warcraft. as far as it. And I have the Blizzard Arcade Collection, which is on the Switch, which has a bunch of the older stuff. There's like The Lost Vikings and Rock and Roll Racing and Blackthorn. It has a bunch of ports of multiple different versions. So like, hey, I has the 32X version of Blackthorn along with the Super Nintendo version. So in that case, it makes it interesting as far as showing that off. But still, some of these big things of Blizzard haven't played. I missed them myself, but so in that case, any memories also on Blizzard as well. Feel free to go into anything else game-wise as you go, and anything else generally. So, Earth Salvation is my hands, usually is the case with Wonder Woman to a certain degree when things go on. I'm on my own against Darkseid out, so we know where to start finding him. Alright, the military base. What would you say about this game? Does it deserve its negative reputation? As we're gonna fight Despero, who is, I believe, based on the comic lore of this, this is Darkseid's mothership, and you do get like the almost cantina bar of Star Wars or something with all the creatures there in the background, and he has like the fireball going. To answer that question, I don't know if I'm necessarily the best arbiter for this, in the sense that my experience with fighting games on Super Nintendo is... Well, okay, I played a little bit as far as Street Fighter 2 on this system. I mean, I played it mostly on other systems, not on Super Nintendo, but played it a bit. I played Mortal Kombat on Super Nintendo, playing 3, specifically as far as Super Nintendo is concerned, but I played the Mortal Kombat games on this. As far as other stuff, I have a game that's kind of a curiosity piece. Another one I guess you could easily put in a category of this. It's called, I don't know if you're familiar with this, it's called Brutal, Paws of Fury. It was also on Sega Genesis and 32X and Sega CD, as I somehow got a perfect on Despero. It's got some interesting ideas too. It's also kind of stiff. It kind of goes more the Street Fighter 2 controls too. I would say about this game, I'm kind of mixed on it. I don't know if I think this is that bad a game, but yeah, you're nothing but Darkseid's pawn, Despero. He's right, or she's right. He is. So it's like, where can I find him? Tell me. And what happened to the Justice League? I never heard of it. Yeah, as far as Brutal, Paws of Fury, the Super Nintendo version is one of the earliest games developed by Eurocom. I've mentioned how much I love Eurocom. I missed them while he's like, yeah, I'm tending a spaceship here while I prepare for an attack on Earth. Like, uh-oh, we gotta get it moving. And he only confides in one of his other servants, which actually somebody Wonder Woman knows very well, so good choice, ElecVerse, saying that we're gonna take Wonder Woman out for a spin first. It's kind of an interesting one, too. It could be an interesting show. We're fighting Cheetah. Yeah, villain of Wonder Woman. Fitting. So there, Cheetah is, who is covered in Wonder Woman 1984, the movie, played by Kristen Wiig in the movie, from what I understand. I haven't seen that movie still, but to answer your question as far as some of the stuff, yeah, Brutal Paws of Fury, it's, what it is, it's, I think the best way to describe this, it was GameTech who published it as far as the Sega versions, and then it was Cybersoft who published it on Super Nintendo. It was Eurocom developed on Super Nintendo. It's kind of, I'll tell you what it really is. It's kind of a sort of parodic take on Street Fighter in the sense that it's a bunch of animals, but it has this very strong Taoist religious perspective in the sense of looking at martial arts as a way of life, as far as, you know, finding inner peace. Because there's like characters like Kung Fu Bunny and Foxy Roxy and Kendo Coyote, and of course the Dalai Lama, who's insanely hard to beat as far as how it is. It's also something, as you go along in the story mode, you learn your moves as you play, and you get demonstrations every 2 fights you win, showing what they are, as far as how to do special moves. Sometimes the button inputs on those are very picky. It's not like this one even, where it's like, hey, you know, you have the Street Fighter movements, which you sometimes do, but sometimes you have to have a pause, a significant pause, and they do put the controller map on the screen for that, which helps. But you also have a case like, yeah, you only have 30 seconds to do it, and you get maybe 3 more tries, and if you don't do it, the game says, tough shit, we're going on to the next levels, and you have to get through the next fights going on in order to do it. And basically, as the game goes with story, you pretty much repeat the story multiple times until you find every one of their moves, including katas, which are very complicated button combinations that go along. It's also the case that feasibly the game doesn't really have much as far as its fighting balance. This game, I don't know what I can say as far as its balance, I guess, except for maybe the difficulty of single player as... Okay, I did beat Cheetah. Fine, we'll show the harder difficulty to show, like, what that's looking like. I don't know what the tier list on this game is, if you're familiar with that concept, which is the idea that when you have a fighting game, the idea that there's certain characters that might be more overpowered than others, while Wonder Woman was saying, like, yeah, Cheetah, you and I go back, but I don't want you. Even though it's like, yeah, it's her fight usually. Where's Darkseid? Darkseid's over here. I'm nothing to fear from even you. Yeah, you're my you're my arch nemesis, Cheat. I don't know if you'd say that, but go fight him. In fact, here is Darkseid right now. So yeah, his plan was defeat the lackeys of the robots, which were replaced. So there's the robots. We're beating up robots that were the Justice League. And we have actually two more adversaries. We have to kick his ass, but before we do that, we also have to do something else. As far as Brutal Paws of Fury is concerned, there are cheap aspects as far as the way some of the character balances, especially Ray Rat. He has some moves that the computer AI can exploit massively, and now we're fighting ourselves, basically. So yeah, Wonder Woman has, the palette swap that way, and, the lasso that's not looking quite right. So we have to fight ourselves before we, go and defeat Darkseid and then save the rest of the Justice League, specifically. I mean, it's an interesting game, though. I mean, maybe that's the other thing, is that maybe at this point in my life, I don't necessarily mind the case of a game that's not very good, and sometimes the case that, hey, sometimes it'd be interesting. With this game is interesting. It's a case where I think this is a game that's pretty playable for everything it is. It's just the special moves. The special moves are a pain in the ass, we'll say that. Even to the point where, like, a couple days ago, when I was doing the prep on this game, I said, you know what, I looked at all the moves, which are in the manual, so they did tell you what they all are, but it's also something I said, I'm doing the quarter circle forward for these things, it's not working. It's like, what am I doing? And there's some slowdown, not much, but a little. But fine, like there, I'm trying to do the lasso, but I'm hitting the L button, like, fine, maybe it's also my case, I'm not good doing that with the L button that way. Okay, fine, I did it there. So, and I know the Console Wars show said this when they said, like, hey, it feels like it's almost luck when you're pulling off the special moves. I mean, yes, but it's also the case, like, I said, what am I doing wrong? What's going on here? What is that? So, I think above anything else for that, it's picky with the button inputs, again, like what Batman Forever was. But I'd say, as far as fighting games on Super Nintendo go, I think there's worse than this, as far as it. I think it's decent. If you like DC, this might be worth a checkout, and it's not expensive. This did not cost me much money. It's like $20-something on either this or on Sega Genesis. So for that reason, it might be worth a lark, but like as you also mentioned earlier on, you said there's Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe. And also, we played briefly, as far as the showcase program, Injustice Gods Among Us. And there's Injustice 2 as well, as we're going to beat Darkseid now. Those are better games, and they feel better. So, like, fine, if you're looking for a modern take on something like that, those are probably the games I'd recommend over this one. Although, as far as Super Nintendo's concerned, when you think about the really bad fighting games on this console, I think it's kind of middling, I would say. When you think of really bad ones that feel really stiff to play, I think stuff like Balls 3D, which is by Accolade, Rise of the Robots, which was on a bunch of systems, and actually on 3DO in particular, which was its flagship edition. It has original music score that was done by Brian May of Queen. Somehow, I don't know how that happened. And they made a sequel, Rise 2 Resurrection, which was on the 32-bit consoles, like PlayStation and Saturn. That is an insanely stiff game from what I've seen and understood of it, much more than something like this. And then also the other one was actually a thing of DC. A game I never played, and the reason for that is because it actually got canceled, but I think it's been something that's been leaked online. It's called Lobo. It's actually based on the DC comic. And it's something I believe Nintendo Power reviewed in either their April or May 1996 issue. I'll see if I can't dig that out for the link list. Either the issue itself, archived somewhere, or a picture of what that was. And they said it was very stiff. They said it wasn't very good, but it was Ocean who published that, or was going to be publishing that as I get myself beaten to Darkseid. He was the final boss, so fitting. I heard it wasn't very good, but it never came out, so it's one of those cases of, okay, fine, hard to say, like, how would that have been if we'd played it? So, I guess to answer your question that way, because, fine, it's taken a long time to get to the answer, but it's also the case that, fine, I think I owe all of you the answer as far as, like, look, I'm going to be playing this game for show. It's like, we're doing this for April Fool's Day show with the idea, like, hey, it's a not very good game. It's like, sometimes the question is it, though? And sometimes I've found that fascinating, because we've gotten that discussion, too. But it's like, I only want to think through this. I want to sit through it. Like, I also want to be prepared when Chad asks a question, like, I'm going to give you a full answer. I'm not going to bullshit you. I'm not going to say, like, oh, yeah, I'll just give something simple to, so we can go on, specifically. And fine, we'll be open to this, because just to give one aspect, when I beat this, when we go over with the rest of the characters, the story's the same, so it's not going to change. The only thing that changes is the order of the fighters that we fight. Even a lot of the dialogue I don't think is going to change, although the one thing I'm going to do also, I guess, is I'll basically go into aspects as far as the stuff with the heroes. Fine, Darkseid got, in a case that, fine, let's try and finish him off nicely with something. Oh, right, yeah, here's the stomp. Okay, fine, he stomped on me, but I guess he ran into my fist. Okay, so he stepped on my foot, like, yeah, Fine. For the purpose, I'll say, yeah, the, like, the wristband. He ran the wristband. He stomped, like, oh, shit, my leg is hurting now. Now he's like, oh, God, my leg. Okay, fine. So that's going to be the narrative of Super Bowl Game Saturday for this. Earth is safe, and I'll make you pay for what you did to the military base. Okay. So we beat it. But, of course, as I mentioned, when you do this on easy or very easy, it says try higher difficulty. For the purpose of variety, I'll try on the next hardest difficulty, just to show that. And we can keep going. He's like, yeah, because you also don't get the credits for running this. So it is unfortunately one of those games, although it's worth pointing one other thing out, which is... Fine, let's go to the options again for this, just to get that said. Oh wait, was I running that the whole time? Oh wait, no, I wasn't. Because I think what happens is after you beat the game, it puts it up to the next difficulty. Fine, I'm at 2. So in that case, we can go on and we'll fight with another character. But... yeah, one of the differences between this on Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo and the Console Wars episode that ElecVerse you link to goes into this. And I think this is ultimately the reason why they said, hey, we would rather run the Super Nintendo. If you're like, who's going to be the winner here? It's going to be Super Nintendo. Because one thing I didn't show off, and I'll show this off eventually, getting a game over. In fact, we're talking Flash. We're going with Flash, if you don't have any objection. But, Chad, if you want to say who do we want to fight next, feel free to go into that. The Sega Genesis version, when you get a game over, you have limited continues. You have only 3. You have unlimited continues in this, and sometimes the question of, hey, what's better, limited continues or not limited continues? And the question of, does an unlimited continue ruin a challenge of a game? Fine, we were talking about it with Contra Hardcore, where the Japanese version is unlimited continues, we had limited. And sometimes not necessarily, as far as, like, how difficulty is. Sometimes it can vary. And for a game like this, it gets way harder as it goes along. I think that's maybe part of the factor here. Also, with the Flash, his case is he has, the quarter circle forward, he has, like, the Flash Tornado, which I'll get into in just a sec. Yeah, for 1995, the critics thought the graphics for this were unimpressive. Yeah, okay, thanks for indicating that, Dolly Finn, because that, I understand, was kind of the thing as I got the, like, the Flash Tornado going off. Well, except, yeah, fine. Even on the up to this is getting harder. Fine, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go the whole way. Oh, I got myself killed. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I mean, fine. I guess what we're looking at here, just to talk about the graphics, it also might be looking a little darker on your end from the recording, maybe? I don't know. I'll have to look at that. Maybe the case that, I don't know, fine, the animations are okay, but maybe the case that, I don't know, they're, unlike Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, maybe they're stiff, or maybe the case like, okay, fine, what's going on in the environments? I mean, there's some details back there. You get the water in the background, kind of rippling, so that looks nice. The color's okay, but you also have a case of other things. Yeah, be right back, y'all. No problem, ElecVerse, we got the stuff going. But yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Dolly Finn, because I know you've always been a little, in a way, kind of the arbiter of the show when it comes to talking graphics, as far as what graphics mean. Especially stuff with color and things like that. And yeah, fine, with Aquaman, the colors are a little muted on him, and this was also, when we really think about this with Aquaman, this was before Aquaman, well fine, before the movies came down, as I'm getting myself killed. But that's fine, since we have unlimited continues, we can actually show how unlimited continues work. And I also have to, if I can remember what the button combination is to show the, what is it, the menu. I think it's, LR, start and select, I think. Hold them, and when the screen goes black, let go. Okay, yeah, there you go, that's it. So yeah, hold LR, add select, and then press start, and then hold it till the screen goes black, and you come back to the options menu anytime you get a game over. But as I'm showing here, I'm in the left and right on difficulties, not changing anything. You can also turn the timer off. I'll keep the timer on, so we'll go. But yeah, I mean, the idea of question, this is before, fine, going back to the Aquaman thing, this is where Aquaman kind of had the more dark colors to himself as far as the costume design with the movies when they came out, starting in 2018 was the first movie. I not like that movie myself, personally. I have not seen the new one that came out that was not well reviewed and didn't do that hot as far as monetary returns. And the last of the DC Extended Universe before they rebooted in a couple years with the new Superman picture. Yeah, because back then it was the case that Aquaman used to be, at least as far as how the cartoons tend to go into him, and the, like the Super Friends of the Justice League tend to talk about this as well. The idea that he kind of had the orange going, and he would talk, fine, he talks to the fish. That's the idea because he, you know, is in Atlantis. That's the idea where he comes from. And then we have the Flash, Wally West, by the way, as far as who he is. As far as his moves, I probably should indicate this, that he only has, fine, he has a couple, he has that quick dash. But the other thing he also has, I will show this, You hit the punch button rapidly, he does the fast punches, because that's the idea of the Flash. The Flash is fast. Fine, I'm thinking Flash Gordon to mean the Queen thing, but that's not the Flash. Yeah, Flash Gordon is the savior of the universe. But thank you for going to that, Dolphin, as far as the look, because I guess then, fine, let's talk about that, which is, ElecVerse is saying, like, yeah, why has there not been a DC game, as far as a fighting game? Why did it take from this about 13 years to feasibly get another one, unless there's one that maybe I'm forgetting, chat, if you know, if there's another one that came out between this and Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe, feel free to go into it. But I guess maybe the thought that people were seeing what Capcom was doing with more advanced technology. This was 1995, where the Sega Saturn had just launched, and the PlayStation was coming out. Maybe the thought that, hey, we're done with the idea of how this looks, even as far as how Super Nintendo's looking, that maybe it doesn't look that great. And fine, the other case I think you'd think of with Super Nintendo, not just Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat, that were still going, because, yeah, there were new entries in both those franchises still coming out. Mortal Kombat 3 came out in 1995, a little after this game, and Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, I think it was. Or no, it was a Super Street Fighter 2, I think, which was the one, which is the edition that was there. Fine, we'll keep fighting. This is also going to give a little more time with the show. If it gets bad enough, I'll let myself get a game, I'll go down the easy thing again. But I'll try to get through this, I really will. That being said, maybe that's the thought too. The case that, fine, even on this system, it wasn't maybe as impressive as some of those other things. And fine, maybe when you think about this, this wasn't out at the time, but one of the more impressive as far as like the reach this was trying to get. I don't know if you're familiar with the Street Fighter Alpha games, which came out after another side series of Street Fighter, and they put Street Fighter Alpha 2 on Super Nintendo, which you're like, how the hell are they putting this on Super Nintendo? Because that was running on much more advanced technology when it comes to its sprite work. More advanced than this, in particular. And that was on PlayStation and Sega Saturn, where I think there were sprites missing. Like, how are you putting this on Super Nintendo? Well, Capcom did. Admittedly, you have cases where I think the game has to kind of do a cartridge load because it's uncompressing data when you go into a fight, admittingly. But something that, yeah, something like that, it makes me feels more fluid. This feels okay. I mean, as far as the way the colors are going, Doggy, I know you always mention this. I'm glad you do this. The idea that, hey, you know, where do colors pop? There's the anime. Fine, okay, fine. I'll give you one thing. You do see the manta ray going there, which is cool, but it's like, fine. He doesn't have many frames of animation, so maybe the thought that, okay, fine. If you're going to have a game like this, you may want to have it flaunting that stuff more. Like, hey, you know, go nuts as far as how some of this stuff is going to go. And basically, I'm just trying to hit Aquaman as hard as I can, hopefully to kill him, and yeah, I didn't. Okay. I'll try one more time. If I don't, I'll go down to its easiest difficulty, just because... Well, fine, I'll try his moves as I go along, but I'm getting kind of close, at least. But it is best of 3. So maybe that's the thought as far as what this is looking like. And maybe the idea of, like, why were people saying maybe this didn't look that great on this system, and I guess on Sega Genesis as well. I mean, fine. Super Nintendo is technically more advanced than the Sega Genesis in the sense that there's more of a color palette going on. Maybe that's the other thing, is remember, the Sega Genesis had a max of 64 colors on screen. This has a maximum of 256. And they're like, okay, compared to other stuff that's on the console, yeah, maybe this isn't showing it as much, and I gotta figure what I'm doing, or just go down to another difficulty. Fine, I'm not gonna be ashamed of doing that specifically. It's like we had with Soul Calibur 2 last week, the idea like, hey, you know, sometimes you have to get your feel on a game like this. Fine, this is not Soul Calibur 2. We showed you a great fighting game last week. 3D fighting game, yes. So kind of a hard one to compare, admittedly, to this, but still a great one nonetheless, and a better game as far as this. So, fine. But that's a 3D fighting game. So a little bit of a difference there, and fine. Maybe the other thing is that I'm not doing my... Fine, there's the tornado thingy again. Yeah, as far as how it plays like the other games that I mentioned, because you have up as far as jump, the way it does like a lot of fighting games, and then the same button combination stuff that Street Fighter has, as feasibly maybe I'm got Aquaman on the ropes. Also, combos are kind of not a factor in this game, which we're pointing out. It's more about the special moves. I guess it's getting close enough because the throws cause a lot of damage. As is often the case when it comes to a fighting game like this, and especially if you played Street Fighter or, what's the... crap, inches away. Fine, well, that was too close as far as that, so I feel like I'm getting somewhere. Trying one more time, and then I'll let myself get game over. And we're playing on a Genesis, I'd take a game over anyway, because you have limited continues, as I mentioned. So, as I said, good idea as far as the thought of that. What were people thinking? And also, fine, we played Batman Forever 2 years ago for this weekend, or for this annual show, which is a game that, I mean, plays worse than this, I would say. It kind of plays similar to Mortal Kombat, as we said when we played it, but also something that, fine, they're running digitized actors on that game, so, fine. I think you said this when we played it. You said, like, it looks like they're dancing, but maybe the case that maybe that's more interesting from a visual perspective than something like this. And fine, people even said that about the Death and Return of Superman. And maybe the other thing is this, is that, hey, the Sunsoft look, because when you think about, yes, so that's the idea. I mean, when it came to stuff of Sunsofts, when you look at what they could do on the NES, and also on Genesis and Super Nintendo and some of their best stuff, it really was eye-popping. If you've ever seen, like, Batman on NES, that's a great-looking game as far as NES is concerned, and even on Genesis and Super Nintendo, there's some really good stuff, although later on, when it came to some of the DC stuff they did, I remember there's Batman Revenge of the Joker, which is a remake of Batman Return of the Joker from NES, the Genesis had, and they were going to put it on Super Nintendo, it was canceled, but you look at it on Genesis, like, this doesn't look so good. In fact, it looks way worse than this. It really came out way earlier, but still, same concept. Like, hey, you know, this should look better to represent this, especially they're remaking an NES game. Like, the NES game looks better than that, as far as what the system's tech was able to do. And fine, I gotta go down. The game is telling me, it's like, fine, you can't beat it even on the next level. Sorry. We'll show all the difficulties just cause, but fine, in this case, same deal as before. The Flash is down on the ground. Keep hitting the A button to get the continue timer going down and get game over. But that's fine, because as I said, when you get a game over, you can go back in the options and change to whoever you want with difficulty. So maybe that thought, or the case that, fine, you know, if you're going to have characters, like, maybe that's the other thing. Like, do the characters necessarily look right? I mean, sometimes they do, although one thing we sort of saw with Superman, we didn't talk about that much when we were running Wonder Woman earlier. Fine, like, I know I have to do this. Like, if I was better at this game, I had even more time to practice. If I gave this 15 months, like, Contra Hardcore, like, back-to-back, then maybe I'd be able to do this on its hardest difficulty, but I don't know. Maybe that's the thought, because you have this Enterprise about itself, like, yeah, maybe you wish it looked better. But we'll still run with the Flash, as far as this, and we'll go with every character. And also, if you do want to skip the dialogue as far as this, you can either start to skip it completely or hit the A button to go along, or it'll just go about itself on its own if you don't touch anything. Yeah, but maybe that's the thought. You're like, you have an Enterprise, like, you probably pay attention to that more, like, hey, do they look right? Fine, because I guess with Aquaman here, I mean, fine, people said this when Aquaman Battle for Atlantis came out on the GameCube and the Xbox in 2003, saying, used to have the old way he looked, which was, you know, the purple, not the purple thing, the green and orange outfit of him, but the X-Play showed specifically this when we reviewed it and gave it 1 out of 5, saying, quote, he's got a blonde mullet and a claw head. What happened? A horrible accident at a Lynyrd Skynyrd concert? It's like, yeah, that looked weird, although then, when the movie came out, people looked at it and like, wait a second, that's kind of how he looks in the movie, although, and I think that's maybe how he looks in some of the comics. Although, admittedly, I'm not familiar with Aquaman in the comics, and same actually with the Flash. Actually, as far as the comic stuff, my only experience really is kind of Batman and Superman as far as actually reading some of the comics. Although even then, I don't have much of a story to tell when it comes to some reading of some comics as it is. Probably should fix that. I mean, fine, I read the Sonic the Hedgehog comic from Archie back in the day, admittedly, but they did make fun of the idea of this, the Death and Return of Superman. Interesting enough, like, yeah, they kind of, and I know in the comic, they kind of framed it like the raising of the flag at Iwo Jima, as far as the Sonic comic, but also as far as how DC did it. And the dialogue, by the way, will be the same as far as each character when it comes to this. So same deals, like, why are they attacking me for no reason? So maybe the idea is that this is going more in the comic lore, as far as how they look. As far as the look, but then that also doesn't necessarily say, like, oh yeah, maybe it should look more appealing graphically, or maybe more colorful, perhaps. Fine, here's Batman. Batman looks right, for the most part. One thing I probably should show when it comes to this, I'll show this in the, when we do the versus mode, I'll show off the weird animations they give when you have, like, a time loss time going on. Those look kind of bizarre, I'll say that. But I mean, going back to like the distinction between comics and things, I know that sometimes is a factor. Like, hey, you know, there may be representation of a lot of comic characters in like animation and things like that, where they're associated maybe more one way than another. Like with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that's a really good example. The animated series, the first animated series from the 80s, but also a lot of the other ones, they played up the idea that they're very bright, but if you actually go back to look how the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles looked in the comics, those early comics were kind of dark, honestly. So that idea of like, hey, you know, brightening things up. Or, this was also a comic book. It's also was something that turned into a movie, and that was feasibly more sort of family-friendly, and also turned into a game on Super Nintendo that I played, The Mask. If you ever read the comic book of The Mask is a very violent and adult comic, as it is the movie that came out, with Jim Carrey in it. That was more cartoony, going to like the Tex Avery aspect of like Looney Tunes cartoons and things. And then they made a game based on that movie, which is on Super Nintendo, which I played, and actually costs more money now than you might think. I think it's like $100-something. And it came out actually around when this game did, sorta. And there was a lot of frames of animation going on in certain things, because you had like the Auga horn, you had like the guns going on as far as certain things, and you could like run really, really fast. So that representation of how it looks as far as the way it is, as far as a visual medium with an interactive visual medium like a movie, game, and I guess movie as far as that, like a moving medium. Let me put it that way. That's not right. It's like a visual medium, because comics are a visual medium, as we're seeing Superman. But maybe that thought, people don't maybe not know like how dark the comic is. Like, well, I mean, very bloody as far as the Mask's comic is concerned. Just going to that, so something like, and then with Turtles, not as bloody as that, but still that same idea. And let's talk about what you're saying, then Dolly Finn, about this, because I'm knocking Superman off like that. He does look kind of thicker as far as how he is here. Looks more muscular, which immediately is kind of how he looked in the Death and Return of Superman game that Blizzard made. I'll have a picture of what he looked like in that game about here, just to show that. But maybe the other thing, like, hey, you know, there's the American flag waving over there. That looks nice. But it also looks a little blurry. And even the case of, you know, after all that, as he has the freeze breath, we'll show that a little later. Maybe it's like, how does that necessarily look, you know? And actually, I'll say this. As far as the way that you're seeing the video on this, I think the blue on Superman's outfit looks maybe darker than it does on the TV. For me, for some reason. I try to look at my color settings, see like what's going on with that, because I did update my open broadcast source thing, or OBS, as it's called, for the recording before the show. So maybe that's it. Yeah, he does look stocky. Yeah, he does look stocky, although, the question of, we've sometimes said this, the idea, like, interpretations of a character, or interpretations of anything, really, which is that, what does a character like that look like? Although, actually, one thing I'd also, when you really think about it, good point, Dolph, in this, because also I'm looking at the art on the cartridge of this game, and the box art, all the picture of that. Superman does look a little more, I'm getting up just to look at the cart here. There is more of an intensity on his face. That kind of goes with how the comics did a little bit, but even the comics didn't necessarily go to that degree. I guess with Superman, there's also the comparison of a lot of other things, because with Superman, there are a lot of the movies, the ones that Christopher Reeve were in, 1, 2, 3, and 4. There was the television show that had George Reeves on it. There was the animated series, which I know ElecVerse has mentioned. There's a couple games based on the animated series, including Superman for Nintendo 64. That's one of them. And also Superman Shadow of Apocalypse, which was on the GameCube and the PS2. Which, that's a kind of interesting one, especially for visual design, because they basically cel-shaded the game. It's unique that way, but then the question, like, what's the interpretation of a character? And then also, how are you gonna take them more, especially with someone well-known, because maybe it's also my fault, me not reading a lot of comics, but I was not that familiar with The Flash or Green Arrow as far as the comics specifically, so at that point, if you're not as aware of The Flash, say, or Green Arrow, like, you might look at them as like, yeah, they look fine, you wouldn't just like, oh, wait, that doesn't look right, it looks kind of weird, it looks stocky, compared to, with The Flash, The Flash kind of is muscular here, and there's certain interpretations of the character that I know, from what I've understood, that go into that. Oh, shit, I don't know how I did that. Oh, I think I did I guess, right, I have another throw, that's what it is. Specifically. So I just threw him across the way. Yeah, because he's younger, as far as a lot of the DC movies that came around. I'm still trying to remember who the name of, the actor of him in the movies were, which were, by the way, Batman v Superman, because he had a cameo in that. the Justice League movies, both of them, and then the Flash from last year. Oh, God, I'm trying to... It's not Emil Hirsch. I don't know why I'm thinking Emil Hirsch. It's not him. Christ, I'm going to have to probably put an edit in, unless chat you know. I'm not saying chat find out who this is for me. I can edit in. I don't have a problem with that. As we're going back to Amazonia, or the Amazon to fight Wonder Woman. And fine, in this case, they're also using Wonder Woman's alternate costume. Like, so fine, she's not as bright for that design. Like, hey, you know, if you're having multiple characters running that way, they'll have the darker design. But fine, we're not fighting against another version of Wonder Woman. All right, I'm not Wonder Woman fighting against Wonder Woman, specifically the Wonder Woman robot. Yeah, so she just looks more, she looks less defined with the colors by design. So that makes sense. Then the idea that she's also more muscular too, which is fair enough. Fine, she's the princess of the Amazon, so fair enough. The idea, like, the idea of the combat of Wonder Woman. So from the narrative of Wonder Woman as a comic and as an enterprise, that makes sense. Although, as I said, if you're familiar with Gal Gadot, I'm gonna assume it's Gadot. It's a silent T unless I find out otherwise when I edit. And Linda Carter, of course, and all the pictures of both of them, as I mentioned, or when I mentioned them, because I think I brought them both up earlier, sort of, kind of. I'll go to that. So in that case, like, fine, it's maybe a little bit of a shock to the system, although then again, the idea that, you know what, here's the other thought, that, hey, for Wonder Woman's example, because she's coming from the Amazon, the fact that she's this warrior who's fought so much, that she'd build up, that way, look stocky, maybe the way Superman did, although with Superman, not exactly thought maybe that Superman would have that perspective to him, unless there's aspects in the comics that I'm not aware of. Alright, so Earth's salvation is still in our hands, so we have to go find Darkseid. And the order of the levels are going to be different as far as the Justice League members you fight. The order of the bosses are going to be the same, so Despero's still in line that way. Also, by the way, I didn't talk about the Flash's moves much. Fine. If you hit quarter circle forward and the punch button, or a punch button, you get that tornado. Goes faster with the faster, higher punches you hit. Hit forward and then do that. Sometimes you'll do that again because fine, that's not a good design decision. You're pressing forward, but then you have to do the quarter circle forward again in order to do the dash across. So it's like, you know, it's the same button. Put it on the kick or something. Forward. There. Oh, shit. That didn't do it either. And then the other one is the quarter circle forward and the punch, which is the tornado blast, which is... wait. Is that right? Hold on. Okay, fine. I did that, so I hit him with the tornado. That's not right. It was... Well, no. Okay, fine. His... Oh, it's half circle back into kick. Okay. Because I did have them written down. They're all written down in the manual, so that was what it was. So, okay, fine. Ah. I'll show this as far as Despero. Look, I like that, because you basically do the teleport. So I'll tell you, fine. It's kind of like the teleport of Raiden, I should say, in Mortal Kombat, a little bit. Or also, it's something I think Cyrax does in Mortal Kombat 3, which was out at the same time. Alright, come on. Okay, there we go. That's the dash. That is actually probably the best move he has, but it's probably the hardest one to pull off. Though he also has the easiest move to pull off, because I mentioned if you just keep hitting that punch button, he keeps doing that, which looks great. That looks cool. I'll say as far as the animation, that looks nice. But the question of, like, okay, fine, everybody else in the background, they're kind of basic. They're sometimes kind of staying still. The one at the table's kind of kicking her leg there. The robot's kind of angry, so he's letting off some steam, I guess, as far as the bartender. So, a little bit of stuff like that, but maybe not as much as you think. So maybe that's the thought of, hey, some of the details as they are. So, boom, off he goes. So yeah, Despero's going down again. And now we're also going to be fighting Cheetah once more. Alright, so let's go fight her, and we'll see what goes on. I mean, this is definitely an interesting thing. I like the discussions going on also because, like, fine, when you really think about it, for some of these things, especially when it comes to a game like this where, fine, we're sort of seeing the story 6 times, how do we vary that up? The way we vary it up is stuff that goes on discussion involved you, what you have to say about things, and sometimes that case of one thing you might say, like, hey, what about the aspect of the graphics? As far as, like, hey, it was not seen as impressive when the game came out. That can sometimes, in and of itself, cover a conversation, or fine, I'll feasibly make it cover a conversation. I will, all of you will, just by your own elements. It's like, hey, this is something else I noticed. It can sometimes run for, I guess I'll put a timer down here as far as like a number of like, how many minutes since Dollyfin said, for 1995, critics thought the graphics were unimpressive to where we are now. get a sense that, fine, we can go into that for, as I said, we go in the guts of gaming, that's what I mean. I say, hey, take something like that as I'm dashing into Cheetah, and Cheetah also has the role, well, fine, killing her with the tornado, or fine, not killing her, they live. But fine, just knocking her off that way. Okay, this actually looks probably better as far as the levels. Actually, as far as the levels are concerned, this and probably Darkseid's base probably the best looking in the sense that, yeah, look at the background there. Yeah, the cheetahs and the jaguars and the lions, they're kind of in the ground there. It's like, yeah, the lion's not sleeping tonight as far as that. Fine, I guess the cheetah cubs or the lion cubs, I guess, I don't know, having milk from their mother or just like cheering on everything. So fine. They're kind of going, fine, the jaguars over there, the cheetahs, they're kind of like, they're still. Like, yeah, what's going on here, I guess. But that being said, like, there's kind of more activity going on this way. Right, move, throw her against the wall. Or against the side of the screen. Because actually, yeah, I mean, fair enough you're thinking that. And also, when you look at a genre, that's the other thing as well. Because, like, hey, compare this to other games in genre. Compare to the games I mentioned as far as this system. On Genesis, you feasibly also compare it to a game we looked at briefly. We should do a full show of, and we will at some point. Eternal Champions. That was Despina 417. Was a big fan of that game. And some of the details that has in the background, even though that game, I don't know if that game looks as good as this does, even, but some of those details in that are feasibly more impressive than even some of the stuff in this. But alright, fine. Same deal. Fine. Everybody's having their turn at Darkseid. That's the idea. Everybody's gonna beat him up. That's the promise of the show. Which is definitely interesting, but fine. We, of course, we have to fight our own, fine. We have to fight our evil side, that idea. So we're getting existential as far as the, Justice League Task Force play. And also that case that, fine, as I mentioned, you know what, hey, we'll go on to it. And by the way, one thing I probably should have mentioned that now I'm being reminded of is that there's some interactivity in the backgrounds in the sense that when you hit something or hit the stuff on the side, it'll crack, but it's not much. It's kind of limited. It's not like, I'll tell you, fine, we were talking about Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe. It's not like, well, fine, it's not like Mortal Kombat 10, where in Mortal Kombat 10, you have things in the background, you can press a button to leap off of it, or pick them up and throw them at them. In this case, I can pick him up and throw him. And that's fine, but yeah, in that case, keep going that way. So, good start is stuff with like the interactive environments, but it doesn't maybe go all the way that it could. I mean, though to be fair, Mortal Kombat wasn't necessarily doing that much, except, fine, unless you count the stage fatalities. Like, fine, you're in the subway, you uppercut them on the tracks to get hit and killed. You don't have anything like that in this game. As I mentioned, you have that in Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe, but because it was DC-based, I think the Reviews on the Run program, Victor Lucas, who's a huge fan of DC, anything, in particular Batman, said specifically, like, the fact that that game is rated teen instead of mature, that was a DC decision. Like, yeah, they're protective of their enterprises like anybody would, and they're not gonna come out and say, like, yeah, you can have Batman rip someone's spinal cord out. Like, yeah, probably not, like in Mortal Kombat, good point. Although, even then, they kind of then took some of those fatalities and then had other characters in later Mortal Kombat games use them, and then, basically show them uncensored. Like, the one of, the Joker in, Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe is, he pulls out the joke gun, fires it, and it's blanks, and it doesn't do anything, and he laughs, and then he shoots him dead. You don't see him shooting dead. The shooting dead happens off screen. In one of the later ones, I think it's Mortal Kombat, I think it is Mortal Kombat 9, or fine, Mortal Kombat 2011 as it's called, or referred to. Oh, fine, there you go. That is the time up thing. That's what happens. Like, he's like, oh. So it's like the Donkey Kong thing, or Donkey Kong Country thing. Like, yeah, I lost. So even the robot has that for, the robot Flash. But yeah, and then in the later Mortal Kombat game, fine, you see him shoot, the person in the head, and then their brain explodes in bloody chunks. So like, okay, fine. At that point, there's no DC connection. But then again, the later Mortal Kombat games did have later connections of the fact that they had DLC characters of stuff like the Terminator and Predator, and also, Mortal Kombat 1, the one that came out recently. Stuff like, Homelander, I think it was. That was a case of that as well. I back and took a shower. Yeah, we were fighting with the Flash. I just thought I could do, the next easy mode. I couldn't. So I said, fine, we're going down to the easiest mode. I guess I'll just have to do that every time. It's like, maybe I'm getting better. We're on the Flash on, what was it? On the story mode for kicking Darkseid. Everybody's getting their turn at Darkseid, as I mentioned, specifically. Basically what we're doing was just pretty much, fine, I'll tell you what this is going to be, again, open mic night, fine, every Super Bowl game Saturday is open mic night when we really think about it, in the sense that, talking about all this stuff, Dolly Finn was indicating the idea of graphics, like, hey, at the time, people didn't think this game looked that great, what was that like, what's the idea of other things with other fighting games at the time, your question, which I went into more, but also go into more as it is now that you're back, which is like, is this a better fighting game than some other stuff. How bad is this game's reputation? I mean, some of the special moves are a pain in the ass. Because it was like, hey, there's the tornado thing of his. Then you hit forward, but you hit the quarter circle forward to do that dash thing. That's very particular, and if you don't do that right, you'll still do the tornado again. It's like, hey, trying to pick up all those special moves as I hit him into the computer console there. That's the annoyance. Although, outside of that, it's not a bad game. I mean, I think it may be a little better than its reputation to a certain extent, but fine. If you're a big fan of DC, like, you might want more. You might want something like a Marvel vs. Capcom, or an X-Men Children of the Atom, or, later on, Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe, or the Injustice games, which, fine, we'll play Injustice 1, and we'll come back to that specifically when we do. I'll get that Ultimate Edition for PS4, because I can run it that way now, to show it off fully, and show all the DLC characters that are in that. That's the better case as far as your fighting game with DC, but it is better than maybe you'd think. It's like, if you're curious for a lark, yeah, maybe give it a shot. I mean, you could also argue, like, hey, it's a better game than Batman Forever is that also plays like a fighting game, but also, fine, that's a design thing, too. But even that game's like, hey, there's certain things going on. There are more moves in that game as far as one thing that has to do, and then, fine, it's not a fighting game. Fine, it plays like a fighting game, but it doesn't play, but it's not a fighting game as far as how its design is as... Alright, fine. Come on, let's get your dark side, or try to get you out. Fine, alright, I'm gonna probably... Oh, yeah, I did die. Okay. Yeah, with Wonder Woman, The Flash... Okay, like Wonder Woman, for me, The Flash was introduced via the Justice League animated series. I'm trying to remember... Isn't there a game based on that? Well, I don't know if it's based on that. There was... What was that? Justice League Heroes? I think it was on PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. Is it based on that series, or was that way before? Because I know there's the Batman animated series from the 90s, there's the Superman animated series, which I know there are games based on that. Superman on Nintendo 64 is based on that. It has a lot of the voiceovers in it. It has Clancy Brown, we mentioned last week. He's in it as far as the game. There's Shadow of Apocalypse, which is on GameCube and PS2. That'd probably be the best option as far as that look. I don't know if it is. Yeah, I mean, I don't either. I just know that that game was around. I thought, although I don't know for sure, I thought that one played a lot like the Marvel Ultimate Alliance games a little bit. As far as kind of being like a little bit of dungeon crawler. It's fine. The Blizzard thing makes sense then. Like a beat 'em up dungeon crawler kind of, or like X-Men Legends. There was another one that did that. I'm not familiar with most of them, but I remember seeing that. Yeah, I mean, that's a good case of it. We could definitely take a look at more stuff, and more stuff of DC, because fine, I know that when it's come to some of the stuff, we've looked at, like, feasibly the not great stuff as far as the April Fool's Day stuff, and, like, for sure going on this too, saying Superman seems to get the shitty end of the stick when it comes to games. I'm kind of glad that's coming up. In fact, I'm going to put this down on 1, because I can't handle 2. I'll try 2 maybe later. Again, let's talk Superman. Let's pull out Superman, Clark Kent. Because that's kind of a question, too, which is, when it comes to Superman, with games at least, what's the good one? I mean, or what's one that's worth playing? I mean, honestly, I don't know, maybe this sounds wrong. This is probably one of the better ones I've played, although I haven't played a ton of them. But yeah, here's Bruce Wayne. No, that's not Bruce Wayne. That's Batman. Shit. No, Clark Kent. Shit. I had to get him. I can't. That's a horrible. Yeah. I was gonna edit that out. Fine. I'm not editing that out. I'm keeping it in. It adds character. Fine. Let's play with Superman. Okay. Fine. I'll tell you what I did. I hit R button. That did give the darker skin of his. So fine. There is Superman, looking very stocky, as Dolly Finn was indicating. And most of his moves are of the half circle core. Fine. Most of them are the half circle core circle element. But as far as Superman games, fine, we technically showed Superman on N64 off when I didn't edit for the Spyro the Dragon play we did, and other stuff. And then other games, now we're going to talk about that more, but also a lot of people don't like Superman because he seems like he's overpowered and a Boy Scout, which is kind of the point. Yeah, and fine, also say this, along with this being the April Fool's Day show, this is, when you really think about it, also our Easter episode, not least of which because Easter is tomorrow, but also because, fine, in a lot of elements when it comes to Superman, especially some of the continuities of the comics, and also especially with Superman Returns, the 2006 film, they play the idea that Superman is almost like a Christ-like figure in the sense that he comes down to Earth to be human, as is fine. The idea is he's human, but he's not, as far as from his parents. And then he has to suffer for our feasibly suffer for our sins, but be helpful as far as people, I guess. But fine, certain interpretations of Superman are going to go that a little differently. Supposed to be what men strive to be in the sense of strong and good person. Yeah, the idea, like, fine, the best of humanity. And fine, in a way, Wonder Woman, when we think about that, almost like the, kind of the same concept as far as, like, the idea of, like, the best of men and women as far as Superman and Wonder Woman. So yeah, fitting, I guess, then we're beating the crap out of each other. But fine, it's a robot Wonder Woman. We know that as far as that. Superman doesn't know that. Also, it's worth pointing out, Superman does not have kicks. The kick buttons still do punches. It's worth pointing out. Exactly. Okay, thank you, like, for as far as that. So, fair enough to that. But I mean, maybe that's the idea, like, hey, you know, so it gets, weirdly enough, we can talk about this as far as the game elements. So, as far as character with Superman, the comics certainly can do interesting stuff with him. The TV shows have, as far as the cartoons, also the George Reeves series from the 50s, and also the movies, the Christopher Reeve ones, the Superman Returns that had Brandon Routh in it. Why am I blanking on the name of the guy the guy from The Witcher, who's in The Witcher now? Henry Cavill, who is Superman in the DC Extended Universe stuff. In that way, yeah. Like, Wonder Woman's supposed to represent what women can be and be as strong as men. Yeah, exactly. So that case of, you know, a kind of subtle look as far as, like, hey, strength of genders that way, but the case, like, hey, anybody can do anything as far as how they do it, and be very appealing that way, too. So hence why a lot of these characters have been, you know, around for all these years, and I'm going to try and do stuff as far as specials on Aquaman. So fine, there's the heat vision. There's the, there's the frost breath, so you can freeze him. Okay, like that. And yeah, when he does that, he crumbles to the ground. Yeah, no one seems to give a crap about it. That's true. You're right. And I think maybe the idea is, like, because of how well set up a character she can be, some of the background, the idea, like, hey, maybe that's the other thing, the idea, the mythos of a lot of the characters you're going to see, a lot of the characters we've seen so far, there's a lot of stuff that goes with that. And fine, they also realize, like, hey, the movie's going to that, the comics go into that, the TV show goes into that, I guess the Justice League series goes into that too, as far as that as well. Hey, she has the strength about herself. It's fine. Now, Superman is defeated. So yeah, I lost. But that's fine. The case of that strength of character that is something that you look at, like, hey, there's a strength that actually, Nikki said this in a different way when we played Putt Putt Goes to the Moon and Pajama Sam, No Need to Hide When It's Dark Outside about a month ago now. She said specifically, like, hey, you know, is it weird to say that, hey, I might have learned my manners from Putt Putt the car, like saying yes, please, and being pleasant that way? It's like, not necessarily, no, because you're like, hey, you know, the thought that, hey, you're looking at that, you like that character, but you're also like, hey, you know, like, who is the person I am that way, you know? So in a way, that, like, with Superman and Wonder Woman and all that, and in particular, but a lot of these characters too, the idea of, fine, who maybe we are in ourselves, the idea of, like, finding that inner interest as far as that, and I'm going to try and do something for that. Okay, fine. That's hovering, and if you hit the punch button while I'm hovering, you can punch down or do a punch down for that. But don't hit Superman that way yet. Okay, crap. Fine. All right, I have my first loss. Fine, first loss on the easiest difficulty, but that's fine. You have infinite continues version, so it doesn't matter. So we'll get that going. But I like going into this discussion. Honestly, at this point, that's the basis. I don't really care if I'm winning or losing exactly. As far as this game, I'm basically just going to show up what it is. But yeah, just get up, and we'll be all set. Yeah, go back to the game thing then. Because actually, that's the other thing. Because, fine, Wonder Woman's representation in gaming has not been much. It's mostly been side stuff. I know there's the game based on Wonder Woman that I think Rocksteady, the people who made the Batman Arkham games and made Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League that came out a couple months ago, are making, apparently, but we haven't heard much about it. And then as far as Superman's concerned, there's been tons of them going back to the Atari days. Like Superman on Atari 2600. For example, but then in other cases, like, what's the really good one? I mean, I've heard interesting stuff as some of the Sunsoft ones, I should say. It's Sunsoft. That way, kind of. Yeah, they might not seem as deep as characters like Batman, but there's not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, not necessarily, because like, hey, fine, we have Batman. But then again, the other thing is, like, where that depth can come from. And I guess with Superman, the idea that, yeah, he is... yeah, this strong figure, overpowered, yes. Mostly invincible, except for Kryptonite. But the case that, fine, what really, at least in my case, if you were to go into this like first life and anybody else in chat this way, what I guess I find interesting about Superman, you said one part of it, which is the idea that the idea of, like, what can people be as far as the idea of values, but then also the case of what is it like to have a weight over you, over other people, in a way of, yes, understanding a kind of protector role, but also a case of, can you also feasibly let someone in? Because fine, with Superman, it's like that in the sense of Lois Lane, because like, Lois Lane is always kidnapped. Yeah, to a certain extent, but also the idea that, hey, she's supportive of Superman as far as the way the comics go. Like, they're a married couple as far as that in certain aspects of that. So in that, and it's like a love story that way. It's like, hey, she's supporting him in that way, in a way that he can't, because like, hey, he comes from another planet. He kind of gets the thing as far as humanity is concerned, but also the different ways. Like, he doesn't expect to have that a little bit. So the idea that that depth coming from somewhere a little different, which always is very interesting, and then makes it so that when you have the Justice League, the idea of them as a team coming together, that being something that gets really interesting, that kind of can play off each other really well. And in that case, you're right, there's something to be said about that, and to kind of go into that. But yeah, going back to the games thing, I mean, yeah, because, fine, Superman's a ton of games. In fact, Batman and Superman, here they are, as far as the fight. That way. But yeah, you're right, but it's different also how Batman is maybe more, in-depth in his way. Because fine, he has a tragic backstory. So that idea is like, hey, that forms everything he wants to do, or everything he thinks that he can manage that way, as I'm going to try and do, fine, the dash forward, yeah, which is a half circle back and the punch button. And then the hover thing. Okay, so I basically have shown everything off as far as their moves. I do want to do that, yeah, and you hit the punch button when you're in the air, you set them on fire that way. But yeah, that idea of that interest, but then also the case like, hey, where have they had games specifically? So fine, going back then to the idea of Superman getting the shitty end of the stick, I guess, with game-wise. I haven't played many. I've only played Superman on Nintendo 64. I played Superman Man of Steel, which was on Xbox, which that's not a good game either, but that's also something that's an interesting one as far as some of the stuff they're trying, because that was kind of a tragic case. Honestly, yeah. Batman and Superman are very similar, but very different at the same time. Yeah, and I think maybe that's the idea when it comes to why... Fine, you're looking at the faces of DC Comics right here. Both of them. Superman and Batman, for very different reasons, but also cases where they can kind of be very interesting that way, and especially with the Justice League, the idea like how they can kind of play off each other really well, and have that element, especially the really good interpretations of that, of which, from what I'm understanding... I think it definitely is the Justice League series. You're not the only one, like First mentioned me. It's really, really good. So it's something I probably should take a look at that, and then we can do other stuff with that. Maybe take a look at Justice League Heroes, see if that's a case where that's maybe a really good one, and also Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe, and more on the Injustice games as well. I guess with Superman games, as I said, Superman Man of Steel is kind of interesting, but it definitely has weird stuff with its design, even to the point where, like, because that's another case. The people who designed it was this company, Circus Freak Games. I think it was like the only game they made. They said specifically, hey, we wanted to work on this, so the passion was there, but it just didn't come off. It was like, they knew that way. It's like, we don't want to be Superman Nintendo 64 again, but they're like, well, maybe they couldn't avoid it. Yeah, but if we're going back to Batman and Superman, both lost their parents at young ages, both are driven by their deaths. That is true, and you're right. With Superman for it, and I guess fine, well, yeah, you're right as far as that with Superman as well. So yeah, the idea, like, and also how does that drive them, and also the idea that Batman is understandably more brooding about it than Superman is, although fine, depending on how the interpretation of Superman is, it can be more or less, and fine, that's the other thing, the idea that there's multiple interpretations of some of these characters to give an idea of something unique. It's kind of twisting their stories around, which I do like, and it makes it so that, yeah, how a fandom of that can come about, and how there's a lot of people who, I guess, will be coming to these characters in unique ways. I mean, like stuff like Lego, like the Lego Batman stuff, which is really, really funny, but it's not ignoring necessarily some of those tragic aspects in some ways. But then maybe some of the more dark, brooding stuff, as far as like Batman, like the Christopher Nolan films, some of the recent stuff. From what I understand, that Snyder version of Justice League is a lot like that, because they're running an R rating on that, from what I understand. As far as that, I have not seen that, which I probably should, just because, like, hey, I saw the other one, it's okay. Maybe this one's better, because apparently it's the case, like, people say it's one of Zack Snyder's best movies. Because that can be mixed on his. Basically, my movie of his I liked was 300. That's mostly it. There's things about Watchmen that are interesting, but, like, I was not a big one on Watchmen either, specifically. Which also has games based on it, too, which were the Watchmen End of Night games. Which are also kind of beat-em-ups, as far as what they are. They're kind of as well, but they have some interesting stuff with presentation and some of the people from the movie, particularly Jackie Earle Haley as Rorschach and Patrick Wilson as Night Owl. And some really good cinematic cutscenes going on in that game, for sure. Alright, so fine. We have to keep going, and we're almost there as far as finding Darkseid and everybody. Yeah, as far as the... Actually, in all honesty, going back to the Superman game thing, I'll just say this. I kind of would want to see... I don't know, ElecVerse, you played this. Superman Shadow of Apocalypse. It was on GameCube and PlayStation 2. It's by... It was Atari who published that. I believe it's... I think it's the same team who made... I'm trying to remember which arm of Atari that was, or Infogrames. It was either Sheffield House or Melbourne House, who made games we played in the Dreamcast showcase. I have not. Yeah, because it's cel-shaded as far as how it is. It's kind of open, sorta. I believe it does have all the voice acting from the TV series, the animated series from the 90s. And it's one I have sometimes heard that case that there's some interesting stuff going on with that game, not just from a visual perspective, but just the idea, like, hey, the experience of character. And fine, I guess that's the other thing. Like, fine, we need to show DC characters as far as, you know, not, either not showcase or the April Fool's Day show. And even I'm saying this game's not that bad. Like, if you're curious about what you're seeing, you might have a fun time. It's flawed, no question about that. Maybe there's interesting stuff, so fine. Ideas as far as other DC games, better ones we could play that we, or even better ones, feasibly, that we could play that we should show. And fine, I guess you guys like, are we favoriting Marvel on this? Well, fine. I only done Marvel stuff on the showcase shows, I think. And we're still going to do Spider-Man on Dreamcast, so just got to get a sense of when we're going to do that. And I just want to get a sense also of, is there going to be a licensed content question on that theme song, Spider-Man? I don't know if there is or not. I know I'm going to have to mute Mike on some of those cutscenes because I don't think they're subtitled. But that being said, I mean, we'll show that for sure. And other stuff as well, because there's some good stuff as far as that. And if I can get a copy of this, at some point I want to get this. Batman the Animated... No, Batman... Well, there is Batman the Animated Series. That's on Game Boy. But there's also The Adventures of Batman and Robin, which is on Super Nintendo, which is basically... It is Batman the Animated Series, the game, along with that Game Boy game. I'm sorry, I've heard that Game Boy game is pretty good. Those are by Konami. But yeah, that Super Nintendo game in particular has gone up way in price. Well, not way in price. It's like $150 now. I think because people wanted, like, hey, that's a really great representation of that series, that TV show. So there's also the case, you know, our element of, fine, anytime we play that, or when I get to the stuff of Batman in this, probably be speaking like Kevin Conroy in that way. And fine, we'll also have that when we play the Arkham games at some point. We'll probably start with Arkham Asylum, because I do have that. I just have to scope that, specifically how it's going to work. Because that's a great game, and definitely one worth showing off. And stuff with the other characters, of which I guess... yeah, it's mostly Batman and Superman, so it's fair enough that we're kind of talking about that. Aquaman has a game that's, Battle for Atlantis, which is on GameCube and, it was on Xbox as well. I know that's not supposed to be good at all. People compared it to Superman on N64s, it's not so hot. Fine, and that's being nice, I guess. But, I mean, there is that. And then with Wonder Woman, maybe we can get that Wonder Woman game. And I guess The Flash, fine. Mostly going to be, I guess, the Injustice games for some of that stuff. But definitely interesting ideas, and I guess other things like what I want to do as far as superheroes for DC, and then also I guess with Marvel, because I know that there's the Spider-Man games that Insomniac makes, and they're making the game based on Wolverine. Which I'm curious to see how that's going to go. I remember there's also that Wolverine game that was based on the X-Men Origins movie. The movie's not that hot. I don't hate it as much as other people, but it's definitely not good. But then the case that, hey, they made that game, and apparently it's really good. Yeah, to go on that as far as Superman, he helps people because it's the right thing to do, whereas Batman protects citizens of Gotham so no one, especially children, feel the pain of his loss. And also the feeling of helplessness as far as stopping like a child. So it is similar but different. Yeah, very well said, ElecVerse. I couldn't have said it nearly as well as that. So thank you so much. That's also why I say the best challenge Twitch. We have the best challenge Twitch. They'll think this stuff through. They'll have the ideas as far as that. They'll have their insights. They'll provide it as, find cheetahs back up as far as it. I wasn't be able to fight as them in the other modes, but in story you cannot fight as them. But that idea as far as like, the dichotomy of these characters and what are they doing, why are they doing it, and why, I guess, people really have those connections with them. Why we have the connections. And even when we did Batman Forever a couple years ago, like, hey, the game's not that great, for sure, but I had fun doing it as far as the way the show went. We had some funny stuff as far as some of the codes I was running that way. I could see what they're trying to do, too, and same with this game. So in that case, I'm never gonna say, like, hey, you know, it's a bad game. It's like, I regret doing this for the show. I wish I didn't have to do this. Like, no, I kind of... You know, in fact, I guess if nothing else, this is gonna be an answer to the question Protorova was asking when last year when we did the Disney showcase, which was why play a bad game? Sometimes you might not know, but other things, I mean, is maybe there's like a look at that specifically. Yeah, because Superman represents heroism, Batman represents justice, so you're right, the idea of, but also they kind of intertwine, as you're saying, which is that, fine, Superman is the hero as far as it, but it's the idea like it's truth, justice, the American way, as he always said as far as that. And with Batman, it's justice, but like he has to show a sense of heroism and a sense of bravery as well, saying like, hey, you know, I have this fear of that, and honestly, that's also why I liked a lot of the Christopher Nolan Batman movies, like Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. And I kind of like Dark Knight Rises still. I think it's better in the second half, I'll admit that. I don't like the first half of the movie very much, but they play in that fear as far as Batman's concerned, which is why I really like it. Like, it's almost like a horror movie the way those movies play, and I love the way it does that. And then with Superman, going back to the Richard Donner pictures from the 70s, the idea that, hey, that idea of the wide-eyed and heroic man played very well by the late Christopher Reeve, the idea that, hey, he's representing that idea, and that's why Margot Kidder as Lois Lane is like falling from that great scene where they go flying together, and they do like, hey, that is something heroic. And then when he has to, you know, stand up to Lex Luthor, played by Gene Hackman in the movie, as far as the first one, he can do it, and you see that arc that goes well, you know. As we're getting so there's I guess Cheetah's doing like the role of. Fine, speaking of another fighting game from 1995, which got re-released on Switch recently in the Switch Online app, Killer Instinct. Fine, it's like Saberwolf in that game in the sense that he does the role. Fine, Saberwolf has like the role going on. Actually, I was talking Brutal Paws of Fury. That's another one where you have a lot of characters doing role stuff, like Foxy Roxy and Kung Fu Bunny and things. That is a weird enough game. I think I should show that for a show. But it's another one like this one. It's kind of in the, is it a bad game? Yeah, you can make the argument, but it's also a case that there's interesting things it's doing. So I can't totally dismiss it. Though if you do play it, we're going to play it on Super Nintendo, which I have it. It is on 32X. It costs a lot of money on 32X. I don't have it that way. It is on Sega CD as well. I could show that. I might actually have an answer as far as the Genesis problem. I'm going to do some tests on that. I might be able to figure that semi-soon for showing more stuff on that. Although Sega CD is still open. I can still use my Sega CD with this, which is why I said I want to try, see if we can do Road Adventure in June for that. But, yeah, I mean, for sure. We can definitely go into that for sure as far as everything we've got. Okay, so fine, more as far as the fighting as we go on more with Superman. And yeah, bringing back these good memories. That's the other thing. And I remember when I was doing the edit on the show we did for Batman Forever, was one of those things that I want to put in the pictures everything that we all mentioned for it and giving like the representations as far as that. Even like the edit when Dolly Finn said to the Batcave with the I put that in as far as that case. Like, it was all these great memories, and I realized, you know what? Yeah, even knowing that Batman Forever was not that great a game, this is not that great a game feasibly either, I said, like, you know what? I had a good time doing that show because it's like, it's all these memories. It's all these things we're kind of going about as far as what do characters like this, or what does an experience of a game or gaming really mean to us? And I think, as I've said this before, I'll say it again, that's kind of, I guess, where the show came from. And I don't even necessarily know if I knew that that's where I wanted the show to go when I first started. It's like, I just want to show people stuff. I'm not seeing them. And then it became this case that people came in chat and gave ideas. They said things like that. I said, okay, I'm realizing this is something different. And that's where it came to the focus. That, fine, we're making this a discussion program. It's the idea that everybody out there, you're all on the couch with me. I might be just on the couch myself as far as where I am right now, but like, just in a physical representation. As far as going further than that, you're all here with me that way. You're all going into stuff. You all have things to say. It's also the kind of thing I was even thinking of this as far as like a concept before I went on tonight. Thought that, like, I know the technology's not there for the idea, like, hey, if I could, you know, pass a controller, Super Nintendo controller through the interwebs or something, if you give a feel to this, like, hey, I've never played this, like, what does this feel like? Do I think it's great or not? To do that, I mean, fine, that tech doesn't exist. Who knows? It might exist eventually. I mean, hey, when this game came out, I never thought that, hey, we'd be streaming games on the internet this way as far as a show like this. But here we are, and there goes Superman Robot. But yeah, he does have kind of the smile. That's kind of weird the way the smile looks, also because he doesn't have much of a face. So I get where Dolly Finn's coming from as far as almost the graphics, but looks okay and fine. It's like, I guess it's fine. This is the Blizzard representation as far as how Superman looks. This and the Death and Return of Superman, which was on Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo as well. Which I never played. That was like a beat 'em up. So I guess then the question, like the good Superman game. Yeah, we should try and also find an answer to that. Actually, that also might be an idea as far as showcase stuff. Like, hey, let's look at a bunch of games on systems we can swap across, if it has to come to that, or just maybe just in general to swap across to see, look at a character like this. Because fine, we sort of had more of the practice of that last week, because I said what's going on with, you know, our impromptu showcase, which we did that, and we had a lot of things going on. Yeah, gaming can mean fun and relaxation. Yeah, I mean, that's true as far as that dolly thing. Although, then again, nowadays, you can also have a case where it can be tense and, you know, harrowing for maybe a storytelling reason, for example. But the idea, like, even with that, it can also be, I guess, a relaxing case as far as, like, getting a stress out. It's a distraction, perhaps, even if a game isn't the best. And fine, maybe that's the thought, too, you know? And fine, in this case, also the experience as far as DC this way. Or fine, even if it is not a great experience as far as playing a game, kind of sharing that experience, or sharing a pain if it's, like, a really bad game, even. But, I mean, a good distraction, but also something that, hey, you know, we won't necessarily ignore some of the stuff that goes on with the game itself, really. Because there might be aspects like, hey, elements of Blizzard say, like, hey, some of the abuse aspects that came to them years later. Fine, I'll mention that for the purpose of having a record. Like, fine, we're talking Blizzard, I can't ignore that. And actually, last week we played Metal Arms Glitch in the System's worth pointing out. I put an edit for this for last week's show, but now that I'm on live, I can indicate this now that I know. Swingin' Ape Studios, the company that made that, they were ex-members of Midway. They made that game. They then started developing StarCraft Ghost, which is going to be on consoles for Blizzard. They were then formed into Blizzard in 2005, specifically. So actually, they're part of Blizzard now, as it is. And that's also kind of what happened with Vicarious Visions, where they're now part of Blizzard as it was in their connection with Activision and now Microsoft. Though Microsoft's letting everybody have them. So in that case, that kind of goes to it as well, and there goes the dark side once more. He'll pay for the base. I'm also going to try once more going on the higher difficulty, which it does default to, as we used to get the same picture on this specifically. Also, I found it funny that George Newbern was the voice of Superman, and he was the one who played him in both Justice League series, and before he was replaced, he was the voice of Sephiroth as far as Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, was he? And he was in Kingdom Hearts as well when we played that. Yeah, there's something to be interesting said about that, the idea, like, as far as George Newbern with Superman, and I believe he is in Shadow of Apocalypse, I think. Actually, I think he is in Superman on N64, I think, because they have the full cast. Not this saying much. They have, like, the one line. I think it is him when he says, like, that there's no time to waste. I think that is him. Oh, it's Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts 2, Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, and Dissidia Duodecim? Or basically a bunch of the Dissidia's Final Run Batman. Because we're talking Batman as well. Yeah, I do like his take as far as the voice of Superman, as far as what I've heard. And when we played Kingdom Hearts 1, and I am figuring as far as getting to Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, I'm going to try and see if I can't do that one next year. I just have to scope that, and I got to practice that game. I know I'm going to need a bit of a setup to do that one. Because we're going to do Chain of Memories, same as I said we're going to do when we finish Kingdom Hearts 1, and get to that more as it is. But yeah, there's definitely something interesting to say about that. And also good stuff as far as the voice performances, which, fine. This game, except for grunts that go on, the names of which I couldn't find, it's something that... Yeah, there's not much voice acting discussion this way, so fine. In this case, we can also talk about, hey, you know... Fine, for stuff with Batman, who has moves like Batarang, which throw that way. Also, I'm trying to remember what else his other moves are. Fine, I have them written down. Fine, the jump kick, that's quarter circle, quarter circle back, and the kick button. Also, you do have, what is it? You have guarding. Also, you have that. There's flash out one where I do that teleport, which is quarter circle back and one of the kick buttons. And it's quarter circle back and one of the punch buttons to do something else as I'm letting Aquaman kick my ass again. Ow, shit. Yeah, I keep expecting Superman to say, "Descend, heartless angel, give it to the dark." Yeah, there's something to be said about that. The thought of, you know, when you have the voice performance is the same, as far as so that you kind of will then think their roles that way, as far as, like, kind of, in a way, the blend of, like, hey, like, why did you say something that's of a character that's something totally different? Or fine, the idea of, like, fine, think about the polar opposites, the idea that Superman being the heroic character, and then, of course, with Sephiroth for Final Fantasy VII, and also with the Kingdom Hearts games, like, being, the root of all the evil as far as the planet's concerned with Final Fantasy VII in particular. And fine, I guess muted a bit as far as how that is in Kingdom Hearts, at least in Kingdom Hearts 1. But the idea like, hey, you know, you have to go and fight him. And he's not going to let up on you even though you're just a child as far as Sora is concerned. So, in that case, you're right. So sometimes that can kind of be something interesting. It also creates an interesting story, because fine, we mentioned that. In fact, that's also all going to the voice actor discussion. ElecVerse, I know you were kind of, I think I've said this before, we'll say it once more. You were, in a way, a big reason why we did that, because we were talking about that when we played Metal Gear Solid 1. I said, yeah, let's talk about some of these names. Let's also then get these aspects out there. It's like, hey, who are some of these people? And damn, Aquaman is kicking my ass, so fine. Uh-oh, shit. Yeah, but if you can get the throws off, try and get the throws off, and then try doing them with the fierce punches or kicks. Yeah, you can use the... Okay, who won? Oh, shit! There was a draw? Oh, whoa, hold on, we're both exploding? Okay, I've never seen this before. Okay, did I win? Okay, no, round 4. Okay, so no, we didn't win. We have another round. Okay, I've never seen that happen before. Wow. Thank God I'm recording that. I'm gonna say that. I'm glad. I'm so happy that happened. My God. I'm not even gonna say we planned the show. I swear to God. Like, I didn't know there was a factor. Jesus. Okay. Wow. You're right, Dolphin. That's absolutely it. Wow. Okay. That's the other reason why I love to do the show, ladies and gentlemen. Just because, here's the thing. We've said this before. We're recording ourselves for a game. Sometimes the weirdest stuff happens. Whether we intend it or not, sometimes we'll plan it like, hey, we can show off this weird thing going on. Or just sometimes funny things will happen based on what we do. But in that case, fine. Aquaman, fine. I was gonna say, we're not gonna have it happen again. Fine, he's blocking all my shots, and fine, he's done. Okay. By the way, also, here's a video on the actor's Kingdom Hearts referencing on Superman being voiced by Sephiroth. Oh, so they had an indication for the purpose of that. Thank you, ElecVerse, for providing that. I will definitely put that in the link list for sure. Fine, we won, finally. As we got the double knockout. Okay, wow. I don't even think the manual goes into the double knockout concept. Fine, the manual doesn't even talk about blocking. Weird enough. Which, by the way the blocking works, it is not the Mortal Kombat way, the Street Fighter way. Basically push back on D-pad, and you block. But there's the link. Thank you very much, ElecVerse. Appreciate that. Okay, so that was interesting. Yeah, here's the thing. You never know what you're going to get on the show, and I think that's also, I think, why is this the direction it's going to go. It's like, hey, you know what? Sometimes this stuff happens, and it could be hilarious, and as I said, I say, like, hey, feel free to go in your memories on something, and I'll go into my memories on it, which, by the way, I guess my memory of this game is hearing about it, hearing the name growing up, not playing it, seeing the Console Wars episode, ElecVerse asking for it. Actually, by the way, just like, I don't remember asking for that. That was, by the way, during the finale of Fatal Frame that we did. That was actually 3 years ago. 2.5 years ago, I think, at this juncture now, when you asked for that. But at that point, I said, okay, let's do it. And then, so in that case, I bought the game, and then basically my experience has been practicing it for it, even since I got up last summer. Yeah, DC is my favorite, or Batman is my favorite DC hero. Fair enough that way. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on with Batman that makes him very interesting, as you mentioned. And also stuff as far as how it runs, specifically. Especially, I think, the animated series for introducing him to me. Yeah, exactly, and that's another thing. Like, the introductions as far as how Batman was, because, yeah, there's the Adam West series from the 60s, of course, and the comics, of course, but also the case that when that animated series came out, it's one of those things that I didn't watch the animated series when it was around to start, but it was also something that, I mentioned this, we mentioned this last week. We were talking about, Akira Toriyama, as far as Blood Space Moon, giving her eulogy to him in memories that way, and also sad that Kevin Conroy is no longer with us. Yeah, me too. I remember when that happened. Like, man, I cannot believe that. As far as it was shocking because he was not that old because he had cancer that way. It was he was 66. That was all. Okay, that was like 2 years ago. Well, not fine, 1.5 years ago. I keep getting my years confused. No, I get that idea because yeah, he was a great Batman and also a great case of great guy from what I understand. As far as he was really good to work with, very generous, I believe, from what I understand. That being the case too, like the idea, like the best of us that way, you know. And I guess then also going to what we were talking about when it came to, I guess, the aspect of Batman. Yeah, it was a week after Aaron Carter, right? And you broke that on the show, and I remember you mentioning that. I was like, that was another case, like, hey, that kind of came that way out of nowhere, too. So that being okay. I was gonna say, okay, good. Oh, it was another case that was, like, on the edge. Okay, there you go. Right, because, oh, right, okay, I remember what I was going to say. We were talking about last week, I was saying, like, hey, you know, I can't get into the Batman animated series because it was on at 12 midnight before Dragon Ball Z was. So I put the tape in for Dragon Ball Z, and it was something I saw a little bit of that, of the Batman the animated series, and then I think it was up one night. It's like, fine, let's watch it live this way as far as it was happening. I saw Batman the animated series, I'm like, this really, I liked kind of the tone it had, I liked the atmosphere it created. I really got into it, and it's one of those things that, in that way, they kind of are, for me, they're kind of intertwined, Dragon Ball Z and that, and even also the idea of the announcing of the Dragon Ball Z was up next, when actually you had Keith David, we mentioned him a couple times as far as, like him as the Arbiter in Halo and things like that. The idea that, hey, he was announcing the idea of, you know, like, coming up as far as, like, finding the Dragon Ball, saying, I'm trying to rise your power level on Dragon Ball Z, next on Cartoon Network. So I was like, okay, that was kind of interesting to kind of think about that. And it's also with Kevin Conroy, of course, fine, he's in games, don't worry, we got games he's in. And fine, should also be doing the Kevin Conroy voice when it comes to this. But of course, we have the Arkham games he was in of, Keith David did that. Yeah, I'll see if I can't find something, because I know there are cases where, for some of the show announcements for channels, they would use famous people involved. If I can find that, I remember that, because you can, I mean, with Keith David's voice, it's very distinct, like Kevin Conroy's was, actually, and like George Newbern's mentioned, too. It's one of those things when you hear that kind of voice, or like when you, fine, I know this one, when he did the commercials for the Navy saying, accelerate your life in the Navy. So like, you kind of get that sense like, okay, that's what that is, but I'll see if I can't track that down, or this might be a long shot, I'll see. I might have, I'll have to look into this. I might have one of my old VHS tapes from the late 90s that has a taping of Dragon Ball Z where he does the, if I can find that and edit it in, I will. But if I can't, I'll try and see if I can find something to indicate that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was him. And fine, actually, the other case as far as what he was in, he was also in Saints Row 4 as far as Keith David was concerned. Yeah, he was Goliath in Gargoyles. He was also Spawn. Yes, he was Spawn. And also Chaos from just the first two Dissidia games. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Keith David's done as well. And fine, in that case, yeah, because I mentioned as far as the producer of this, he also produced the Spawn game, which was on the Super Nintendo. I guess as far as the voice acting of Spawn, because it was in the games, oh, for Soul Calibur 2 and also for Spawn Armageddon, it was Kevin Michael Richardson, but I think I looked this up as far as something on an audio check we did last week before we did our show. I don't know if he was Spawn in any of the games. I know there's also Spawn in the Demon's Hand, which was on Dreamcast, but I don't remember. That was a Capcom game. It was an arcade port. I don't know if he was in that. It was the Arbiter in Halo 2. I do know that. And he also was one of the villains in Teen Titans. And there's a game based on Teen Titans. There's that. It's on PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. I'll probably play it on the GameCube or the PS2. It's like $200 on the Xbox. Shockingly expensive on the Xbox, you would think. Is it really? But it is. Yeah, you're right. Because, yeah, that's a great case of it. And, yeah, we can have that celebration as far as that. And also, as mentioned with Kevin Conroy. As far as Kevin Conroy, it's the Arkham games that, Rocksteady made. He is in, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Okay, he was Spawn in the PS2 Spawn game. Was it Armageddon? I got lost. I'm trying to remember if it was him or Kevin Michael Richardson. Maybe it was him in... No, maybe it wasn't. Maybe IMDb was wrong about that. Okay, he was in one of them, you're right. And Armageddon was the one on the PS2. Then maybe it was that. So maybe I'm wrong about that. Because as far as it. So, fair enough to that. Like, yeah, we can definitely get our Keith David aspect and get everybody's aspect as far as the voice performances for that. For sure. And yeah, we should definitely do something more with Spawn aside from Soul Calibur 2. As far as it. But also, I've heard semi-interesting things about Spawn Armageddon. I don't know if you ever played it, which was on PS2 and was also on GameCube and Xbox. I never played it, and fine, fitting, I guess, because okay, shit, alright, I tried to do the kick into him, and got not, oh yeah, the Angry Video Game Nerd episode said it was him. Yeah, you're right, because, and when I saw the episode, I remember that, and I'll have a link of the episode in there, they showed the voice he had, they showed the voice on there, like, yeah, that was him, he's in it. So I guess IMDb must be wrong, or I was looking at something wrong, feasibly, so fine. That's also our aspect of getting Keith David as far as Spawn, because he was also Spawn in the animated series that HBO had, going back to the 90s as well. And I think I said off screen to this as far as Blood Space Moon that way. I said, like, he was also the father of the girl that Ben Stiller's trying to take out in There's Something About Mary before he had, as Roger Ebert put it, the most embarrassing injury that a man could ever have. Even just his way he's understated, saying like, I got it stuck. He says, you got what stuck? Like, it. It's like, oh, it. It's like, oh, so that idea, like, how he could kind of play that. I mean, I even saw him in, I saw his movie Night School. It came out a couple years ago. It's a kind of awful movie. It had, Tiffany Haddish and, Kevin Hart in it. He had a supporting role as, I think, Kevin Hart's father in it. He's not in the movie much. I was like, I liked seeing him. Like, oh my god, he's in this movie, but it's like, he's not very good. And it's like, okay, that's disappointing. It's like, hey, you know, when you have somebody who's interesting as far as that idea, and also as mentioned last week, the idea that, hey, you have something. In fact, here's the episode for you. Thank you. Appreciate that, ElecVerse, for sure, for providing that. Because, yeah, you're giving content to the link list, and I appreciate that from you and everybody else in chat as far as when we get that element going. So thank you so much. Let's go on the link list. So when I edit, it'll be down there. We'll have that aspect going. Because, yeah, a lot of good stuff as far as that. And we'll definitely figure stuff as far as going with stuff that Keith David's in. We'll get to Halo 2. Of course, he'll be in that. And Halo 3. And also with Kevin Conroy, the Batman stuff. There is also, as I mentioned, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which is his last game performance, specifically. They're doing an offline mode that eventually, when they do it, feasibly that's going to be when it's on table. People say they don't like what they do with him in that, but that's that idea. And honestly, that's the only modern episode, by the way, of the Young Video Game Nerd that I will really like. Well, it is a good one, so good choice, no question. So definitely I will have a link for that, for sure. And I think we did beat Superman. Okay, so that was a real Justice League member, more than any of the others were. Something happened to the real heroes. So yeah, fine, doing the Kevin Conroy thing, but I can't replace him. I'm not trying to, for sure. I can only hope the same thing hasn't happened to the rest of the Justice League. Yeah, people are hating on the Suicide Squad game, so I've heard. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, let's talk about that. It is by Rocksteady, the people who made Batman Arkham Asylum and City and Night, and also made Gotham Knights was the other game they made. Yeah, let's talk about that. Have you played it? I haven't played it yet. It's what has been known in the industry, a live service game, and I don't know if I'm actually the right arbiter to explain the idea of what that is, but from what I understand, the idea of like a live service game is the idea that it's an online game that has like a cooperative mode. I mentioned Overwatch, which is a Blizzard game, so fitting this comes up, and Fortnite as well, which is not Blizzard's case that way. It's something that's kind of a focus on an online as far as that, and the idea that, hey, it's kind of having aspects, I guess, of microtransactions of things, and also telling a story, but it's online specifically only. Also, I saw the gameplay trailer that destroyed any out by ad for it. Yeah, I mean, because it was a rough one. That game was in development for a while, and they even delayed it by over a year before it came out 2 months ago. Specifically on the back of people's like, hey, you know, this is an online-only game, so is this going to end up like the Avengers game that Crystal Dynamics made, which is that, hey, it goes offline after a while, and then you're out of the lurch. And they announced, hey, before it came out, after Kevin Conroy passed away, they said, this is going to be his last performance as Batman in the games. There's some animated enterprises, I believe, that he's still going to be voicing. They've not yet released, from what I remember hearing. As I mentioned, I think people said, like, hey, they don't like what happens as far as Batman, or what happens with, you know, what was it? I guess Kevin Conroy by extension, because his last look at Batman. And fine, the game is called Kill the Justice League, so fair enough that we're talking about it when it comes to this. Honestly, looking at what it was, I didn't play Gotham Knights either, but from what I saw of this game, along with the online aspect, which they said, by the way, we were going to patch it later to have an offline mode for the story. They have not yet. They're doing the next season. I think they announced that this week. They said it's coming soon, and I know when it came out, there's cases when it had its online where it's like, hey, you know, the online didn't work right away. Or it's like the Star Wars Battlefront collection I mentioned last week. Like, that had problems with it too. Although that's still an offline play. So, like, hey, it was not in place of itself. And fine, going to Blizzard, that was how Diablo 3 was when it first came out on the PC. It was unplayable for, like, 3 weeks. But that idea of, like, hey, I guess a cooperative thing for it being an online thing, but I guess, especially with Rocksteady's, you know, knowledge that way, the fact that they were going to make it, the thought that, hey, you know, what are they going to do as far as something, because they had the open world game with Batman, or two of them, with Batman Arkham City and Arkham Knight. Arkham Origins was, Arkham Origins was, It was Warner Brothers themselves, I think, who made that one. Yeah, I heard Gotham Knights wasn't that much better. Yeah, I didn't play that one either. That's kind of connected to Batman, I think, as well. It also kind of is like... Fine, I'll tell you also a game that kind of... Seeing both of these online things going, it's a game that... I'll say this, I was thinking for the case of... Because, fine, I said, like, hey, what are we doing as far as running other DC games? I'm thinking on that delisted Xbox Live Showcase thing we're doing. Apparently I had to unlock basic moves that the Arkham games had. So, okay, that's weird. And there was another case where it's online. It's like, hey, you know, I guess... Thinking how good Arkham City and Asylum and Night are in terms of how the controls are, some of those moves, the idea of like the dodge mechanics on that, the fighting controls in those games, they're awesome. So the idea, the thought that not being able to have those feasibly as you go is like, that seems weirdly backwards in the case like, what's going on as far as Rocksteady, or would they say, is it the Warner Brothers interactive thing as far as it, because actually that was what happened when it came to the ports of the Arkham games, because they came on the Switch recently. Especially Arkham Knight, I hear it's a disaster. When it came out, I was like, this thing is totally busted. Fine. Arkham Knight itself was busted on the PC when it came out to the point where they recalled the game and didn't sell it for like 3 months. But that Switch version, from what I understand, it had a lot of big problems with itself. So I don't know, like the Warner Brothers thing, or Rocksteady thing, or what. Fine, I guess with Gotham Knights and Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League, that might be a bit of both. I don't know. But that does seem kind of weird and backwards, especially if you're going to have a case of, you know, I guess they probably do it because, like, hey, you know, you're going to cooperate with players, but the thought, like, I don't really know how that game plays or how Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League plays either. So that does seem like a weird backwards case, even if you're running an online game like that. You're like, hey, you know, the way that combat works, that's great. You can just build upon that, and feasibly they did, or fine, they definitely did, with the Arkham games that came out later. But fine, I was going to say also as far as the online thing, we had, fine, one game I was thinking about for the delisted showcase. I'm not going to do it because honestly it's online only. In that case, that's kind of no point as far as what it is. I don't know if you ever played this. It's called Gotham City Imposters. It's on PS3 and it's on 360. It was online specific as well. Strange, honestly, as far as what it was. There is another thing DC I found that I'm going to toss in for that, which might be a giveaway of what it is, but I will keep it mum until we get to that point. It won't be that one, but that's another one that's kind of online for it. It also didn't help the fact they canceled the PS4 and Xbox One versions of, I guess that was of what? Of Gotham Knights, of Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, both. Fine, I guess the reason they probably did that is because they were going to the next generation of systems, but then the case of, well, fine, I don't know, maybe they saw what happened with Cyberpunk 2077, where they moved it. Oh, Gotham Knights. Yeah, you're right. Okay, yeah, they did pull that from the consoles. They got the case that, hey, see if they could run it that way going on the new systems, but then also the case that, fine, maybe not everybody has the new systems yet. I mean, they're easy to get now, feasibly that way, but hey, a cost reason. So if you have PS4, feasibly just keep going, like, hey, it's still feasibly something. And I guess, because they started dev for it, it's not like, hey, they built it from the ground up from those other consoles. Fine, they did, though, be one thing. And actually, it's interesting because for a while, until I got Series X and eventually PS5, there's also a case that I was in a weird case too, because fine, I didn't have PS5 till semi-recently, and then afterwards, it was something that, or fine, before that, it was like, there's a lot of the stuff that's on last gen, but was never last gen on the Xbox system, which is weird. It's like, yeah, PS4 and PS5 for One Piece Odyssey, not on Xbox One. It was like, okay, that was bizarre. And I'm still pissed about it as far as Gotham Knights. I guess because you probably want to play it, because you probably like the Arkham games. You love Batman. Sure, like, you want an element of Batman. You probably want to see how that's going to go. And feasibly, honestly, from what I've seen of it running on PS5 and Series S and X and PC, I don't think it's necessarily something that the PS4 couldn't necessarily handle it. At least I don't think so. I mean, honestly, I don't even know if it's as open a game as Cyberpunk 2077 was, which was on PS4 and Xbox One at the time, and when it came out, it was like, fine, that was a buggy mess when it came out, more than feasibly even the two games we're talking about here, to a certain degree, the point where Sony said, we're taking this off our storefront on PS4, we can't sell this, thing's totally busted. So, fine, in that case, like, fine, open world thing, maybe biting off too much so they could chew, and fine, that's maybe the idea when it comes to sometimes the CD Projekt Red stuff, which would do that, but then the case of, fine, for something like this, it looked like it could run on that console, but then, like, fine, pull it up, probably because, like, hey, you know, have a push to the next system, but, like, fine, they already talked about it. Fine, it's like, fine, we'll go the Warner Brothers thing this way, because remember, Mortal Kombat 1 last year, it was not a previous gen version, except on the Switch. On the Switch, they did do a last gen version. It was on the new systems, PS5, Xbox Series S and X, and PC, and then Switch. It was not on Xbox One or PS4. And then you saw how it was a mess on the Switch. And they like, yeah, they didn't do it on the PS4 and Xbox One. Could have handled it better, but on Switch, where they had to rebuild it anyway, it's like the Crusader 64 mentioned on the show is like, I played Mortal Kombat 11 on the Switch. It's a mess as far as it's. I have it on PS4 and run on PS5 as well now. I was like, hey, it's way better. But then with Mortal Kombat 1, I said, it's better than that. Like, 11 is great on the Switch comparatively. Yeah, I know I could play it now on Steam Deck, but the idea of having to unlock basic moves from older games is what soured me on buying it, and it's a red flag. No, I get that. Right, fine. If they were talking about, you know, I guess the idea of Justice League Task Force with this in the sense of, fine, what's going to be what gets you to buy a game or not. Sometimes it's a gameplay thing. I thought, like, hey, wait a second. If this is running feasibly, I don't know. Is that running on the engine, do we know, of the Arkham games? I mean, it's similar because it's tied to it, because of the name as far as the Gotham thing. There's aspects as far as Batman connected as far as the Enterprise. Maybe not Batman himself. I don't know if Batman himself is actually in that game. But the thought that, hey, when you know something like that, like, wait a second, what is that about? And then think, like, I don't know if I want to put my money to that specifically. I guess same with Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League. A lot of people I knew, I was curious, like, hey, it's the guys who made the Arkham games. Like, that's cool. But I hadn't played Gotham Knights specifically. Like, people's like, Gotham Knights wasn't that hot. It's like, oh, they're online requiring it only, and they're feasibly locking Kevin Conroy's final performance behind that. Like, hey, if the servers go off, that's gone. You're going to lose his performance. It's like, they're not going to do that, are they? They delayed the game by a year, and then they said, okay, fine, we're not going to do that, but we're not doing it yet, and they haven't done it yet. I guess they're still going to do it. Oh, the game didn't sell that well, and then Warner Brothers came out and said, by the way, it doesn't matter this game didn't sell well, we're going full as far as games like this, like Gotham Knights and Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League, as far as the kind of games they are. Not just like, hey, you know, they're going to have necessarily them be bad games, or, fine, was the intention, probably not the intention for it to be a game that people weren't going to like, maybe, but then in case of, fine, they're going to do live service games, people like, I know people, Edwack said, like, I don't want to buy this, now they're saying it's going to be an online-only case. I was like, I was more concerned that they're locking that performance of Conroy's behind it. But then you're saying, like, hey, with Gotham Knights, what they're doing with gameplay-wise, like, why take the gameplay aspect out of that and shit? Despera's kicking my ass. But that's fine. Like, yeah, I just got to start going as far as stuff with the moves on Batman. So fine, we'll take a look as far as the moves on Batman, which mostly are kind of, it's the quarter circle and half circle stuff. So as long as I just do that, and fine. In his case with Despero, the case of Despero that makes him a little tough. Fine, he ran into my batarang at least. He has the fireballs. He doesn't have many moves, admittedly, but I tumbled into him and got myself grabbed. Fine, I'll tell you how I'm playing this. I'm playing this, I guess, like I play other fighting games when I don't know the moves. I just feasibly do a button mash or feasibly do a case like, fine, I know what the powerful kicks and punches are. Use those. That's the Brutal Pause of Fury method, which is in that game, as I get fireballed in the face again. Depending on the character, the heavy punch kills him in 3 hits. Ivan the Bear, in particular, in that game, the fierce punch, it's three hits and you kill anything, including the final boss. And, yeah, the Dalai Lama is cheap as hell in that game as far as the final boss. Its final bosses tend to be, actually, this is not as cheap a final boss as far as any of the final bosses in this game, as far as the main people, including Darkseid. So in that case, it's a better case than that, I would say. So, yeah, that's the thought of it. But yeah, 3 punches and yeah, even the Dalai Lama's going down. And they have a stun animation when you get him down to low health, and after the second punch, it always goes in that stun animation. So it's like, yeah, as long as you get 2 of those fierce punches on, you're gonna win. So, in this case, it's fine. That's not happening with this one, but fine. I'm in a corner. And I'm getting stunned. Ow. And I think you can sort of hit buttons to get out of the stun. It's not like Street Fighter where you're necessarily locked into, I guess, what was it? Locked into being hit exactly. But it's sometimes tough to tell that. Fine. All right. Fine. Batman. I'm easily embarrassing Batman here. Fine. Yeah. Let's batarang this dude. I mean, he's not that hard. Honestly, I'm having more trouble running with Batman than I am with everybody else. But fine. I'm like, okay. Actually, in terms of how Despero kind of is, he's kind of like... I'll tell you what it reminds me of as far as this talking about other fighting. Shao Kahn in Mortal Kombat 3 in particular. Which had not come out yet, by the way, at the time. Well, at least not on consoles, it didn't. As this game did, because he has the fireballs, he has that, like, charging uppercut thing that he's doing. The only thing he doesn't do is he doesn't tell you, like, don't make me laugh, or you suck. Yeah, that doesn't happen with Despero. Despero's like, fine, I'm just gonna beat him. Or gonna beat down Batman. And Despero's not even a Batman villain, but either way, it's fine. Like, fine. Batman's not carrying at this point. It's like, fine. Just keep going and punch him. Fine. Darkseid's our target, although Darkseid's also more of a Superman thing. I mean, here's enough. I guess that's the idea. Like, as far as the villains of characters, it's Superman and Wonder Woman, who are the only two who are represented in this game, which is with Cheetah for Wonder Woman, and then Despero and fine, sort of Despero, I guess, with Superman, and definitely Darkseid with Superman. But finally, we got him. Thank God. Yeah, nothing with Darkseid's pawn, and you embarrassed me for the last time. Where is he? So, like, I want to have bears and rabbits. Fine, that's the Christian Bale Batman. It's like, yeah, I'm looking for Darkseid. Where is he? Alright, so yeah, fine, he's over here, he's over there, but you have to go fight Cheetah first. Okay, fine, no problem. Okay, finally got him, but hey, that's what it's fitting that way as far as getting it. It's like, yeah, the struggle, but also the case that, fine, we can go on all these other stuff, and I'm glad you're giving the input as far as Gotham Knights and, fine, sort of with the Suicide Squad game a little bit, just to get a sense of, like, what that's looking like a little bit. I guess also a question on the Wonder Woman game, because there's like, is that actually coming out? Fine, okay, with Cheetah, she has the roll, as I mentioned, but she also has, okay, there we go, that's one of his other moves. He does that twirl, kick, and then he kicks forward. It does have a little bit of a wind-up, because it's basically you're doing the, okay, right, you're, fine, like the Cheetah would be, yeah, fine, I'm just gonna pick her up and headbutt her. That way. It's just a dashing head, which, yeah, if you jump into that, that's not good. She does do that a lot. Okay, fine. I hit her that way, and then she clawed me, but I bataranged her that way. But yeah, I'm getting rolled into. Okay, fine. I said the killer interesting thing, but I guess feasibly, maybe not dissimilar to Melina from Mortal Kombat in the sense that she has the roll. But fine. Not throwing the knives at me or the size as it is with her. Fine, she has like the uppercut, so she has like the Shoryuken out of Street Fighter a little bit. And the good news also is that way, is like, if you're not good with or liking the element as far as Street Fighter with, okay, fine, with that combination, the Shoryuken combination, which is like the zigzag. You basically hit forward, down, and then down, forward, the diagonal, and then hit the punch button. This game doesn't have a combination like that. That's always a hard combination to pull off, and I always have respect for people who are really, really good at doing that. You just see like, how people are able to do that with a joystick. It's one of those things like, yeah, like, I wish I could do that, but it's also the case that, fine, I'm not going to necessarily be losing sleep with the fact that, like, hey, that's not my game skill as far as that. There's other stuff I could do for that. Fine, I'm feasibly, I guess, okay, I don't know if I'm better at playing this game without it as far as it than I am playing those other games that have it. Well, fine, maybe I am because I played those more than I played this, but that being said, it's something that, fine, I guess maybe I'm easily having a decent amount of success, but fine, maybe we'll see what's going on. Hopefully I can beat Cheetah. Yeah, also, yeah, fine. You're also seeing a little bit of the struggle here, which is that, fine, there's that kick I was trying to do. Fine, I was too low on health. But fine, the struggle is like, hey, it looks like, hey, I'm liking a movement, and then I'm like just doing a punch. Like, fine, I'm trying to put in the combination for the combos and not succeeding. Or I should just say, like, yeah, I just need to do that half circle back and the kick button. Because that's kind of a teleport punch. Or fine, teleport hook thing. Now, also, that Cheetah's not too bad as far as how it is, so it's not really too much of a thing. I mean, as I said, if you're willing to put up with how the stuff with the special moves go, this game's okay. But would I recommend it over Street Fighter 2 or Mortal Kombat on this console? Probably not. I mean, and I know, like, first you don't like Street Fighter as far as how the controls are, so, like, look, I get that too. But even then, well... Actually, I don't know. Okay, I'll answer this like first this way. Like, knowing that about you as far as what you said on past shows, like, I don't know if for that reason you like this game. I mean, honestly, since you are more as far as, like, the Mortal Kombat thing, I think, if that's right. Fine, you mentioned Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe, fine, that might be more your speed that way. And honestly, fine, I guess also imagine the idea of Street Fighter with those, some of those combinations, except for the Shoryuken one that I mentioned. But you kind of have to, though, as I mentioned, the manual says this, roll your thumb, kind of, so it seems like, at least with Street Fighter, it's kind of not too bad to pull off the Hadokens as far as, like, the fireballs. Or fine, it's the same motion feasibly as doing the battering in this game, but if you don't have the D-pad specifically, specific as far as how you do that, sometimes you can miss. So sometimes the way I do it, sometimes, like, I'll try and see if I can't just do a pause and say, like, can I just stop and basically hold down on D-pad? You can kind of cook it away. So that's cool. So instead of saying, you know, by the way, I'm just gonna, you have to do it in one motion, you can hold down, and then as long as you do the motion with your thumb going from that afterwards, you're gonna be golden and you can do it. In some ways, that's easier to do it for that very reason. Like that. Whether I'm gonna be able to beat her not doing this, I don't know. Oh! Okay, yeah, first I was like, wait, did I win? No. But that's fine, we're almost done as far as this, and then I'll go with the other characters, we'll show off the other stuff, and that'll be that. I mean, this is not going to be that long a show, honestly, compared to some of the other stuff we've got. Although, I guess... Okay, I'm also trying to think, is it going to be as long as next week's show? Because next week's show is feasibly going to be 4 hours before the edit. The edit's going to be like 6.5. For reasons I'll get into when we get to the schedule at the end of the program. Ow. And we are going way early, I will say that specifically. It was 1 p.m. next week because of the Lunar finale. I promise we're doing that. I can guarantee that now for reasons... Fine, because I got this... Fine, I'll say that part because I said it last week. I got the disc 2. I'm playing the whole game, the rest of the game, with the file that Protorova had copied over to my PlayStation memory card. So far, everything's working. I'm going through the whole damn game, though. Just because I want to get a sense of that there's going to be a case that we can actually finish that game, because it's been almost a year, as it's been. And also because, hey, I want to make sure that everything's set. Also, I want to check the volume levels, because as I mentioned, we played that. Or actually, it was, Unused Protagonist mentioned this on part 2, and we did that. He said... what was it? He was saying that this game, the volume levels go like crazy, not always consistent based on area. Okay, got her. Right at the bell. Awesome. So right on 0, I got her. Perfect. For round 1. So fine, I gotta beat her once more. But yeah, they were saying that, and they're like, okay, yeah, good point. And since I do have this now feasibly to do testing, because fine, every other part I don't, because I don't have it on PlayStation. But in this case, like, fine, I got this disc 2, it works great, it has different artwork from the one Protorova has, so in that case, it'll never be in a confusion case of saying, by the way, which is the working disc 2. It's like, no, it's the one that has Vane and Nash on the cover. And I'll show that as far as a picture for next week's show. I'll say that specific. And I'll also be able to specifically state where we're doing mic mutes on stuff for that part. So in that case, we'll be all set. And so far, everything's working without a hitch. YK finally told me the story. Fine, I knew it because I played through it on PSP, but in this case, I know the story now. Alright, so fine, Cheetah, you're done. Finally, got her. Though I fought Despero for way longer than I fought her. But either way, we're good. You're not who I want, Cheetah. Darkseid is the real threat. Tell me where he is. Actually, as far as Cheetah, I don't really have much of a frame reference to her outside of what I know of her being in Wonder Woman 1984, and I haven't seen the movie yet. Alright, Darkseid, let's do this. Well, fine. We fight ourselves, and then we do it. Okay. So yeah, everybody's gonna have their fun as far as this, and fine, like, the Batman clothes. Like, fine, you're not the real Batman. I know there's a Spider-Man thing as far as, like, no you. It's like, you know, it's that, not that, but, fine. We're doing this Batman as well. Oh, fine. Fortunately, I did the dive in, because I do love that. I like that, honestly, where you can basically double tap and go backwards. It's kind of a little bit precursor to the dodge mechanic of something like Smash Brothers, a little. Sorta. And you can kind of get out of a situation on this, and I think in one of my test audio checks, I had it where, I think Aquaman was able to get out of the way of the lasso of Wonder Woman doing that, I think. Who won? Okay, he did. It was a fair question to ask, like, wait, did I win? I don't know. Fine, we could have ran like we had earlier, where I got the double KO. I'm so happy I got that on tape. I really am. I said, so, and also it's worth pointing out when you do have the alternate color costumes, he has a purple batarang as opposed to the blue one when you're playing as his normal outfit. So it does change things up a bit, so you're not going to be in a confusing case like, ooh, which Batman are you? Ow. Yeah, so yeah, throw him off. Oh no. Alright, come on. Just keep going. Oh. Okay, oh, alright, fine. Okay, so I did show it. Oh, fine, I got knocked out or killed, but fine, I did show it. Fine, when you do the dodge, I guess it does avoid projectiles. Okay, fine. Sorry, there you go. I don't have to edit anything. So in that case, yeah, you can time it and avoid that. So there is a dodge mechanic, so that's kind of interesting. Like, hey, I don't think Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter even necessarily had something like that. It's basically just, yeah, just fight people. Like, fair enough. So, yeah, not a bad idea. So, yeah, I'll give credit where credit's due, and fine. I guess that's the thought as well, which is like, hey, you know, I'll definitely give the credit where credit's due, because sometimes the case, like, look, it's easy for me to say, like, hey, they could do a game better, but it's like, fine. I've never developed a video game myself. Even with my background, as far as my education, I haven't done that. But that idea of, fine, I guess understanding, like, what's that struggle, and the idea, like, where's the passion come from, you know? When does it have that way, or when does it feel like, oh no, they're jerking your chain around or something like that? Like, I guess, like you mentioned with Gotham Knights, like, yeah, the stuff with the unlock moves, I did not know that, so thank you for providing that just for informational elements. Like, yeah, that seems weird. If you already didn't like this game very much anyway, so it's like, that's adding more on top of it, feasibly. Alright, so yeah, I'll destroy it with my own hands. Yeah, not if I have anything to say about it. Alright, let's get going. And also show when we get to the versus mode and also to the battle mode. Since you can play as the boss characters, I'll show how they play. And they do indicate also in the manual for it what their moves are. Fine, that's a good thing as well, I'll say that. If you have the instruction manual, you can see the moves for all the characters, and they do list them all. Not that there's many, but they do list all of them, so it's not a case of like, hey, you're not going to be able to know what to do. In this day and age, you can just go online and find the PDF of it pretty easily. Okay, fine. I'm glad it was in that case. Like, he tossed me against the side, and then he dashed his arm to me. Fine, he dashed his arm to me in the end. Okay, so, yeah, let's, yeah, gotta buckle down a little more, but not too bad. I mean, as I said, it's going. Ah. Actually, it's interesting, because when I first played this game, I started playing as Batman. I'll say that as far as, like, what you're saying. That is, like, is Batman my favorite character? Yeah, I guess so. Honestly, as far as me having experience with him and liking some of the stuff he's at. And yeah, that grab of Darkseid does take a long time to you to get out of. And you have to sit there and wait as he punches you in the face. But yeah, in that case, I thought I was feasibly decent with Batman. I was like, fine, maybe I'm not. Maybe, fine, he's the one I've been getting the most cases of getting myself killed with. Yeah, sorry, Batman. Yeah, but we'll get him, don't worry. Yeah, thank God, I guess this isn't like the Genesis version where you only have 3 continues. Like, yeah. Especially if a game is like this and you can't beat it and you have a limited continue case, yeah. And there's no Game Genie codes for that, or in-game codes for it. Actually, I don't think there are in-game codes for it on Genesis, I should say. Kind of like this one. I mean, there's only one, and it's basically just bringing the options screen up, but it doesn't let you change difficulty whilst you do that, or when you do that, I should say. So, it's basically just, yeah, do you want to turn off the timer, or do you want to change your button layout if, like, hey, you want to have the buttons laid out differently? Which might be fun. Fine, okay, I sort of got a combo, but it's not a case where this game had a combo system, I don't think. Yeah, can we get... Okay, crap, no. Either he was going to knee me, or I was going to hit him, or I was going to double KO him again. I mean, that also feasibly, I'll say this, I gotta think of like an idea for the compilation show for the end of the year as far as like what are the clips they're gonna cut out for things. Would that be one? Some of the craziest stuff that's happened, some of the most hilarious stuff. Fine, there's that. I was kind of toying with that one. Chad, if you have any ideas or suggestions, like what would you want a compilation video, the one we put on the YouTube site to be? It was the game feats last year, but if you want something else as far as that specifically, like, hey, all these experiences, like funniest things, interesting happenings like this, where we had the double KO, the best of the best chat on Twitch. I'm going to do that eventually as far as best cases where chat said something and we went into discussions on that. I've got a lot of material, I think, for that to kind of go into that. Yeah, I'll get to the bunch of those eventually as far as that out. But any ideas you got for what you want for the end of this year, and also what game you want me to have music over for the intro of it when I put it up. Yeah, feel free, because I did do it with Landstalker from Genesis last year. Alright, so yeah, Darkseid's getting me, but... Alright, so fine, I'm gonna have to buckle down and take care of him. And also, yeah, remember to continue. Not that I'll get into a case of like, hey, I won't be able to continue unless I just keep hitting the face buttons. Alright, so hopefully this will be the case where I can... Oh, alright, fine. He did hit my batarang, despite what it might have looked like, but he also hit me. Fine, okay. The other way I guess I'm playing, which probably on him is not a good idea, which is that... And it definitely was a good idea on Cheetah. Actually, you know what? It's not a good idea on any of these characters because they have an attack where they'll launch forward like that. So fine, I did kick him sort of, but fine, I went down as well. I also gotta think about... Maybe I should just do stuff with a glide kick. I'm looking as far as what the moves are again, so let's see. Okay, there we go. Actually, it's probably the best, because then if I can fake him out into doing that, okay, fine. Also, I'll say this one thing as far as the aspect of difficulty of this game. It's not necessarily one of those games where if you do the same move over and over again, they'll always fall prey to it, at least. But fine, since I am doing chip damage on him, on the block, because as is usually the case, the block does not protect against all damage, it just protects against a good amount of damage. You can still sort of take advantage of that. Okay, fine. In that case, yeah, as long as I get him with the hook thing when he's doing an attack animation, he doesn't have time to block or get his guard up somehow or get out of the way. Yeah, you'd be golden. There you go. Alright, so that's the one, but yeah, with the best three, can we do it again? I think so. We'll do it eventually. And this is not even the hardest difficulty. And I gotta show the hardest difficulty just because, like, yeah, how hard is this game? Even on medium, it's fucking nuts. But, for this, I'll show it. Well, in that case, you got out of the way, which is fine, but... He's dodging out of the way, but hey, at least I was kind of dodging, too. Alright, there you go. Perfect. Alright, come on. Yeah, because if I can get into flashing territory like I am, that would be good, but I don't think I'm winning. Alright, yeah, it was close, but alas, no. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing also, is like, I've never been in a case, just in case I haven't made it clear enough, I think I have, though, that I mind necessarily losing as far as a game, especially one like this where, fine, I've practiced for it, but it's also a case that I'm not very good at it. I'm not gonna lie. Look, there's certain games that we're gonna be better at than others. This is definitely one of those. But it's also the case that I always wanted to learn as far as how things are working, and that I did do. At first, like, yeah, fine, hit me with the lasers, and I can at least get into a case where I'll, you know, reflect them with a batarang. Actually, yeah, even the fierce punches and kicks are not... Oh, fine, they're doing a good amount of damage. Not horrible damage, but yeah. Okay, good. This is gonna be close. Oh, no. It's always one of the things that, yeah, when you get really, really close, and like, yeah, and then you just miss. Fine, we had that happen a couple of times last week when we came to Soul Cup. Even the first battle that Protorova and I had, where, like, he was basically ready to get a perfect, and then I basically won and tore his health apart completely where I had one hit left. And I wasn't even paying attention to the life bars. Like, I was like, uh-oh, gotta keep going, but I didn't even look at the top of the screen. It's like, oh, by the way, I'm gonna die in one more shot. So, sometimes that can go, fine. I'm resigned that this is not gonna go, so... Yeah, sorry if you get a sense I'm showing Batman off in a bad light as far as him getting his ass kicked, like, first. I'm not intending that specifically. But, alright, fine, let's... Yeah, enough's enough. I gotta do this. This is supposed to be its easiest difficulty, and I didn't change the difficulty from down. So... I don't know, maybe the thought is as far as how his attacks are concerned. So fine, let's do fine, I found sort of what's working. At least as far as running Batman, which is do the quarter circle back and the kick button. And then the half circle back and the kick button to do that teleport. Okay, he is the final boss, so fair enough as far as the idea of what that is. I just have to not jump towards him. That's the problem. Like, fine, I'm jumping towards him when I shouldn't. I mean, punish for mistakes. That's what's really happening. Although he does have that grab where he grabs you and knocks you on his knees. Like, yeah, that's a Bane thing to do. That's not a Darkseid thing to do as far as Batman's concerned. Ah, crap. Me and Batman, the way his face looks, it almost looks... I mean, fine, I'm getting a little bit of a case when Batman's getting hit. He looks a little like, ugh, as far as it, which is interesting, but yeah, he doesn't have a face. He almost looks like... I'm getting a little bit of a vibe like the Crimson Chin from The Fairly OddParents, who's voiced by Jay Leno in the show, as far as how it was, which is a great attention to detail, and a great touch that way. It was like, yeah, maybe looking a little goofier, so I get that idea of, like, what that's like. But yeah, we gotta beat Darkseid, because I'm doing this with every character. That's, the idea. That's how I get a 4-something hour show out of, this game. That and showing off the battle mode. And actually, when I get to battle mode, just to go into that, I will show that off with one character. You know, I'll have the Redemption of Batman. I'll try and have Batman going on that. No! Keeps grabbing me. I mean, I'll say this, it's not necessarily, even though I'm losing, I don't, as far as this boss, I don't know if I necessarily say Darkseid is cheap. Alright, because he doesn't have a whole lot of attacks, just the case that, yeah, he can hit semi-hard, but I don't know if it's a case like it's more hard the way he hits you, or if you do less damage. I don't think it is. So I guess in that way, the balance of this game is kind of fine, honestly. It's not like, and not even, I don't know, I mean, in that way, I probably would say this is probably a better game than something like Brutal Paws of Fury for that very reason. Just the idea that, hey, you know, there is a clear lack of balance in that game. It's like, Ivan the Bear, 3 punches, you die. Other characters is not like that. But you can also spam moves that way, and that can make things harder. I would just say, yeah, stay back a little bit, but, yeah, it didn't work either. Alright, so, yeah. Yeah, keep getting on your feet. Actually, no, fine, let me just show the code, because ElecVerse, I don't know if you saw this. Yeah, if you hold, select and LNR when you, get a game over, and then you hit start, and hold it for a few seconds, it comes back here. Oh, wait, I am on the second difficulty. No wonder. Okay. So, fine, I'm showing... Okay, that's why I'm having so much trouble. Okay. So, fine, I guess I was doing better. I was going through this on that difficulty. Okay, I'm not gonna go for the medium, because I think... Okay, that explains it. It's like, wait a second, what's going on here? I thought I turned it down, so, like, fine. I guess I went through the next highest difficulty without realizing it. So, fine, okay. Makes sense, although even that jump from the easiest difficulty to this one... Fine, this is more fair than the medium, even though I'm getting myself beaten by Darkseid. Okay, so good reason. Okay, fine. Batman's giving it more of a challenge. Fair enough. Fine, if nothing else, you also see the fact that you get the, you know, eventually you'll see the try a higher difficulty thing. Because what happens after you beat the game on one difficulty puts you back to puts you to the next one. I mean, I'm getting close, so it's not like, hey, this is unreasonable. Well, no, this difficulty is not. Whoa, did I get him? I guess I did. Now, come on, Darkseid. Oh, no. Okay, Darkseid definitely did a lot of damage with that grab. And to be fair... Okay, I got him that way. So one more fight. Because, yeah, I know the grabs usually cause a lot of damage. And Street Fighter does this, Mortal Kombat does this as well. And I guess this game does it too. Okay. Alright, last battle. Let's do this. Eh. I easily don't want to lose this again, because, like, well... Man, also, I'm glad I did that code then to find out that, hey, I'm on the higher difficulty. So, okay, fair enough. Come on, Darkseid, you're going down. I want you to go down. Oh, no. That was so close. Fine, I'll take umbrage in this, like, if I can beat him. I'm almost got him. You're seeing I'm inches away. I do get a sense I'm sort of getting better. And, by the way, I can't turn the difficulty down with that code, so it's worth pointing out. You, select the difficulty you're locking into it for the play. Actually, I don't know if it might be faster for me just to finish it and or start the game again for its easiest difficulty, but fine. I've gotten that far. We're not doing that. Because there's one other philosophy we have on Super Bowl Game Saturday, if I've not made this clear either. To a certain extent, we don't give up. Fine, we admit when we're beaten, but also when it comes to something when you're inches away, we don't give up. Or fine, as is often said, as far as on this show, by members of the show itself with one of the games we played, never give up. Trust your instincts. So it's like, yeah, for Batman. This is for Batman, and it's for everybody. And Darkseid's like, yeah, fuck your Batman thing. He's like, no, I'm not taking that either. So, this as well. The thought that, hey, when you're in a case of this... Look, growing up, it's like me, too. I played games where, like, I spent hours and hours and hours trying to beat the final boss or something, and then I do it, and it feels great. Or you feel relief, if nothing else. At best, or fine, at worst, you feel relief, like, oh, thank God, that's over. At best, it also is a case that, fine, I did that. I'm happy I did that. Either, yeah, fine, I in this case, but also any of you out there, feasibly. It's like, hey, there's stuff you've done, like, it doesn't feel good when you get to that point. Eh. Okay, so that's one. Yeah, it always comes down to that third fight. Alright, so fine. It seems like his first attack usually is going to be doing the laser. Not always, but, I mean, it seems like that's the constant. I caught him the grab. So, okay, I guess this is also going to be your guide. Like, yeah, with Batman, use the, core circle back and the kick button to do the kick thing. And then, take advantage of grab when you're close enough. Alright, time to die, Darkseid. Got him. There we go. That felt good. Okay, so fine, I didn't show disrespect to Batman, because A, I beat this, and B, I beat it on the difficulty that was higher after the easiest. Yeah, you'll pay for what you did to that missile base. Okay, good job. Thank God we did it. Okay, so it is the same deal as I mentioned. It goes to the try the higher difficulty. If I beat the game on medium next, we get the ending. I'm not going to do that only because... That's what it was on the medium difficulty, but I'll show all the difficulties off once at the end. But what I'm going to do now is we're going to take a look at the characters we have left. I think we only have 2. So fine. Options. Yeah, because it's going to go up by 1. We're going down to 1. Sorry. Okay, fine. I beat it on its second difficulty, so yeah. I'm glad about that. Alright, so Darkseid's at it again. He doesn't learn, does he? That's, I guess, the thought of it. Okay, so as far as who we haven't shown, yeah, we haven't shown Green Arrow, and we haven't shown Aquaman. Let's show Aquaman. Yeah, Aquaman. That is, by the way, Mr. Arthur Curry from Atlantis. He has a lot of water attacks, so in that case, that's going to be the idea. Okay. And we're going to have to find the Justice League. Same deal, so, but just a different character. Yeah, as far as experience with Aquaman... Fine, I know most of them Super Friends, honestly, and Wonder Woman was part of the Super Friends as well, and also the Justice League, and the movie that came out a couple years ago. Fine, the first entry of the movie. There's the new one that came out last year that I heard wasn't that great. But then again, I didn't like the first one. I really didn't like the first one, honestly. I don't know, it just felt completely off to me. Not because I liked, I'm familiar with the franchise that much, but just the case that... Oh, fine, I'll tell you what it felt like to me. It felt like, if Black Panther was not a good movie, they're like, yeah, that was what Aquaman was trying to be. Aquaman felt like Black Panther, but it was like, yeah, Black Panther's way better than that as far as what it was doing. Because basically it's kind of the same thing in the sense that it's, fine, an ancient land with a lot of technology and a lot of powerful kings running it. Having an attack from within, as far as one of the people was like, hey, I want to overthrow this, and then kind of going on a little bit of a trip as far as, you know, trying to avoid that happening and having a big battle as far as it. So it is kind of similar. So, like, fine. I guess, look, if there's, okay, fine. Yeah, so there's one woman reflecting that. Fine, I guess my case, like, fine, I'm comparing it, I guess I compare it like, I compare a lot of things, like, fine. The critic thing as far as that, which is that, hey, you know, we compare things to other things, usually. Whether good, whether bad, whether similar, whether whatever. In that case, fine. Comparing to Black Panther, comparing to Wonder Woman as far as the movie's concerned, saying, like, I got into that more. I like that aspect more for what it was, too. And so the movie's like, yeah, whatever. Which, the movie, by the way, was directed by James Wan, who made the Saw films, or fine, he made the first one, I should say. He's the first Saw, I should say. And he also made, a couple of the Fast and Furious movies. I did not like Saw, the very first one, and I didn't like 2 either. 3's decent, because they at least kind of were honest about what that movie's trying to be. And then with the Fast and Furious movies, I only saw 7, fine, I only saw 4, 7, and 8. 4 I hated, he didn't make 4. 7 I liked, and 8 I was kind of, not massive. And there are games based on that too. Fine, there's games based, hell, there's a game based on Saw, that's on PS3 and 360, which is by Konami. It's like, wait, what, Konami made that? Yes, they did, although it was not Konami who developed it, they just published it. And they made a sequel as well. So yeah, basically it's a survival horror game where there's death traps there, so you have like the gunfire going on and he shoots you and your head is literally blown off. So, yeah, there you go. It is easily on brand as far as the Enterprise for that as well. Fine, I guess everything has a game. That's the other thing as well. Most everything, it seems like, in existence has a game, or if it doesn't have a game, there's some connection we can find somehow, whether it's voice performances, people as far as connection working on it, or something that's heavily inspired by it. Like, yeah. I'm trying to think. What was that? That game, I keep forgetting this. The game that's like the homage to Kiki's Delivery Service. They did a demo it on the PC. I played it recently because I was like, hey, I was curious about this concept. It seemed, fine, from the demo, it's not out yet. It's out later this year. It felt initially a little limiting as far as how it was. I mean, you can kind of get on your broom and go anywhere, but it almost seems like, I don't know, maybe it wasn't exactly what I was expecting, but fine, it is the open world game that's like Kiki's Delivery Service. I'm like, okay, cool concept, but it's almost those cases that, I think the idea is you have to build up your witch skills, because the idea is that you do tasks for people, you actually do have to bring the cargo to them without damaging it. So, if you've ever seen that movie, and the idea that, it's rare that she gets into a case as far as, you know, getting chided for the package not getting there very well. Fine, it's not like she bashes it into things and is like, or it's not like the Ace Ventura Pet Detective thing where she brings it in and the guy says like, sounds broken. Most likely, sir. I bet it was something nice though. That doesn't happen. This is the case, like, fine, the one thing gets, she gets caught in the rain. It's like, sorry if it got a little wet in transit, and fine, the woman who, the girl who gives it to is, totally, you know, a bitch anyway. So it's like, fine. That's that aspect, but fine, everything else, like, fine, even the idea of, like, fine, I'm gonna deliver a package that doesn't have the thing in it that's supposed to, because I'm gonna go in the damn woods and find what it is, and then quickly replace it, because my cat has the, inside connection with the dog of the family. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna be willing to cover for him, I'm not gonna eat him to death. It's like, okay, that works. But I don't know, maybe the case, like, fine, get that broom going up eventually as far as playing that game, just, like, go up in the stratosphere, like, fly anywhere, and just dive bomb stuff down. Or fine, we talked about open world games as far as based on stuff of Enterprises. Fine, like with Batman Arkham City and Arkham Knight. Like, hey, it's Gotham City, open. Go anywhere, do anything. The Spider-Man games. The later Spider-Man games, starting with Spider-Man 2. Yeah, I can't believe that game is 20 years old this year. And the movie is as well. Going in Manhattan, just swing all around. It's great. It's fantastic. And it adds a lot to kind of that feeling of, oh yeah, I'm in this character. I'm in this feel of what this is. As well, we're hitting the road with Flash again. Yeah, I don't know if anyone in the chat, do you know what the road of the Flash is supposed to be? I don't know what the connection is, because fine, with Batman, we're in Arkham City at Wayne Manor, we know that. As far as Superman, we're over there with, at the Daily Planet in Metropolis. We're in Atlantis with Aquaman. And, we're in Seattle with, Green Arrow. And then we're in the Amazon with, Wonder Woman. But with, the Flash, I don't know what it is, or fine. The console war show went this way, it's like, yeah, why is the Flash's... Well, no, wait. The Flash's level in the Sega Genesis version, based on what they said, is actually something that's not in this game, which is the Fortress of Solitude. At least I think that's what it's supposed to be. Or if it's the Justice League headquarters, if it's not the Fortress of Solitude. But it's like, in this one, it's a road. It's like, why is he on the road? Is he going to be a hitchhiker or something? Feasibly, I guess. But fine. And then there are those... Fine, there's the Vulture. There's the wolves that are kind of... sort of howling. Yet this very minimalistic thing on the soundtrack. Well, there's lightning there, and then there's the Vulture there. Feasibly, I guess, looking for whose body to pick clean. But fine, you're not picking clean Robot Flash, because, yeah, he's not there anymore. Yeah, sorry. Fine, there's a, yeah, fuck this, we're leaving. Okay. I just had to say it, and that was it. Okay, perfect. Sometimes that just happens. Alright, so fine, yeah, everybody is gonna be going as far as Darkseid, but fine. Batman had the hardest time, so fair enough that way. Batman had to struggle the most. Alright, well, here we are back at, Metropolis. As far as, the combos of Aquaman, as I mentioned, it's mostly stuff with... Okay, fine. It's like Sub-Zero that way, being frozen. But fine, it's the Water Blast. So you can do the Water Blast. Yeah, that's the Water Blast. He has, like, the jumping... Yeah, the jumping smash. Because, yeah, the ideas of Aquaman, from what I understand, is he's kind of a strong fighter. Although, honestly, it's more of the aspect... Fine, he's out of the water. Usually the idea is, like, Aquaman's strongest in the water. He communicates with, fish and, the, aquatic life. In this game, not exactly. I mean, even in Injustice, he does that, as far as it's sort of kind of. He's mostly like doing the slide kick, so in this case, it's like the half circle forward and the kick button. So let's show that off. Yeah, like that. And then half circle back in the punch is... If I can do it. Yeah, okay, that's what I showed, and then the other one is... Half circle forward. Oh, forward. The forward in the punch. So it's... Okay, that. Which is not dissimilar to the thing Batman has, as far as the, like, the sort of punch thing he does, and then he does the forward lunge. So, yeah, some of the attacks are definitely on brand with the characters, but not all of them are. Some of them, like, yeah, they do seem kind of similar to everybody else. So, definitely compared to something like Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe or Injustice, the idea that... Do you necessarily feel like you're playing these characters sort of, kind of, but not quite to the degree as those? Although, feasibly, I guess that makes sense. Like, yeah, you'd expect, after many years, when those games came around, that, yeah, you definitely feel like, oh, yeah, I'm these characters. And many other characters in them, including the DLC of the first Injustice game, that give a perspective to that. Alright, so, yeah, we're at Despero. So, yeah, this is going way faster because, as I mentioned, the thing with the difficulty. So, yeah, first I said, like, why? At first I said... Okay, I'm not gonna lie this, and yeah, do not take this the wrong way, chat, because this is not at all this. At first I said, am I paying so much attention to the discussion that I'm doing worse? But the answer is no. It was the difficulty. So I was like, okay, I didn't pay attention to the fact that I didn't change the difficulty when I went to the next fight. Now looked weird that way that went. Although, fine, I'll reiterate this, I don't know if I've actually ever openly said this. To everybody out there in chat, do not think that you should be quiet for the purpose of, you know, communicating with me or anybody on the show for this, just because even if I'm in a difficult situation or in a difficult situation, unless it's like, hey, I need a concentration or something feasibly, unless we say that. If it's not something like that, feel free to open that way, because, yeah, that's the idea. Like, when I say this is your show as much as mine, that's what I mean, because, like, fine. It's a case of, you know, when you're having something going on as far as, like, a discussion that way, sure, it makes sense. So, like, yeah, I'm not gonna say, like, no, you don't have a right to go that. Also, like, hey, it'll pop up that way, and feasibly, I'll say this. If it is something like, hey, I might be in a concentrate case, sort of, I feasibly finish what I'm doing first, and then I'll look back in the chat, like, oh, by the way, they said something, so what is this? Same case also whenever I have guests on the show, like, hey, they're playing something, they're in the middle of a discussion point or something, and then I notice chat comes up with something as far as that, then I'll like, hey, when there's a pause, boom, there's where it goes. So, yeah, that idea. So don't ever feel like, hey, you're in a case like, I can't say anything because it's going to break a concentration for me or any other guest. Keyword as far as any other guest, too, because they understand this for the purpose of that, just to indicate that. Back with Cheetah. Okay, fine. In that case, there's his grab. Like, fine. He's also taking a little longer for the way his grabs go. They're not going as fast as Batman and Superman in some other cases. And fine, technically every character has 4 grabs, so that's kind of interesting. Although, as I mentioned, you're grabbing... Fine, you're technically grabbing with your feet, because 2 of them run on the kick buttons, which... Actually, I can't think of a fighting game I've ever played that does that. Where the grab is running on the kick. Unless, chat, you know of a fighting game that does that. If you do, feel free to let me know, and I'll be curious about it. Hell, probably some of the ones I mentioned, probably Rise of the Robots or something that does that. I don't know. And also, one other thing is, like, even if it's, like, hey, a case of, game not being very good, like, A, for the suggestion for the April Fool's Day show or any time, don't feel like, hey, I don't want to recommend something because you think, like, it's going to be bad and Captain D-Trash is going to get aggravated playing it. No, I don't. I've told you. I'm going to be kind of a cool cat this way as far as that. It's like, fine. Any frustration that comes out of this is coming on my case. It's not a case where I'm going to, blame anybody else for the purpose of that, aside from maybe the game, depending on what it is. That way. But, yeah, if you want to see a bad game, just with the case, like, I want to see this because I hear it's horrible. What does that have? What's that like? Let's have a laugh. Let's do it. Even I'll say it. Like, I've even said, like, Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis for Game Boy Advance. I think ElecVerse, you said specifically, like, please don't play that. It's like, I'm sorry, I want to play it because I want to show how horrible it is. And show that struggle. Even though I know it's definitely a different case you're watching, like, can you necessarily feel how bad it might be unless you played it yourself? Which I guess sometimes that's a challenge, too, of, how do I describe something like this, or has anybody, really, give a sense of, what is the feel of this like? Which is why I emphasized specifically the idea of the special was like, yeah, it feels like you do the core circle thing, it doesn't always get pulled off, and the manual says, roll your thumb. And I looked and I said, okay, I can hold, like, down and do that, and it feels better. But when you're on the higher difficulties, you're not always going to get a chance of being able to get those off, whereas the computer will oftentimes get them off all the time. So in that case, like, yeah, that's an annoyance. Okay, so, yeah, Darkseid, yeah, you did feasibly lay the smackdown to Batman last time, but fine. He laid the smackdown to you better because of the fact that he was running a higher difficulty, but fine. With Aquaman, let's fight, clone Aquaman, or robot Aquaman. Which actually... Fine, I was gonna say if he goes in the water, he's gonna short circuit, but fine. There are robotic things that can go in the water now, so like that is not a factor. Actually, no, technically, oh right, no, actually no, that's true because okay, that's true in the sense that yeah, that wouldn't be a factor because I mentioned Aquaman Battle of Atlantis, or Battle for Atlantis, from 2003. He's fighting robots underneath the water in that game constantly. That's mostly what you do in that game, from what I've seen of it. But, so in that case, yeah, so that happens that way. It means you're just knocking off robots, like, and fine, in that game you do call out the aquatic life, which is interesting, but it's usually just a case, like, fine, the sonar comes in, the dolphin comes by and just, like, pushes them off, like, okay, sure, whatever, why not, but, yeah, maybe not as, fine, it's no Arkham game, I'll say that for sure. It's not Arkham Asylum or Arkham Knight or something like that. Hell, I'd feasibly say it doesn't even look like it's necessarily on the level of Batman Forever, for what I'm saying. Alright, so bye-bye, Robot Aquaman. Darkseid. You're up next. Okay, my plans will not be thwarted. Yeah, you say that. I'll destroy you with my own hands. Alright, let's give it another shot, and then we'll show Green Arrow, I'll show the other difficulties, I'll show the battle mode, and very brief thing on versus mode. Well, fine. Versus mode, fine. Spoiler warning, I'm the only one in the room, so versus mode is me myself showing that, oh, actually, I'll tell you this. It kind of seconded it as a practice mode for me, because like, hey, you know what, let me turn off the timer, because you can go on the option to do that. I said, let me put it in, so like, hey, I can always practice what these moves are. That's what I did. That's actually one of the last things I did for practice on this game. I said, I beat the game a couple times on easy to start. Actually, I never beat this game on the level 2 difficulty until, which you just saw a couple minutes ago. So I'll take that. And I tried the medium one to say, like, can I feasibly do this after I fought better? And the answer is no, sorry. But Yeah, I basically used that just to kind of get into what's the feel of this movie. So I look at this like, these special moves are not coming right. It's like, I'm doing something wrong. Let me figure what this is. And it's also not necessarily a case of me saying, like, oh yeah, you know, that means it's necessarily a good system. Yeah, that's the biggest problem with this game, the special move pull-offs. It was better than that. If it was better as far as that, if I felt like, hey, I could make the movement and I could pull off the special moves anytime I wanted, on the back of that would be a good case. I'd be fine with it more. That would be a better game. Yeah, for me, Aquaman is mad. The character, the comics, I guess the game, I don't know if you played that game from 2003. I never played it. I heard it was not very good. I mean, I guess I'm kind of mad on him too, but it's not a case where I'm thinking, well, there's not a possibility of anything. Fine, Darkseid, you're down that way. I mean, he's more of a fighter, but I mean, it's maybe one of those cases that compared to Batman, compared to Superman, compared to Wonder Woman to a certain extent as well, is like, what is there really to the character? Although, fine, as I said, I'm not as familiar with the comics. So the case that, and fine, I said at the beginning of the show, the character then. Yeah, maybe the idea of like a good writing or an interesting arc as far as character could do something like that. And maybe that was my thought with the movie. It was the first one, like, hey, you know, kind of this brooding guy, where they kind of were going the Thor direction, I think. But, which, fine. I mean, in a way, when you think about it, maybe Aquaman and Thor kind of sort of similar in the sense that they're kind of both brooding and hulking. Maybe not as intriguing as other characters, or the cases where, with an interesting write going on with it, as far, or an interesting performance perhaps, then that makes it more interesting that way. I mean, but honestly, with Aquaman, it's like, yeah, I'm not liking as far as how the movie did that, and I didn't read much as far as the characters. In fact, people made fun of Aquaman for years, saying, like, he's looking like the Boy Scout as far as the Super Friends and the idea, like, he can talk to fish. Like, yeah, everybody else can do all these other things. Well, I mean, depending on what they do with that, it could be interesting. And fine, that also goes to aspects of the comics. So fine, with a great comic writer, feasibly, they could take a character like that and turn it great, you know? Feasibly. And then, fine, last on our list as far as this is Green Arrow. I don't have any frame reference on Green Arrow. Feel free to go on to Green Arrow specifically that way. I don't know. Actually, honestly, when I was looking as far as like who's in this game character-wise, I kind of thought Green Lantern, but I know Green Lantern is not part of the Justice League. And actually, I don't even know as far as Green Lantern myself. So in his case, I don't know anything about Green Lantern. I just had to look up. It's like, who is Green Lantern as far as that? He is, by the way, Oliver Queen, who lives in Seattle. That's where he's set out of. That's the Seattle Force as far as we fight. And I probably should have mentioned the actual fighting, because it was Barbara Ann Minerva who is Cheetah. I'm surprised it took that long to mention that. As far as how Green Arrow plays, he's kind of one-trick pony in the sense that it's all about the arrows he's shooting. So he's almost like the Hawkeye of this Enterprise, to go the Marvel thing again. Depending on if you use punches and kicks, you have fire arrows and you have ice arrows. The kicks are the ice arrows. And then if you do quarter circle back, and that, you get a flashlight warning when you do the one with the kicks, because it drops the fire onto the ground. But if you do the jump, if you do it backwards with the punch, like that, you do the flying arrow. So he's kind of like Liu Kang from Mortal Kombat a little bit, in the sense that he has the fireball you can do in the air. So you have to kind of prepare for that specifically. And the arrow will go faster depending on the ferocity of the button you pick to shoot. Yeah, in that case it went faster as far as the ice, so yeah, in that case, yeah, and he just grabs him and is like, yeah, fine, just punch him. Yeah, right there, it goes faster. Yeah, it is like kind of just the wind-up as far as what it is, as far as Green Lantern. Oh no, Green Arrow, shit, I'm doing, see, I said, this Freudian slip. I mean, not that I have much experience with Green Lantern either. I mean, my experience mostly is, fine, the movie that came out, the one from 2011, that was not very good at all. And it was directed by the guy who made GoldenEye and Casino Royale, Martin Campbell. And it was Ryan Reynolds, who's Deadpool now. And it's like, okay, you'd think that would be better, but no, it wasn't really. As far as Green Arrows, I said, not much there. It's like, yeah. Okay, I like how he's kind of doing the raise there. It's like, it's almost like he's in victory, or he's, I don't know, he's looking at his nails or something. But no, he's wearing gloves, so that's not possible. But still, fine. The story is the same as far as what it is. They're even talking the same way. It's like, it's not varying up the way the characters are for that. So, when I learned that, and I learned that I was wrong when I said, oh, each character is a separate, has their own ending, I said, fine. The way this is going to go for the story is just let's show off the characters, how they fight. Because I guess it goes to the thing with the fighting games, when we do them as a dedicated show, which, fine. Shocking case. This and Tekken 3 are the only 2 fighting games we played as a dedicated episode for the show so far. You'd think, like, would it be these 2? It was like, well, yeah, it turned out to be. But fitting that way. It's like, hey, you know, okay, fine, I froze him. And actually, I don't know, I want to try one other thing, which is, if I let Aquaman... Okay, fine, because he's doing a special attack, so he went right through that. Okay, fine, no, what is it? What is it? Fine, the arrow, depending on how hard the kick you pick, he's not frozen for more or less time. I got him. I used to watch the CW show of Green Arrow. You're right, that's what we're talking about, right? I think you're right, I think there was a CW show of that. You know what, feel free to talk about those. Fine, that show, or any of the CW stuff for that, because I know there were a couple of those, because there was... Well, fine, I associate with WB, but fine, it was CW. I think. What was it? Smallville, which is a Superman case. And there was also... You're right, there were a couple of those. As far as, like, the DC TV shows, as far as the live-action stuff. How was it? Was it good? I try to remember people said it was good. I don't know if they said, like, no, they didn't like it. I know Smallville lasted for quite a bit of time, as it was, although I never really watched that either. Actually, part of, I guess, my knowledge of, like, the live-action stuff... Yeah, so, okay, The Flash. Oh, yes, along with Flash, the CW had, and I gave up on both. Did it not keep its strength going as far as time went on? Was that what it was? Or is it... Because I don't know if some of those ended sooner than I think people expected. Fine, this is a Netflix thing. I know Daredevil was that way, the TV series. Which is a Marvel case, yes, but I know that kind of ended quicker. Yeah, my experience as far as the live-action stuff with the TV shows really, I guess, were very little with Batman from the 60s of what I saw it years later. Very little of Superman, the 1950s series, because it was on Nick at Night at a period in the 90s. And then also, it was Lois and Clark. Yeah, it was Lois and Clark, which was the live-action thing of Superman. I remember that. I don't think that lasted very long. I remember seeing a lot of big things for it. I think that was at the big point. Both went down after season 2. So the idea that after seasons of the show went on, the later seasons kind of collapsed in on themselves and were much of a turnoff, which I think... I think that's come up. Like, people say, like, hey, you know, cases when they go on a show and then when either the 3rd season or any season, like, hey, they liked it and then it kind of goes down that way. It's definitely a disappointment that way, especially if, like, hey, if they start really, really strong. And I'm trying to remember, I think you might have mentioned that was something. With this, yes, but I thought it was something else. Or maybe, I'm trying to remember who it was. Maybe it was... It might have been some people we've had a guest who mentioned stuff on show. They're like, yeah, they were kind of whatever on it. Actually, no, maybe it was Blood Spice Moon. I think she was saying about... No, I don't know if she was saying that The Mandalorian was not as great for Season 3. I know a lot of people said that, actually, about Season 3. It's just weird. With Season 3s, it seems like Season 3 kind of is something that they don't like, whether it was The Mandalorian, whether it's Lost, whether it's The Flash, and Green Arrow, perhaps. I don't know if there's something weird with that, but sometimes you have series where the 3rd season is really, really good, so it's not a case like, that's a guarantee. But just the case that, hey, it starts in an interesting way, or is something that you get into, and, like, yeah, it doesn't hold itself up, or goes downhill some way. I mean, maybe the thought of, I don't know, I know sometimes it's been this, which is that, hey, they set something up so well as it goes on, and then the question of after a little while, like, do they not deliver on what that is? Or when they do deliver on that, is it something that you then say, yeah, it didn't really do it for me? I mean, actually, I gotta think about that as far as shows myself, as far as stuff I've watched, whether it's comic-based or anything else. I'll have to think about that. Because I know it's something that I think I liked for a couple seasons, and though, like, yeah, it kind of went down. I mean, in some cases, I guess... let me think about that. Okay, I don't know if this is a going down in quality case. We're talking about, like, CW and WB. My late grandparents, they got me into Everwood with the late Treat Williams. I did kind of get into that as far as it... I think then I stopped, not because I didn't like it, but maybe it was also a case that felt like maybe it was kind of the same thing over and over again, and I think maybe eventually I wanted more of that, but it's not a case where I disliked where it went. I'm just, Well, fine, actually, no, fine, this was not a case of me being tired of this, but, Blood Sweat Moon said this last week. She said about how Inuyasha went with, what was it? The fact that it had a lot of filler stuff until they eventually ended it. The case, like, hey, they keep going around, they keep looking for all the crystal shards, and looking for where Naraku went. It's like, it seems like it's kind of the same thing. It's like, yeah, it keeps going. In fact, I think, I'll find it, I think I can find this. There's, like, this joke thing that someone did as far as, like, episode infinity of Inuyasha, where it basically is the same thing. It's like, isn't that, like, the 50th, demon that we killed to get one of these damn things at this point? And you just, even the idea of, like, how Inuyasha's in the aspect of Kikyo dying again. Eventually, Naraku saying, like, oops, killed your girlfriend again. It's like, bullshit, I pushed her off a cliff last week. She's coming back from that fine. So that case, like, I don't know, maybe a repetitive aspect, and then it also maybe isn't delivering fine. Eventually that one did, as far as what it was, as far as Inuyasha's case is concerned, as an example. But, yeah, I don't know how it is as far as Green Arrow and with Flash. Thank you for going into that, because I kind of forgot as far as what those were. But again, the full picture of DC and aspects of comics, but especially DC. This is mostly DC's night, really, when it comes to what that is, stuff we've seen, our experiences with that. And as I said, feasibly my experience, honestly, with the TV stuff really was, as I mentioned, stuff sort of with Batman and Superman, Batman anime series for sure. And then sort of little stuff with Marvel, kind of. Very little with X-Men. There's the new X-Men, the X-Men 97, which actually is pretty good. It was on Disney+. What else? I'll find some of the Spider-Man stuff, as it was. Although, honestly, I guess maybe in my case, it was mostly in my case, the films. Okay, there you go. I got a good timing on Superman coming up in the sky. So in that case, I guess I've seen a lot of the movies, as it was. Although, fine, some of the more recent ones I hadn't, is like, wait, I want to look back on the video on that. It looked like, I don't know if you saw that. It looked like when I did the... Oh, let me try that again. Okay, so I'm trying to do that again. Fine, I'm getting frozen with freeze breath. Which does hurt you a little bit, so when you do get hit by it, it does count as damage even if you don't hit. Okay, fine. I didn't there, but fine. What happened was that... I'll have a picture that when I saw that, and also now that I knocked Superman down... I shot the arrow downwards. I did the jump up arrow and shot it to the ground. It looked like the arrow was not in distance of Superman and he still got hit. So maybe the idea that the collision detection is wonky on this game. I don't know if that is actually what happened. I might be wrong. It might have just missed it. But I'll have the picture of that here. Just look at that. So like, and I'll have the text down there saying like, wait, did it actually go that? Yeah, monotony, thy name is Inuyasha. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I did watch it as it was because like, hey, you know, I wanted to see where it went, but then eventually the idea that it gets maybe tiresome because, like, wait, it seems like it's going through the same thing over and over again for it. So, and then you maybe give up. Fine. But as we were saying that, I was saying, like, fine, there were 5 episodes to get the Spirit Bomb charged up for Goku to hit Frieza with. It was like seeing what's going on with Majin Buu for, like, 5 episodes. And then, like, wait, what's going on as far as this? There's pacing when Super and Kai got rid of that. And then when Inuyasha's concerned, the manga didn't do that, and they eventually ended it. But then the case that, fine, it seems like it's kind of going eventually in circles. So that could feasibly be what turned you off of a show eventually. Like, you like it, but in this case, like, fine. In my case, I guess I kind of stuck with it, because, like, they're going to get somewhere eventually. And fine, they did eventually, but it's also a case that, fine, it did go on a while. Like, okay, when you did get those little bits and pieces. So it's like, okay, so I guess it's like, I guess the carrot and the stick a little bit, in the sense that, fine, they're going to get in the case of, like, the will, fine, even the episode Infinity thing of Inuyasha I'm referencing says, like, the idea of, like, with the will they won't they thing as far as Kagome and Inuyasha is like, oh, the drama. It's like, yeah, fair enough as far as that. Or the idea that eventually, like, what's going on with Moroku and Sango. Which then it is that case where eventually he says, like, you know, like, I love you, and then he says, like, in the not at all, you know, lecherous attempt case of saying, would you bear my child? And then at that point you realize, wait a minute, no, he actually means it. And it's like, that's exciting to see that, because like, it's kind of the thought like, hey, is it just kind of going off, it's like just kind of doing the same thing over and over again, and then it gets somewhere like, oh, cool. And as far as that's concerned, there are games on that. I have one, on PlayStation 1. That's Inuyasha Feudal Fairy Tale, which is by the people who made Sonic Advance. And I would like to show off... I gotta get a copy of this. Not that it's a great game. Kind of like this as far as fighting. Inuyasha Feudal Combat, which is on PlayStation 2, which is by Eighting, the people who made Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, and they made Bloody Roar. Bloody Roar, well, Primal Fury at least, I know for sure on that one. On GameCube, and fine, which is a take on fine. It's a take on Bloody Roar 3, because fine, Bloody Roar 3 is 3 times done as far as it never again. I guess as far as given up as far as Inuyasha is concerned. That game's kind of interesting as far as how the presentation's concerned, and I guess also the idea that it's distinguished voice acting when it comes to the Feudal Combat game. Actually, it kind of plays like Power Stone a little bit, but fine, it's not as good as Power Stone. That's the constant. Sometimes you see games in that era, like the 3D fighting games, they were going after Power Stone, but they were not Power Stone. So, that being a thought of that, but yeah, I'm fine. And the Bloody Roar thing is like, fine. Bloody Roar 3, technically, there are 3 damn names to that game, because it's Bloody Roar 3 on PS2, Bloody Roar Primal Fury on GameCube, and Bloody Roar Extreme on the Xbox. So it's based on Bloody Roar 3 for all of them, but they all have different names on each of the consoles. So it's like, okay, that's weird. I don't think I've ever heard of a game that does that. And fine, there is one other Inuyasha game that I don't have a way to show because it's on DS, and I actually haven't played this. It's kind of a dungeon crawler. It's Inuyasha... What is it? Inuyasha Secret of the Cursed Jewel, I believe it is. Which I've actually heard pretty good things about. I've heard it's supposed to be one of the best ones, and I played the RPG that was on the PS2. That's by the people who made ActRaiser, and like, it's horrible. And I didn't even know it was by the people who made ActRaiser until years later. It was like, it is? I kind of almost want to give it another shot because I love ActRaiser so much. And I talked that game up so much, I probably got to play it eventually. Oh, fine, I will play it eventually, but in due time. Okay, so fine, Cheetah, Barbara Ann Minerva, that's her real name, by the way, as far as the character. I probably should have mentioned that. And Despero doesn't have anything. Fine, he's known as Despero, the Conqueror of Clananor, or Kalanor, I should say, sorry, who's an ally to Darkseid, and Darkseid is the leader of Apocalypse, because we were talking about that with Superman, as far as it, hence why he's the Superman villain. Yeah, he is, as far as that. Alright, so Green Arrow's looking very confident as far as this, like, yeah, I can take you down. Even though he's saying the same thing, and Darkseid's saying the same thing. Like, yeah, I've been through this 6 times before. Like, fine, he never learns, the idea as far as the villains. But then again, we're glad they never learn. Because at that point, feasibly, I guess, stuff would eventually end. Or fine, I don't know, maybe the case of what we're talking about, the idea, like, hey, monotony as far as a franchise like that, if it gets to that point, like, you want it to end feasibly. Like, okay, fine, I've had enough. Maybe you've had your fill, and you're like, yeah, I'm ready to go on to something else. Alright, but down you go. Oh, okay, that was weird. You saw that. It looked like... Because usually he hit the ground, but it looks like he hit the ground and then he bounced up again in a way that I haven't seen much as it's been. Okay. Yeah, it's weird that way. Okay. Yeah, but sometimes that's an interesting thing when it comes to that idea of, like, how a pacing thing that can go. And yeah, we can definitely get into that when we get into some of the games based on some of these Enterprises, and more as far as the DC stuff, and more of anything else, too. Like, hey, like, I've been watching this. So, we can definitely go into that then, for sure, as well. Fine, I was like, yeah, I'll let him be in a stun state. Fine, maybe I should arrow my... arrow my robot guy. Or, fine, I guess... I'm asking too much. Okay, never mind. No, I'm not. There, he's done. Okay, got him. Fine, that was a fitting way to get rid of the imposter Green Arrow. Yeah, just burn him. Okay, so last rodeo with Darkseid as far as this, although as I said, the battle mode, if I remember correctly, it is kind of like this. I'll pick one of the boss characters for the purpose of that, and I'll also show the boss characters for the versus mode just because they're selectable there. Darkseid included. Yeah, so we'll definitely get a good amount of time out of this game. A decent amount. We're also going, as I said, where the game's going. And fine, feasibly I could make it like an 8-hour show if I was going to try and see if I could do the medium difficulty. But I'll show the other difficulties first, just to show, like, what are we dealing with here. Or what would you be dealing with if you're going to be playing this game if you've not played it? Ow. I mean, honestly, if it was not the thing with special moves, really, and wasn't so insanely hard on the higher difficulties because of that, because of the way the AI goes, yeah, I'd probably like this better. Probably be a little bit of a buried treasure, kind of. As it is, it's decent. I think it's better than I think there's reputation, I'll say that. As far as, like, I don't think it's a horrible game. I think it's a flawed game that's decent, that has some things I like, but also feasibly is a couple of missed opportunities, and other cases stuff with the special moves. That's the worst part of it. The special move stuff for that's annoying. It's like, yeah, I wish it was better than that. But I'll put it in perspective with other things. Like, yeah, I'd play this a million times over than something like Balls 3D or Rise of the Robots. But either way, we'll get him. Also, fine, I'm giving you a lot of flashlights. Okay, fine. Even he had enough. He's like, fine, stop doing that to your audience. Like, fine, I warned the audience. I said before, don't worry. There's flashing lights all over this place. Otherwise, I'm going to be having that every 10 seconds, feasibly. But yeah, cut it out. Like, okay, fine, I did. And now you're going to cut it out. Awesome. Okay. So yeah, we're going well. And better than I thought we would, because to a certain extent, I figured, did I have enough time to practice this game? I definitely had time, but it's also the case that sometimes I question that before I go on show. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, try hard difficulty. Fine, we'll try hard difficulty to show how insanely hard it is. In fact, I'll show the top two, or the top three. Oh, fine, I showed the third one as it is, but I'll show it again. And then we'll do the stuff with battle and versus mode. Versus mode is honestly not much. It's basically just one-on-one fights. And we're pointing out when I go into that, I'll have to reset the console for the purpose of what that is. But actually what I'll do then at that point is I'll have the timer turned off at that time, and then I'll end on an arena. There's good stuff. I'll probably end on Batman's just because. So fine, let's show the way you have to beat this game, or find the difficulty you have to beat this game on if you want the actual ending. Alright, so since I did... You know what, fine, let's run with Wonder Woman, because I guess I had the most luck with her to start. Even on the easiest difficulty. Yeah, story's same, so I can scroll through that. Let's see how far I get, and then I'll show the next two, and then we'll look at battle. And I'll put on easier case on battle. Fine, because they're also blocking a lot, as I mentioned. That's the other thing. They'll mostly block your shots. If you can try and get them in grabs, they'll do that. Okay, I was gonna say, wait a second, he wasn't throwing something out. Like, no, that's a piece of paper, I don't know. Yeah, fine, even on medium, they're blocking all my shots. So I basically have to get close and kind of grab them. So, fine, I'm feasibly winning doing that, but... And they also will run a lot of their special moves, so fine. I guess the Flash is like... Wait, if this is gonna be how this goes, if I can actually beat him, win this, fine, I'll go to where I get a game over, because, like, somehow I beat him. He was just blocking everything, so, like, fine, one way to pick him up and slam him down, fair enough. At this point, I'm not even using the special moves, so, like, fine, it's working better if I don't. I'm basically just using the grabs. But he's still doing dashes and all that, so it's like, fine, oh. Oh, fine, but even then, like, yeah, look at how much damage that throw did, whoa. I don't know, this is a case that maybe I'm doing so well now that I'm actually going to be able to do this. If I somehow get in a case of being able to do this, as I said, I'll go till I get a game over. So, it'll basically be one continue mode. Okay, somehow I beat him. Fine, it'll be one continue mode unless I get near the end, in which case then fine, I will renege on what I said and say fine, we're gonna go and show off ending. So then I can show off the ending, if it happens. That's gonna be a big if, but we'll see. Yeah, it's insanity. Did I beat that? I know. I don't believe myself. It's one of those cases where you do really well at a game. It's like, yeah, I don't know if I'm trusting that I'm actually doing. But yeah, Aquaman is the most annoying to fight, honestly. I'll say that. Just in general. It seems like he hits a lot as far as his, you know, the water blast thing he does. Seems like he's doing more damage. Yeah, but if I can get in there and hit him with the grab, fine. Okay, this is cheap. So it's like, fine, I guess... Can you abuse the same move? I mean, fine. In this case, I am because I'm getting close. But fine, you can do that in other fighting games. You can do that in Street Fighter. You can do that in Mortal Kombat. So you can kind of do it in this one, too. So fine, I can't just like, oh yeah, by the way, that's something exclusive to this. Alright, but yeah, I'm getting knocked. Yeah, something tells me that this is where I'm going to be losing. Fine, maybe the Flash was easier to beat. I don't know. In this case, I'm not even going to try doing the special moves because I think I'm going to probably... Well, fine. fine, I lied. I'm gonna try to do that special move. Actually, that probably is gonna be the best if I can jump up in the air, do the hover, and then kick down on him. So fine, in that case I could be cheap, feasibly. But I'm not winning this, and I'm not expecting to. I just like, hey, I was suspicious doing the thing against the Flash. Fine, I was suspicious rightly. So fine, I got knocked down. That's actually a better showcase of that than I thought it was gonna be. Except, yeah, Aquaman totally destroyed me. So fine, we'll show off the other two, we'll show off the battle mode. I will not show battle mode in its hardest difficulty, but this is gonna be new for me, because I've actually never looked at the harder difficulties. Full look to the game we're doing for a full show, so I'm glad to do that. In that case, ElecVerse is a great request, for sure, for that very reason. So we can kind of answer, I guess, the question of, how is this game? Is it good? Is it something that's worth playing? And the answer is, maybe. I mean, if you're liking what you're seeing, it probably can't hurt. But if you don't, yeah, it's probably the stuff you can play. Okay, so let's take a look at the story once more. Yeah, let's take Superman out. Alright, so more on Darkseid's element. Fine, okay, that's the missed opportunity I was saying, because I was saying, where's the missed opportunities in this? Yeah, interesting stuff, or unique stuff, I should say, not interesting stuff. Unique stuff with story with character. Fine, alright. So fine, Superman, let's see what you got, because, yeah, ow. Okay, fine, I'm getting myself destroyed by Wonder Woman. So fine, we're definitely playing around with the weird canon of this. Like, fine, Wonder Woman's really strong. Whether Wonder Woman's stronger than Superman, well, fine. In some way, fine, we answered the question. ElecVerse, you answered the question, which is she? And the answer is, in some ways, yes. In other ways, no. Same way that Superman is. In some ways, yes, but in other ways, no. Whoa. Fine, okay, we both have the same idea. Yeah, they actually, Superman and Wonder Woman are the two characters that do have that hover thing. It's just that with Wonder Woman, when you do it, you hit the kick button when you're in the air to come down and attack, whereas in Superman's case, you hit the punch button. In that case, it's doing the flying. Okay. Okay, that was actually closer than I thought. I thought that was going to be more of a beatdown, but fine. The thing that I know is going to be the beatdown is the highest difficulty. So let's take a shot of that. And then we'll look at the battle mode. Yeah, just remember not to hit start on that. That'll be sad. Also, yeah, weird thing is that, yeah, the battle win music, the battle lose music, and the game over music are one and the same. Music's pretty nice, though. It's not necessarily great, but it's something that it does fit for what it is. And it does have some nice instrumentation going on. Okay, so fine, let's see. How bad is the highest difficulty on this game? Let's find out. And fine, since he's the one who got us through the highest difficulty I was able to beat this game with, we're pulling out Batman again. Alright, so there you go with Batman. Alright, so yeah, Darkseid's gonna win this time, but fine, we already kicked his ass 6 times, so either way. Okay, so fine, we're fighting the Flash as well. Let's see what's going on with that. Okay, maybe it's just me, but it seems like, fine, this isn't as insane as other things. But he's still blocking everything, so fine, it's not much of a difference, really, even between, fine, the medium difficulty, because fine, I ran into that. So, okay, I'm wondering this, which is that because of the way characters are, maybe certain characters are just going to be easier to fight than others. Yeah, because I beat the Flash as far as on the highest difficulty. Shit, okay, I didn't expect that. I mean, is this the idea? Is like we're showing our thing as far as the Flash being weak? I don't know if that's it, but... Okay, fine. If I win this as far as at least the one, I'm going to be shocked. But fine, you saw what happened to me getting my ass kicked to Wonder Woman and Aquaman, so... Very bizarre. Blech. Fine, maybe also the case that I'll also look at this. Fine, okay. Fine, I guess the Flash doesn't know what to do, so I beat him on the highest difficulty. Don't ask why. Okay. So that's weird. Okay. As I said, I've never seen the highest difficulty before, so fine, maybe the difficulties are not balanced. Or maybe the characters aren't in the sense that The AI doesn't know what to do, I guess. Yeah, kapow! So I'll have to put in that, edit the boot as soon as she says that. I'll do that for sure. Makes sense because it goes with what we did on Batman Forever. So yeah, we're kapowing, Batman. Oh, fine, we're kapowing, Flash. Wonder Woman. Okay, fine. Let me answer this. For the highest difficulty, oh, fine. I guess the damage output is higher. That's what's like. Yeah, that's another one as far as the kapow thing out of Wonder Woman. Okay. Because in all honesty, I don't know how much of people dove into this game as far as what it's doing and how. Hell, I mean, I don't know if anybody did what I did when I said, oh, I'm looking at the hex data in an emulated version of this to see that, can I get a better code or get a code out for this so that I can, or some way to exploit the games for the Game Genie with it so that I can, you know, show off the ending. Okay, fine. I did get hit, but it was like, fine. I hit her a little bit too. So, okay, fine. That went about as I expected. But even then, it said, that's interesting. You know what, fine. I'm going to do one more fight on this, and then we'll go on for the battle mode, because I'm curious. So, fine. Okay, fine. Maybe this is what I'm saying. I was saying, hey, you know, this is not a game where you exploit the moves. I guess maybe on the higher difficulties, maybe you have to. Wait, I'm not even using the special moves. So feasibly, that's the idea. Fine, okay, I did it there by accident. I wasn't necessarily planning to use the battering, but I'm not upset that the battering went off. If I'm getting a case as far as getting good on the grabs, as far as when she gets close. So, yeah, but fine. You're going to have your work cut out for you specifically just as far as how this is. Although, fine, there's probably people who've done that as far as you've beaten this game on its highest difficulty. Not that it changes it. I think it's, as long as you beat it as medium difficulty, you will be able to see the actual ending. I said I'll have a video linked in for what the ending is. Because when I found out it was just one, it was like, oh, thank God, at least I'm in a case where I don't have to be in a pressure case. Because I'm not going to lie, I did feel in a case when I was getting up to this. So I said, there's 6 endings. Like, if I can't show the endings off on this, I'm going to feel like I failed this. I failed ElecVerse, I failed chat on that one. But then I said, oh, there's only one. And I'm fighting hard on this, and I'm sort of getting movement in some ways, but not completely. I said, fine. I went as much as I could to show the game off as much as I could. So at that point, I'm like, okay, fine. I don't feel like I skimped. Because fine, since the viewer request, I said, I never skimp on the viewer request. I promise not to do that. So I want to make sure it was actually in the case of doing that. And the way it's going, I don't think I have done that. And fine, you would tell me if it did. So that's the idea. So fine, let's put it down to this again, because clearly I have to manage it. But fine, I can do the second one. Let's show the battle mode off. The battle mode is mostly like the main game, except in this case you can play as the villains. And weirdly enough, fine, you have the symbols of all the other characters for it. With the villains, you have their picture. And they changed their picture a little bit when you highlight them. Because, yeah, you look carefully right there where Darkseid is. He has the smirk, which I don't think he has if you don't have him select. Oh, he sort of does. There's Despero. His top eye opens. And the one who's most obvious is Cheetah. She gets angry and has the eyes going. Let's show Cheetah. Yeah, so yeah, we're going to be fighting Superman. So, yeah, as far as Cheetah's moves are concerned, fine, you saw them all when it came to the fighting thing, or the story mode, I should say. Yeah, it is, let me take a look at this. It's half circle forward and kick for the gliding claw slash. If I can do it. Yeah, like that. Yeah, and you get pretty good distance doing that. As far as everything else, it's, half circle forward and the kick. Wait, that's what I did already. Oh, right. She does the same thing as the Flash, which is the forward and then that. If I can do it. Stop, Superman. Fine. He's a level 1. He's not going to be a problem, I don't think. Yeah, I have to look back as far as what I have. She only has 3 moves. She has a quarter circle back. There we go. And the punch. Yeah, that got frozen. Yeah, in that case, yeah, psych, you're dead. Or if I to go to the Faith No More song, surprise, you're dead. Oh, fine. He's not dying because, fine, I don't have kryptonite. Oh, fine, that's the roll. Okay, so that's the good thing to have as far as the roll. And the other one is, forward. Oh, yeah, okay, it is the same one. So, it is the same one as the flash. Use the forward and the core circle forward and the punch button. Yeah, Spider-Man, or Superman, sorry. It's not Spider-Man. We haven't gotten Spider-Man yet. We'll get Spider-Man as far as the game, or out game with him. Or more on Marvel vs. Capcom as far as not just showcase stuff, but full show. I'll also have schematics at some point. His schedule's looking a little, busy for a while. Okay, that's the uppercut of hers. For Streets of Rage 3, but at some point I'll also ask him as far as like, hey, do you want Marvel vs. Capcom 2? Because I know he loves that game. So if he wants to call dibs on that for full show, it's all his. Which I don't know what version will do. I think he has it on the Dreamcast. I have it on the original Xbox, which we play on the original Xbox. Would not run that on 360, or I could show the HD version that I have on 360 that I showed already. Because thankfully I do have those, and yeah, that's fine. I have the HD version that you can't buy anymore, and also, fine, the one on Xbox, which is, fine. Those are rare. That game goes for quite a bit of money. No matter where you get it on. Even on the Dreamcast, where they made tons of copies, but fine. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's a Capcom game on the Dreamcast, so of course it costs a lot of money. Because people want them. And even at the time, people want them, and I get it, because they're awesome. There's not really much of a bad thing that Capcom put out on the console that I'm aware of. So all those Power Stone games, Marvel vs. Capcom games are great. I heard people like Techromancer, which I thought, oh, that's one of the cheapest ones. Like, no, it isn't. That's like $400, so no. And I only heard good things like Cannon Spike, which I know that costs a fortune. And that's not been re-released either, which is like a top-down shooter of sorts. And I'm trying to do that roll thing with her, and it's not working. Or, no, it's back. That's why. Fine, okay, so yeah, I don't know, he doesn't like my smell, but he's losing. Okay, because of timeout. Here's what I'm going to do, as I said, for the rest of the show, just to give an idea of this. I'm going to go through battle mode with one character, and then I'll show the versus mode off. I'll show off Despero, and I'll show off Darkseid. And then we'll shut the show down for the week. Yeah, because I'm having a fun time. Also answering that question, as I mentioned, about this game, and having some fun, having some good laughs as well for that, which is always why I like to do the April Fool's Day shows. It's also something I'm also thinking at some point, maybe I should do more than one. Especially because I already did decide on what I want to do for next year, but actually, you know what? We could do that. I'll do one of mine, and then, I'll do two of mine, technically, as far as how they are, as far as one show, which I'm going to do. But then, chat, you have your choice. We'll do that. I'll do 2 April Fool's Day shows next year. One is going to be chat's choice. So any game that's not so hot that you want to see us look at, have at it. And then my choice will be, as I mentioned, I'm doing 2. We're doing Plunder's Nowhere Ties Definitive Edition. That's what we're going to use to show that. And then I'll show off Night Trap. Because, yeah, we'll get our FMV stuff going on. And then chat, you have your option to start something, too. It's only fair that way. Because I realize, like, hey, you know, cover some of that stuff for that. And it's also not necessarily the case where it has to be like, oh, we can only have to do it at this point in the year. We can do it any time of the year. It's your choice as far as when we do it. I mean, hey, because we had to do it this way last week, we had a showcase show in March. But I like that we had that, and I like that we got to show off some of those things. Even though it was very weird, they're like, hey, I said, I want to avoid the licensed content questions or the copyright strikes for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which I did. And I got the content question on the Chrono Cross music. Like, wait, really? That great sad music when, you know, Surge gets, you know, transported off, and Proto-Robo was saying, like, hey, this is one of the saddest pieces of music in the game, and a great piece of music. I was like, by the way, I got a content question on this. Like, wait, what? But Yasunori Mitsuda's nice as far as saying, like, yeah, he understands that, fine, what the aspect of the show is as far as, hey, you know, we're showing off this game. I'm not trying to steal his perspective, so he allows that going on YouTube. So thank you very much. Fine, we've said our praises on Yasunori Mitsuda on the show before, and we will definitely keep doing that with other stuff as it is. So in that case, that's interesting. Sometimes it's funny that way, because like, hey, I'm avoiding licensed content in the games that are pretty obvious, like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and then I find it's something else. I mean, that Putt Putt Goes to the Moon, I didn't expect that one specifically for it. So in that case, it is interesting, kind of like the adventures as far as game streaming and, you know, being in line with being able to handle that kind of stuff while also giving credence to it. Fine. In my case, it's like, let me edit in or put in for the edit for the show for last week. Here's the soundtrack of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Listen to it whilst we're playing it. Or fine, while Pro Rose playing it for that. Okay, now I think for this, we're basically going to just go through every character as far as the fight. Because I've actually not beaten the battle mode, because it's kind of the same, to a degree, as the story, except for the fact that it's, whatever. Except you can play as the bosses in this. So yeah, Cheetah's getting around everywhere. Fine, there you go with the roll. Actually, the roll is really nice, as far as if you can get that off. Fine, in that case, yeah. Oh yeah, and the other thing I'll also show when it comes to the... Actually, I'll show two things as far as the versus mode, because I realize I have to... Actually, wait, do I? Yeah, I do. I would say, do I have to reset for that? Yeah, because there's no exit option for that. I don't think this game is a soft reset. I tried doing it and it didn't work when I tried it off screen. Yeah, so sorry, Batman. Fine, this is more of a Catwoman thing, you'd think, not a Cheetah thing. Fine, we'll pretend it's Catwoman for the purpose of this. At least until we get to, fine, Injustice, and I think she's in Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe, at least I think she is. And also Batman Returns on Super Nintendo, because that goes to something I mentioned when we did Wario Land a couple weeks ago, which was, hey, would you think, like, hey, I went through this stuff with the Game Genie to try and see, like, could I use it with this game? I couldn't. You're like, did I waste my money buying that thing? And the answer is no, because there's other games that we could use it with. And one of them I think I'm going to use that with at some point when we get to it is Batman Returns on Super Nintendo, because it's a Konami game and you have to beat it on the highest difficulty. So fine, that is Game Genie codes I can use to show it that way. So we'll play it. We'll get to that game at some point. We'll play it going through without cheating, and then for the purpose of the best ending, I'll go through it with that. Which I think is like a fair compromise. If I could do something like that with this game, I absolutely would have done it. But I tried. I think if nothing else, I'd like to think hopefully that does say that even when it comes to a game that's not that great, for the purpose of putting on a good show for everybody, I'll go that extra mile. I always promise to do that, especially when I'm asked for something. As I said, that's why I'll run the stuff with the viewer requests as I do. Because like, you're making a commitment. I understand that completely. So I'm rewarding your commitment. Like, hey, you want to see this game? I'm giving you this game as best as I can give you. As much as I can give it. Even if you don't remember that you made the requests, like, I'll keep a track of that specifically. And fine, when I get the Super Game Saturday Discord site going up in a couple months, I'll have a better view as, like, all the stuff that's been asked for, and then also where schedules are and links as far as all the shows we've done. Because they're all like, yeah, we've done tons of shows, and tons more as it is. And as I said, I'll always handle those viewer requests that way. It's not like we're going full way. I will scope those feasibly, maybe more than some of the games I'll do myself, although in that case it's like, well, no. I still will give that perspective for a lot of those. Fine. That's gonna be when I get to Shenmue in December. I think I did say I'm doing it in December at some point, but yeah. If I didn't say that already, we're doing that in December, or starting that in December. That's gonna be my gift to myself. My birthday and Christmas gift to myself is us starting that game. I cannot wait to do that, but I also can't wait to do all the other stuff you have, and other stuff that I'm going to get a sense of what are we doing this year, because I realized the other day, some of the stuff with the schedule's a little up in the air for a couple of months, but sort of not. The next 2 months, as it is, they're mostly set, and we'll go on that in a little bit when we're done with the show. Alright, roll in there. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, Cheetah's definitely on a roll as far as Wonder Woman, so yeah, sorry Wonder Woman. Okay, yeah, that's not how the fight's supposed to go. It's usually supposed to go the other way, but... Fine, our revisionist take of this in the battle mode is, yeah, fine. Cheetah's gonna roll over everybody. Yeah, like, Seattle wasn't gonna know what hit it. Oh, fine, we're in the forest there, so, like, fine. I guess Seattle's never gonna see Cheetah, but either way. Okay, fine. Oh, you saw that. That was weird. I guess he just got up and did I go behind him after that? I don't know. Okay, that's the other thing. Sometimes it's just fun to study the videos. Like, wait, what happened here for what I did or what anybody did feasibly? Okay, in that case, when I killed him, it looked like I had basically... He disappeared from my grasp. Alright, so let's get going. You give the animals a good show. Ow. Hey, I'm still using that roll. That seems like that's the one I'm using the most. In her case, she's fast that way, and fine, her dash. Actually, I didn't show the idea that her dash. She does actually go on the ground like a cheetah. It's very animalistic that way, so it is a nice touch. So yeah, as far as one of the few fighting games Blizzard made, yeah, there's some interesting things they're doing. As far as it's, even if it's not totally successful. And also the case, I guess, of Blizzard's fans saying like, you're like, wait, they made this? Or like, oh wait, I forgot they made this. Okay, fine, clone battle, so yeah, let's see what Cheetah is like, fighting Cheetah. I mean, fitting, I guess we have a bunch of, you know, jaguars and lions here that look the same. So yeah, why not the cheetahs as well? Or cheetah and the cheetahs in the background. Or it's like, what is it, Cheetah Girls? Isn't that the Disney Channel show? I was in like the Cheetah Women, like the Cheetah Men, the game out of Action 52. But I was like, yeah, Cheetah Girls, that was a series on Disney, I believe, wasn't it? I never saw it, I don't know much about it, I just know the name. It was like, hey, there's a name, I'm gonna show that way. Fine, it's not that, it's like, because I don't think this is what it's like. If it was, then I'd be maybe really curious. And I think that has a game on Game Boy Advance and DS, so like, fine, there's that. That feasibly is a, I don't know, like a, young adult TV show, showcase idea, potentially. That'd be interesting. Actually, maybe that's an idea. Do a showcase as far as a, April Fool's Day show. Like, hey, let's show a bunch of these things that maybe aren't very good, do them in a rapid succession. Yeah, in this case, I'm just kicking ideas around as it is. Okay, fine. I rolled in like right, and she put the fist out as I was rolling in, so that didn't work. Okay, fine. Yeah, she did that. It's like, okay, fine. Yeah, we're kind of evenly matched. It seems like this way, even on the easiest difficulty. Ow, crap. Yeah, I'm running out of time. Yeah, you can run out of time at actually easier than you think, because actually it's not in seconds. It says like 99 seconds to start, but it goes down like 2 seconds, or fine, 2 bits of that. Actually, like, I think it's like 2 digits every second, so it's basically about like 40, I don't know, 45 so seconds. No, not 45, 40, 48 second, maybe. It's something like that. Yeah, it's not an even number, that I do know. Ah. I do want to beat, you. Also, by the way, if you do lose a fight, it'll work the same way that the story mode does, which is that you have an infinite continue. You just start the fight again. But since I'm close this way, I don't want to necessarily have that happen if I can avoid it. Because also, yeah, I'm on the easiest difficulty, so at this point, like, fine, you know. Not that it matters, as I mentioned to me, as far as my pride or anything, but either way, boom, down you go. Okay, so lions and lions and everybody here, yeah, you have a meal. Whoa, hold on. Oh shit, did the game crash? Shit, it did. You saw that, right? It's not doing anything. Why is it not letting me do... Okay, fine. At least I'm gonna test now. Can I do a, soft reset? Okay. Shit, the game crashed. Okay, I did... Fine, I guess it's like with Batman Forever. Crap. Okay, good news is, because of iTech, I can reset the console, and it's not gonna feed cut, so yeah, sorry about that. Alright, so fine. I guess, the battle mode is not designed to be beaten with, Cheetah? Don't ask me that. I don't know. I'll have to look at that. Alright, fine. And there's Area the Acrobat again. I didn't mention that as far as the Sunsoft thing. Because that's a game they made. Okay, so fine. I had to reset the game. Okay, so, given that then, weird. Yeah, I know. Fine, we had that with Batman Forever as well, but I know that's something that's documented in that game because when you put in the, you put in the stage select code and you select the wrong level, the game crashes. I know that's by design. This game, not so much. You know what? I do want to show the end of the battle mode, but you know what? Fine. Oh shit! No, I don't want to do the story mode. And you know what? Fine. I'm resetting again because I just want to get back to that. So fine. That was intended. Fine. Well, I'm gonna go through the battle mode again. I'm gonna try and rush through that. I'm gonna just run with like Batman or something, just to show the end of it. Like see if it's any different because I didn't expect that to happen. Big benefit of doing a live show, but also I guess the consequence of it. Be ready to think on your feet. Where it's like, wait, if something you didn't expect happened, there you go. Or fine, it's like I think Edwack and Nikki said this best when we did the Spyro play. He's like, how does this always happen with you? You retract the glitches. Like, yeah, you're right. Good point. Don't ask me why, but either way, yeah, fine. If anybody out there's played Justice League Task Force on Super Nintendo, feasibly in this case, you ever seen this before? I guess it's gonna be more of a YouTube site question. Yeah, leave us a comment if you know if it's ever happened to you. Yeah, let's run Batman. So fine, let's try this again. It's like fine. Yeah, I couldn't beat the game with Cheetah, and at the end I'll also show up the boss characters. But all right, fine, let's go. Yeah, meantime as we go, feel free to hit anything else you got as far as what you're seeing, anything else you got on your mind, anything else game-wise, anything else that you're thinking. And we'd have to do that more shit. Or other ideas for shows. Like, hey, viewer requests, that's why I keep them down as far as the chat log. Which is that, hey, like, oh, yeah, they asked for something like 3 years ago. So, sure, I'll keep in mind on that. I mean, if nothing else, it also shows, like, look, when you ask for something, I mean it. When I say we're going to do that, I'm not lying. It's like, so, if nothing else, I hope I give that perspective off. It's like, you say we're going to do something, like, yeah. Like, you feel like, oh, yeah, sure, we're going to get to that. If it takes longer, yes, that's fine, but, like, we're going to get to it. I mean, we're starting Mario Sunshine in 2 months. And, like, yeah, I still have to get with Rick Sabri that way. Fine, I think, the Crusader 64 talked to her. And, like, even the point where I think he didn't... I said, like, yeah, next time she streams, I'm going to have to let her know. He's like, she doesn't stream. I was like, yes, she does. Like, I see her come up as far as that. She described the channel as it was when we did Majora's Mask for that 4th part that she was in on. And when she asked for that game... And I subscribe to her channel. I always see her popping up, and it's like oftentimes like, yeah, it's out of time when I'm able to get on to watch her. So like it's a case of like, all right, fine, I gotta go and chat as far as that when I see her. And it's like, by the way, Mario Sunshine, May 25th, promise, we're doing it. We're starting it because you said you wanted to see it. I know it's been a couple of years, like we're getting ready. That's also why I said specifically earlier as far as Chain of Memories, because I know we got to get back to Kingdom Hearts. I know, like, first you wanted to see BlazBlue Calamity Trigger. We're going to start with that franchise. We're going to start that next year. I got to figure out what the scoping of that's like, or how you want me to scope it, specifically, as I also have some time to practice and get a sense of, like, how many parts we're going to need for that one. And then other stuff as well. And also seeing what gaps I can fill in with that, because I want to do at least one of these a month, as I've mentioned. And actually, thinking about it, let me think about this. Fine, I technically don't have a viewer request for June lined up. So I'm going to look and see if I can't do one. Actually, let me think about this. I mean, we did have... I'm also trying to think of something... fine, as far as prioritizing shows, like, hey, if I know something's going to take multiple parts, I'm going to also plan that so I know, like, oh yeah, we can cover it as far as it. But if it's something I know we can do in one show, it might be something that then I can feasibly put that in. So, let me think about, you know, for June, let me think about this. It's being ones I know that it's been a while since I was asked for. I mean, it mainly, we'll get into the schedule. Some of it's going to be beholden to how Nocturne's blind play of Croc Legend of the Gobos goes, as far as how long it's going to go for her. And I don't know either, because I have not completed that game, and the version I have on PlayStation is not in a good enough condition feasibly to be fully played, I don't think. But I'll scope a little bit of it before we do the show. I mean, I know ElecVerse asked for Top Gear 2, because we did Top Gear 1, I had a great time playing that. Thanks to him is the reason we played that, and I'm so happy I got to play that game. And there's that Top Racer collection that came out, which, fine, for Top Gear 2, we'll use I have it on Super Nintendo, so I will use that for it. But I'll get that Top Racer collection, because that was what it was called in Japan as far as the naming. And we'll play Top Gear 3000 with that at some point. So yeah, I can figure slipping Top Gear 2 in. That might be a good one as far as summer, like, the summer drive like we did with Top Gear 1. I think of other stuff I've been asked for off the top of my head. Like, oh yeah, it's something obvious. Okay, there was Tetris and Dr. Mario. I know, Adolfin, you and I think we'll talk this and figure when we can do that for a show. Let me think what else. I find DC stuff. I find the comic stuff. The comic stuff is Spider-Man for Dreamcast. I think that's going to take more than one part. So I'll have to figure when that is, or how we can do that. The Batman Arkham games, I know those will be more than one part when we get to those. Injustice will be more than one part when we get to that. I think Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe, fine. It wasn't technically requested yet, but I'm keeping that in mind. I think that would be more as far as a part number. Now, I don't know, maybe some of the other games I'm mentioning, we could do them in one part. Fine, if I can do them in one part and they're short enough, then yes. I mean, I could do Batman Returns on Super Nintendo in one part, but as I said, that's something I'll figure that eventually. Yeah, as I said, I'll look over the Master List, as I mentioned. We'll figure something for that. Because as I said, every month I'll make sure that a viewer request is covered. I'm making that promise. And by the way, it's worth pointing out one other distinction to that is going to be, as far as viewer requests, it'll feasibly be part 1 of review requests if it's multiple parts. So, taking Mario Sunshine as an example, I wouldn't necessarily take, June as far as, like, fine, we're doing part 2 of Mario Sunshine, that's the viewer request. Like, fine, it's viewer requested, we're still going. Same case with Croc, which is Nocturne's case. And we're going to be finishing Metal Gear Solid 2 that month, as far as how it is. That was ElecVerse requested that, but fine. But so, point is that, by that standard, I have all review requests, except for Road Avenger, which is one I'm going to do that month, I think. So, point is, it'll be of something unique, as far as something that's been asked for. So, yeah, I'll figure that. I'll figure one. Top Gear 2 might be an idea. I'll think about it. I'll have a thought over the next couple weeks, and I'll update as the time gets closer. Or if I hear another request as far as it is, and that's something oh yeah, I can do this. I will do that. And also, fine, digging the well, as I mentioned. This was almost 3 years ago that ElecVerse requested this. Fine, it didn't look like I was completely hitting them with, like, giving them the palm that way, as far as Batman's concerned. But in that case, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, if it was something that was requested a long time ago, it's something that I'm also going to go back and make sure it's like, yeah, it's been sitting a while. If I can get to that thing specifically after such a long time, I'll get to it. Like this, like with Tetrasphere, that was another one. Like, Tetrasphere, I was running that one for, like, 2-something years. So, like, yeah, I knew I had to get to that one, so, like, when to do that. So, fine. If nothing else now, I think where I'm going is, I guess we're getting to the end of this. Pretty much just talking about how do I necessarily think about what we're going to do on the show, and how do I take into account what everybody out there in the Best Channel Twitch, for sure, has, so I can cover that. Which goes to the idea, like, where I'll also get the variety. Because in case, like, hey, we'll have multi-part games running, but also, like, if you're like, hey, you want to see something else, I understand that, and so I'll also have that variety going along with the stuff going. But then also I have to figure that, it's like, hey, if there's games I'm going to do, and they're multi-part, like, how am I going to handle that? And am I going to handle them at the same time, and how can I do that? Which is going to be, I guess, a little bit of a question. I'll figure that for one thing. I'll talk that when we get to schedule. I'll give some time to that. In fact, what I'll do is after I go through this, and so far the game is working fine. So as long as I can get past Cheetah, that's going to be the challenge. I'll go into versus mode. We'll look at we'll look at the other boss characters they didn't show off, and then I'll give some time for schedule and go into a little deeper as far as that. Yeah, cause I will say this also. I'm also kind of amazed I'm getting as much time out of this, but it's also the case that I don't get the sense I'm padding time for this. If you disagree with me, feel free to say that. But I mean, for this, I said, fine, we're going where the game goes. I've mentioned that all the time. But still, I said, fine, I want to show all the characters are operating. I want to show modes. Fine, I didn't expect the game to crash as far as running cheetah for this. Show all the boss characters. Give the complete look. So it's like, okay, fine. Well, mostly complete, except the beating of the game to see the ending. Again, sorry for that, but it's like I'll have a background, or I'll find a backup to show that when the edit happens. Yeah, Despero, yeah, you could probably use a stiff drink. Maybe that woman with the 4 arms can help you. Yeah, she has the 4 arms. She's like Goro from Mortal Kombat a little bit. Alright, so now the moment of truth. Can we, win against Cheetah, and does the game keep going? I don't know, maybe there's something weird about... I don't know what's going on. I'll look into that, see, does anybody know? It's also something that I'll say this, usually I it's like, I have an edit for that. I'm gonna not put an edit for that, for this part, and the reason for that is that I'll look it over some time, and when I get some downtime, I'll put this in, I'll get a sense of, does that just happen normally, or is it just a freak accident that it happens? And fine, that's another compilation program theme that's going to happen eventually, glitches. The best glitches are weird things as far as that we saw in the program. Which fine, that crash would count for that. Alright, yeah, so far, going okay. Yeah, so right now, not too much more to say. I mean, fine, I guess while I'm going through this part of it, I guess I'll give my final thoughts on this game as far as what it is. As I picked this for the April Fool's Day show. Fine, I picked it specifically as far as to be represented on the April Fool's Day show, well, because ElecVerse asked for it, but I said, like, okay, fine, for here, because it's a question of, is it a good game or not? And I realized, okay, fine, when it came to the idea of what the April Fool's Day show is, like, are some of these games really that bad? I mean, we mentioned that before, like, can you really call something like that? Sometimes it's tough to say. So I said, this seems like a good fitting case to that. And playing it more, I said, okay, this is not a game that doesn't have value to it. It definitely has weird stuff as far as itself with easily crash bug problem, if that's what it is. But I'll update eventually if that's not the case. Fine, stay back, fine, Shiza looking down, and win by timeout. It plays decently, if not for the aspect of the thing with the special moves, though. I actually probably like this more than I do. It's decent enough, it doesn't cost much, so that also means that, hey, if you're curious about it, it's not going to be something like, oh yeah, don't get this because it costs like $1,000. I mean, that's going to be Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut. That's another case of a fighting game where it costs a lot of money, it's not that great, so like, I wouldn't say in that case, spend $1,000 for that thing. But for this, I'd say, yeah, if you like DC, it might do pretty decently as far as it. I can't speak to on Sega Genesis because I haven't played it on that, because this is different enough, honestly, for it than this. But yeah, if you like your DC stuff and want a decent beat-em-up, I guess, or not beat-em-up, a fighting game. If you want to have some fisticuffs with a friend, perhaps with that, it might do okay, although, like, yeah, some aspects of its game design that are annoying as far as the thing with special moves, the idea you have to beat the game on at least medium in order to see the ending, the idea the AI feasibly can be better than you in terms of using those special attacks, do bring it down, so it's not necessarily a great game, but it's not necessarily a train wreck either. So it's like, yeah, you might like it enough, you might like, I can't handle this and I just want to go back to Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter 2 or something else. Yeah, I get it. So it's one of those things that, yeah, maybe he's gonna maybe fall on you. It's like, if you're liking what you're seeing, this game is like $20-25 on both consoles. And if you want to also see the history of Blizzard, like, what's something early they did, is like, what were they doing that was not Diablo or StarCraft or Warcraft or Overwatch or something like that. And you like your DC stuff, yeah, it's definitely an interesting curio. And I'm glad I played it for the show. I'm glad I was asked for it as far as ElecVerse is concerned. So thank you for that for sure. As we're going to give Darkseid another beatdown. And yeah, so far it seems like it's working. So, fine, I'll say this. If I am able to find some time specifically in order to get an idea of like what happens with that just crash with the bosses. For the edit of this, I'll do it. If I don't, I'll update you in future episodes for that. Alright, so fine. That went way better as far as Darkseid. Then fine, fitting compared to the last time the Batman fought Darkseid a couple hours ago. I was like, fine, I was on the higher difficulty, and Darkseid was giving me a challenge. Actually, fine. As far as the fair challenge on this, yeah, that second difficulty level is a nice boost. Or like, fine, it feels like it's still kind of fair. Well, sort of fair, I guess. Yeah, he's still hurting, so, yeah, don't take him lightly. Alright, killing the villainous nature of Darkseid, that's kind of a thing. And also, one thing I would also be remiss if I didn't mention as far as the Sega Genesis version. The Sega Genesis version does have a fully voiced intro with Darkseid, which is unbelievable. In fact, that link of the console show that ElecVerse provided shows it, and it's awesome, which is not in this version. So in that case, that's also a reason potentially to check that one out, just for that perspective. Okay, so fine, they do the same thing. Actually, it's less than the other one, where it's, you know... what is it? It's less than the other one, where at least the other one you got a picture of Aquaman and the Flash. But fine, try our difficulty on the battle. Fine, we're not going to, but... Okay, so for our last go... Okay, we're gonna do two things. I'm gonna go in versus mode. I'm gonna show a couple things. I'm gonna show the characters' timeout, you know... What is it? Their timeout poses. Also, you can set as far as power. I'll set them both about equal. We'll go to... Yeah, they call them Aquaman, Batman, Flash, Superman, Green Arrow, Wonder Woman, Cheetah, Despero, Darkseid. So, as far as the canonical element, it is Lannis, Wayne Manor in Gotham City, The Road, I don't know what else to say about that, Metropolis of the Daily Planet, the Forest of Seattle, the Amazon, I guess the Savannah in Africa, I guess. Well, I don't know if it's Africa. Maybe it is. Fine, it's the Savannah, Darkseid's mothership, and it's Darkseid's base. Yeah, the military base that Darkseid's on. Let's go to... But, alright, yeah, by the way, as far as confirming this, hit the start button. So yeah, let's go to the Daily Planet. So what I'm going to do for this one is I'm going to actually go into just showing off what the timeout animations look like for everybody. Because Batman's look really weird. I'll do that, and then I'll also show off the boss characters. And then I'm also going to reset because... I want to turn time off for that, because then it means that I can have some music to talk over for the schedule and all that stuff for it. But yeah, I mean, going back to the final thoughts thing on this, there's definitely some interesting stuff, so I'm mixed on this, I guess, if nothing else. I don't regret spending my money to buy this. Not just because I was asked to do it for the show. In that case, I see it as an investment. I always said that. But if I was just to buy this game, like, hey, I like DC and play, like, yeah, it's not bad. It's not horrible. It's not even necessarily a bad game, even. Like, yeah, it's got some things about it that are kind of interesting, but some stuff that's kind of annoying. Oh, that weird case. Like, yeah, he's like, huh. He's like, he has his, you know, fists up, or arms up. Like, yeah, he's, I don't know if he's like, yeah, whatever, Aquaman. He doesn't like Aquaman either. Fine, in this case, I'll do that, and also, fine, punch him that way. Kick him that way, I should say. Fine, with Superman, it would be a punch, because, Superman... does not have that going, but I'll show them off on each character, just because to get the full completion, and then go into stuff. I guess then, I'm trying to think of, maybe I should just do schedule now. But then I also have to show off the boss characters, so, yeah, maybe not. Yeah, there's also worth pointing out, as I mentioned, as far as the two-player mode, it's pretty basic what you get. You can change, health thing, so it, like we showed with Soul Calibur 2 last week, it's something that you can adjust the power levels of characters or the players of like, hey, someone's really good and someone's never played it before, so you can balance it out. So it is something that would be pretty fair. It's like, he's looking off, he's like, my face or something, I don't know. But outside of that, it's not really much. In fact, you're going to see this, so I'll fine, no, let's show off Batman, so I have the other case. Also, since I do have the ASCII pad, the second controller, I can turn on the turbo buttons. Fine, this is how I'm justifying this. So basically, you turn up the turbo dials enough, you have that going for all of the buttons. Also, I guess I get it slow motion. So fine, if you do have the going on the start button, you're going in slow motion. Maybe not a good idea to play the game like this, but it is something you can kind of run it in slow motion if you want to. I can see how the animation is. It seems like, yeah, maybe it's not as detailed, the frames of the animation for that, as it would be for, say, I don't know, Street Fighter or something. But fine, or you just want to get the sense of, like, as far as, like, the music going slow. And since it's something that it doesn't necessarily fade the music out or something. Oh, no, it does fade the music out, but it doesn't necessarily darken the screen too much. It's not a worse flashing light case than me doing that, and it's also not something where it gets in the way. Just like the pause thing. Okay, yeah, the other thing is you get your wins, losses. Fine, I probably should have realized there were draw cases because there's a D there. And they show those stats, but the game is not saved in the cartridge. As I mentioned, you can't, unless I'm wrong about this, I don't think you can soft reset. If I'm going to the road. Oh, wait. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you can do the thing for... Okay, no, we don't have to reset. Never mind, because I can... Oh, fine. The difficulty's still locked even when you do this. Okay, so fine. It's the same thing as the code for the main game. You can turn the timer on or off from here. Okay. So never mind. We don't have to reset. Right? Okay, good. Alright, so fine, let's see what's going on as far as the Flash. Let's see what his element is, and fine, let's give it a little bit of a punch to Wonder Woman. Not too much. Yeah, but this is minimalistic as far as this level. Yeah, we're seeing the paper go... Yeah, it is Mortal Kombat 3 again, because remember, you were in the city streets in Mortal Kombat 3, as far as what it was. Yeah. So, yeah, this is, as I said, if you're curious about this at all, you might want to give it a shot. But if you're looking for the best DC fighting experience, it would be the Injustice games, and it would be Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe. The latter, by the way, being on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, and I believe... I'm trying to remember if I think Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe is backwards compatible for Xbox One and Series S and X. Fine. I don't know if they're released digitally as far as Series S, because Series S is a digital-only console. I think it is. If that's wrong, I'll put down saying no, it isn't. And then Injustice, there's the Injustice games. I know Injustice is backwards compatible from Xbox 360 to the Xbox One, and then also the Series S and X, because there was a digital version. And also, it's on PS3, it's on PS4, PS5 by extension, and it's on PC, and it's on Wii U as well, specifically. And then Justice 2, I believe, is on Xbox One, PS4, and PC. I don't think Switch got that. And by extension, it's playable on new systems as well. So yeah, if you want the best DC fighting experience, I'd recommend those specifically. But this is not a bad game. It's like, hey, when you consider the bad experiences, like we said, is best, I guess, in a certain way. Like, hey, you know, the bad cases of... Right, forgot. Shit, I gotta have Wonder Woman in that case. I got so distracted that way. So fine, let's see how Wonder Woman gets when she loses. Oh, she gets down on her knees and is not happy. Fair enough that way. Okay, good. I just had to remember that. It's like, wait, I was forgetting that. It's like, okay, fine. We'll toss her out. Yeah, we had our aspects as far as Wonder Woman. Fine. Let's give the Flash a little bit of a brief thing. Fine. That toss off. Fine. He is really fast, so that dash thing means that yeah, you're going crazy, which makes sense. Like, yeah, he's insanely fast. All right, so bye-bye, Wonder Woman. Alright, not too much more as far as showing that, and then I'll go into stuff on schedule. Actually, also, fine, before I do the next fight, I do want to check one thing, which is we'll go to Despero's level. Okay, fine. It is the same. Okay, it is the same button combination when it comes to the story mode and this mode. So basically, any mode when you get a game over, or I guess in this case before you start level, you can go in there and do that. So fine, we're gonna have our nice night out as far as the restaurant. Actually, yeah, fine. We can take a look at this because since Dolphin, you're mentioning that, and you can easily push the other character you're not fighting. Let's take a look at what we got here. And it seems like maybe amongst the most active with what's going on, that and the Savannah. You're like, yeah, I'm going this way. It's like, no, I want to go that way. So yeah, I guess Green Arrow and Superman are having a dance specifically. Fine, let's get Green Arrow down a little bit as far as his health, and then we'll do the aspect of Superman. It'll show off. I'm gonna be done with the show. And fine. While I'm doing this, before I get to the main characters, I guess we can start talking. Well, fine. The idea is like I do want to focus on the idea of like going fully into into schedule. So it's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. But fine. Sort of say what next week is, but I'll get into a little more. We'll just finish that. But yeah, he's like, oh, he just fine. I'll tell you what he looks like as far as Green Arrow. Like, oh, he's just like dejected, like whatever. Like, I wish it was better or something. It's like, fine, Superman. Whether it's Superman's case, is gonna be fine. I'm gonna throw you into the table. And then I'll show the last two of the boss characters. And fine, I technically did show Cheetah getting into a case of being in a tie situation. So fine, I won't show on Cheetah. So yeah, in that case, the next one will be the last one, showing off Despero and Darkseid. I'll show off their moves and all that, because actually, it's easier to do that. So yeah, it may be a little boring looking this way, but like fine. It's also to show off this perspective, because I don't know if people necessarily show that off, and maybe give the idea like how the characters are looking. Because yeah, Superman is kind of doing a little bit of dance, kind of going back and forth, and kind of see his cape swaying a little bit. Actually, yeah, I'm kind of being mesmerized looking at that specifically. Yeah, he's like, ugh. It looks like he has like something wrong with his chest that way, as far as what that is. But fine, in that case, we'll have to do the fight. So, let's do that, and then we'll get going. Alright, so fine, let's just keep going. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm using the controller one that I used before, but like, wait a second. Does it feel like it's maybe stiffer now than it was before? It's like, no, I don't think so. I'm playing this game for a couple hours now. I don't feel like it's a case of that. Fine, let's also, yeah, let's freeze breath, and why not? Also, they're pointing out, it's not like Sub-Zero in Mortal Kombat where... Okay, fine, that froze him for sure. It's not like Sub-Zero in Mortal Kombat where if you freeze him and then you freeze him again, you get frozen. So you don't have to worry about that. Okay, so last on our dog, we're taking a look at Darkseid, and we're going to take a look at Despero as far as how they fight. So, let's take a look. So yeah, they were, best of friends as far as what they're doing. They was going to say, like, fine, let's go see Wayne Manor, and then, I guess Bruce Wayne's going to say, like, hey, I didn't agree to this, but then he's like, fine, you know what, I'll relax, I'll sit back, I'll watch the show. Okay, so, Despero, just to get a sense of what he has as far as his moves. He has the Eye Blast, do a quarter circle forward, and the punch button, it's that. So it's the fireball that Shao Kahn does in Mortal Kombat 3. It also shows, I'm showing there, like, hey, I'm sort of cooking the fireball that way to like, get sense down and slide over. If I try slide over, and then hit him. And then the other one he has a quarter circle back and the kick button. That is the leaping kick, like that. And if you have a stronger kick, he'll go further with it, or go shorter with a lighter one. So you can kind of balance that out based on how you want to fight or how close your enemy is to you. And the other move he has forward, then forward, or quarter circle forward, and the punch button, which is the leaping head fin thrust. If I can do it. Okay, fine. Yeah, he's on his knees. Darkseid's on his knees, and Despero's laughing like, haha, who's the real villain now? Okay, so fine, I'll show that aspect, and then I'll run the rest as far as Darkseid. Fine, I just gotta get his combo down. He's forward, and then you have to do the, there we go, that's it. But I'll also show it with another punch. Yeah, because, oh fine, that's a kick. Forward, and then you have to do that, oh, like that. Okay. So it's basically the shadow kick that, again, Shao Kahn. He's basically Shao Kahn from Mortal Kombat 3. I'll have an answer as far as which came out first. Darkseid's case, he has the course circle forward and punch. That's the eye blast. Oh, if I can do it. The punch? Hold on. The course circle forward and eye blast, if I can do it. Actually, no, fine. Let me punch him down first. If I can get over him. Like, I don't think I can get over him. Fine, toss him out. I can't do it. Hang on. Alright, he looks just disappointed. Okay, so fine. Actually, technically, I guess we showed them doing that already when it came to that. Fine, I'll show the rest of Darkseid's move we set. So, for his other move, he has half circle forward and the punch button. That's the sliding backhead punch. That's, if I can do it. Like that, there we go. Yeah, so that's what I'm showing, like that. And if you do it with the fierce punch, it basically goes across the whole screen. Yeah, if I can do that, it's like, yeah. Okay, there you go. There's the eye blast. Yeah, you're seeing how hard these special moves are, so fine. That's the real takeaway above anything else. And then his last move is forward, then quarter circle forward, and a kick button. That's the leaping knee kick. If I can do it. Fine. He sure showed it. Yeah, when we fought. Damn. That's not it, but fine. I'll show it once more as far as him, and then I'll end without timer with Batman and Superman at actually, I'll end here. I think it's probably a good place to do that. So fine, I'll show that one more time, and then we'll get to the end of the show as far as that. So, yeah, except in that case, I'll run Darkseid, and fine, we'll run another Darkseid. So fine, fake Darkseid. We didn't actually have that happening. Yeah, in that case, we'll go to Darkseid's level, because why not? I just want to pull off this last move, because, yeah, it shows how hard these moves are to pull off. They're not easy. So maybe I'm making this game look easier than it is. And if you can get over that, it's decent enough. Yeah, that's the laser thing again. There we go. That's it. Okay. Yeah, fine. You know what? Just pick up your clone and toss him. Yeah, fine. He hit the side of the screen and he's done. Okay, perfect. And then what I'm going to do is, I said, I'll pull out, yeah, I'll pull up Batman's level. I think that's going to work. Fine. Wayne Manor. That's what it is. And we'll go into schedule and all that. So yeah, not a super long show for this one, although, fine, next week's not going to be that way either. Yeah, in fact, next week's probably going to be shorter than this one because Protorova is on a little bit of a time limit as far as that, because we're doing the finale of Lunar, I swear to God, this time, next week, at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll get into that in a very short while now. As is so fine, real Darkseid wins. And that's how we're going to feasibly end that as far as the fighting aspect. But everybody else, we'll get Batman and Superman up as far as that. Because, yeah, we talked about them tonight. So I'll have them both on screen as we finish this. So there's Batman and there is Superman. Let's get going. The two faces of DC, and we'll come back to other stuff as far as them. Yeah, we'll go there. Yeah, just remember I got to put the code in so that I can have the ability to turn off the timer. Which I do, and we're good. So now it's at 0. So we're set. Okay. Okay, so that is Justice League Task Force, ladies and gentlemen, for Super Nintendo. I had a good time doing this, and a great time for our April Fool's Day show, and as I mentioned, inadvertently, our Easter episode because of the potential Christ-like aspect of Superman, depending on the interpretation. So that's going to be the case for a great April Fool's Day show we did. And I had a good time. And kind of a more complicated one on Justice League Task Force, which if you like what you're seeing, it's like $20-25. If you like DC, it'll do. It's got some flaws to it. It's not a horrible game. Not really that bad a game. But it's stiff, and it's not the fighting game you're going to want to play on Super Nintendo over other ones, or on Genesis either. But hey, if between this and Balls 3D or Rise of the Robots, take this, please. For God's sake. It's way better than those. But hey, maybe you'll love it, maybe you'll hate it. Who knows? Sometimes you get that in between. But I'm kind of a mixed one, but I don't regret buying it or playing it. And again, ElecVerse, thank you so much for the quest, and thank you to everybody in chat tonight, to Dollyfin and ElecVerse in particular, and anybody else out there in chat land for joining us for this show. Next year, as I mentioned, well, I'm going to do 2 April Fool's Day entries. I have one that's going to be my choice, and the other one's going to be chat's choice. Chat, whatever you want to see as far as April Fool's Day game, say the word, it's yours. Or if I have something on the viewer request pile that comes to that, I'll also posit that. It's like, hey, I think you asked for this at some point on a specific day. Do you want that as the representation, or do you want something else? My representation is going to be FMV games 2 for, well, kind of. One is kind of not an FMV game, but I found out we can show this, so I will be showing it. Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. This came out 3DO in 1993. They re-released it on the Switch and also on all the new systems. I have it physically on the Switch. It's the one example, I think, the only example you'll probably ever find where it's a limited run games release where it got released physically before it got released digitally. It was weird as to why that happened. But point is, I played through it. It is a not FMV game. Most of it isn't FMV. It's a bizarre avant-garde dating sim where you're making selections on things. It's not a good game, but there's a lot of documentary footage that it goes into as far as the making of this, and understanding a bad game, definitely a game that's worse than this, in a way that's absolutely fascinating, and it's something that I was not sure if I could show this because there's nudity in the game, but there are censor bars for the nudity. I don't even know if it's uncensored as far as an option, because I didn't see one as far as it, but for the main element of the game, you basically select something to see, cover up of that. It's weird. It's definitely also something that's definitely for adults, so it's a mature-rated game that way. And then on top of that, I said, fine, since we're showing that off, I'm going to also toss on top of that a game that I don't think is bad, but it's also something that, like with this one, is debatable. There are people I know who hate this game, but other people who find it absolutely fascinating and think like, hey, there's definitely some value to it. And the more I've been playing this game, the more I think there is. That is Night Trap, which is also, as I mentioned, one of the most important games that ever came out because we have a rating system because of that game. And I have the Switch version, which looks great, and we're definitely going to give a look to that. I'm going to want to practice that, though, because I do want to see if I can't go through the game. But it's also about memorization, so I have to remember how to bag all the augers going around, but also do that in enough of a way of how much can I show the movie. I was showing this to people at a party, like you gotta show them Night Trap. It's like, because you don't have Plumbers Don't Wear Ties to show them. Like, okay, sure, I'll show them this. They were fascinated by what they saw, and I think that's definitely a game we should show. So that'll be my choice as far as the April Fool's Day show, but chat, you also have a choice as well. And you got time to think it over, so feel free to do that, and I'll follow up as it is over time. So, with the show finished for tonight, let's talk schedule for the next couple of weeks and months. Next week, going way, way earlier at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the finale, I promise, of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for PlayStation. As has been mentioned before, the copy of the game that Protorova has, Disc 2, has issues with the cutscenes where you can't skip them. Well, fine, the game doesn't let you skip them anyway, unless you're looking at them through the Rememberizer. So you have to have watched the cutscene once and unlock it there in order to skip it. But in gameplay, you cannot skip them. So his disc scratched enough with label side damage, as I found out before we did last week's show, which is why we had to change what we initially planned for the showcase show we had, which we had a great time doing. I said, okay, I'm buying. I was not going to take a case of this game being, stopped. I said, we're going to finish this game over my dead body, specifically if I have to do that. I didn't go buy a second disc 2. It was like $35. The game itself was like $200, but for disc 2, it was like, fine. So I copied his save file over. I brought it home with me. I got the disc in the mail the other day. It does get past that cutscene, and Nocturne brought up a good point, saying, hey, you probably should check to make sure that this works for the rest of the game. Like, yeah, you know what? Given the adventure we've had as far as Lunar, she's right. So I just have to finish the game. I'm almost done with it. I'm at the last 2 bosses. And I beat this on PSP last year, but still, like, fine, I'm doing it on PlayStation. So at that point, I'll know everything that's going on PlayStation. I will know where all the mutes of the mic are going to have to go. They're unique as far as that. I also will be able to do audio checks on the different parts of the game, because as I mentioned, we did part 2 of that game. Unused protagonist validated. I think we were kind of thinking, like, what's the stuff with the audio volumes? Like, it just spikes randomly as far as certain areas are louder significantly than others. So I'm going to, and I noticed that even doing my test as far as the last area. So I'm going to do more tests on that, make sure that's going to be set. And next week, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Proto will have 4 hours to complete the game. He will be able to complete that in 4 hours. Given his experience with it and his knowledge of it, he'll be able to do that. But that's also because, and the reason we're starting 1 p.m. is that Blood Spice Moon will be able to be there the entire time, as will Nocturne, as it is, and myself. And that's going to be what's next week's show. As we finish off Lunar Silver Star, so completely looking forward to definitely doing that. Week after that, because of that, I pushed shows back, but as I said, the week after that's going to be the show we were going to do next week, which is Daytona USA for the Xbox 360. I was almost saying Dreamcast. We looked at it a little bit on the Dreamcast before, but since the game is celebrating 30 years next month, I said we have to start looking at this now. And we're going to take a look at that game, that great arcade racing game from Sega and AM2. I will also be doing the karaoke for that because there's karaoke mode, singing all the songs. You're not going to want to miss that. And go into the legacy of that great game. I also am going to be showing off everything in it that I can, all the courses. I'm also going to feasibly see if there's anybody online to be doing play for that, because there's online multiplayer. It's actually the only way that there is multiplayer in that for it. As I mentioned, when it comes to that delisted Xbox Live Showcase, it technically doesn't fit, because even though it technically was delisted on the 360, it's not been delisted on the Xbox One, Series S and X, where it is available for download still, and I'll be running it through my Series X just for the purpose of that. Not that it really makes much of a difference, but I'll do it anyway just for variety's sake. That's going to be in 2 weeks. That's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on April 13th. April 20th, Nocturne's coming in at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the start of Croc, Legend of the Gobos. Playing on the Sega Saturn. It's a 3D platforming game from Argonaut Software, the people who made Star Fox on the Super Nintendo. They also made Star Fox 2, which I know, Dollyfin, you asked me for Star Fox 2. I'm going to figure willing to do that one. But she's going to start this 3D platforming game, running it blind. So I'm going to delineate a couple of months for her just to be set for that. I'm going to delineate 5 to start. If we need more, I don't think we should need more. I think the game is, like, from what I understood, like 15, 20 hours. But just in case, since she is doing it blind, that'll be a case of it. But yeah, she's looking forward to doing that as far as her next game. Then the week after that, we have a Friday show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on April 26th. Edwack and Nicky are coming back because we are completing the full play of the game we played on this weekend last year, which was Pokemon Violet version, where I didn't patch it. It's a 1.0 version that it was released in. It still is. I played the whole game that way, which I actually was not planning to do initially, but because I had schedule changes that I had to make at the very last minute, I said, okay, fine. I need something to fill that time. I said, I have this. Let's go through that. I'll continue it blind. It became a full Let's Play as it is. So we're going to be completing it for the last couple things we got to do on April 26th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Friday. And also the reason why Edwack and Nicky are in on that is because, A, they like that game. They actually are fine. They really like that game. They're the reason I own it. And they're also the case that they're willing to defend this against some of its problems with its technical issues. Fine, we saw it crash on this game as it was, but fine. That game has tons of them, and they patched it 10 times. So it's like, yeah, I'm not forgiving of that specifically. But that being said, we're going to kind of get into that. But also, I'm open to acknowledge there's things that game does well. Story, as far as a big case of that. So I'll give some credit where credit's due. We're going to have our last look as far as that. So yeah, we're completing 2 RPGs next month, as it is. And we're going to take a little bit of a break from RPGs for a couple of months, as it is. So then in May, not 5th, it's May 4th. Okay, fine. 5th is the Sunday. I was thinking that because we had Cinco de Mayo as far as last year, as far as this, but for this year it's going to basically be that again. Our annual classic game compilation program show. Another one ElecVerse wanted to see Title Legends for the Xbox is where we're playing it. It's also on the PS2. For that one, we're going to be going through and looking at a bunch of old games from Taito, who's owned by Square now, but all stuff like Jungle Hunt and Bubble Bobble and Operation Wolf, and of course Space Invaders. We've talked Space Invaders a lot on this show. We have not yet shown it off. I also do have, at some point, something I know ElecVerse asked for, the remake of Space Invaders, which is on the PlayStation. I have it there from Z-Axis, the people who made BMX Triple X, interestingly enough. And one of the last games was Guitar Hero Van Halen. But yeah, I have that. At some point we'll play that, but for the purpose of the collection, we're taking a look at the old arcade version. We'll get our aspect as far as Taito. In a collection, a very weird one, because as far as the games they're in, because it's definitely different stuff I've never played before, honestly, before this collection. But some big names like with Bubble Bobble, and also Kicks being another one, and Space Invaders, of course. And it's weird also in the sense that it's a Taito collection. Follow me on this one. It's a Taito collection. Taito is now owned by Square. This game was released by Sega, yet it was also published by Empire Interactive. When you boot the game up, it doesn't actually say that Sega was helping release this. I don't know why, but that being said, maybe I can find an answer to that. As we do every year also for our compilation shows like that. Take a couple minutes looking at every game to give a bit of a holistic look at the games in it and the collection and extras that might be within it. Definitely an interesting one, and I'm looking forward to playing that for sure for the first weekend. Weekend after that, we're coming back to Metal Gear Solid 2. I did have to push the show back from April. I said we're going to have Part 4 in April. No, we're not. We're going to have it now in May. Part 4 is going to be on May 11th. I got to keep an eye on that. May 11th is going to be that. We're going to be doing the rest of the Snake Tales, and we're going to be doing the Metal Gear Solid skateboarding in Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance on PS2 that we've been using to run the game so far. Then on May 18th, Nocturne's coming back for Part 2 of Croc Legends of the Gobos. And on May 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Brick Sabri wanted to see Super Mario Sunshine for GameCube, and I know everybody in chat's like, I'd like to see it too. The chat spoke for sure. We're finally getting to this. I'm going to be running it through the Super Mario 3D All-Stars collection on the Switch. It's mostly the same, but it does have native 69 support. It fixes a glitch with a blue coin in Noki Bay. And it does mostly run better, and you still hook the GameCube controller up to it. Yeah, we're going 120 shines on that one. That's an experience for sure doing that. I still have more to do as far as my at-work practice, doing the rest of the blue coins and doing the 100 coin mission, so I got to practice that for the next couple months, but that will be the case. We're going to go through that game 100%. I cannot wait to do that. There's been a lot of fun that's already happened. We've already kind of done a Let's Play of it sort of off-screen, just as far as myself and my coworkers, as far as what has been coming of that. That is perhaps the biggest collaboration of the year when you really think about it, as far as the games we're playing, and I cannot wait to start that for sure on May 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then we get to June, where we're going to have, at dates to be figured, the next part of Super Mario Sunshine, the next part of Croc Legends of the Gobos, the finale of Metal Gear Solid 2. We're going to be using the Metal Gear Solid HD collection for that to show off the VR missions, and also to show off some of the aspects of the story with Mei Ling and Johnny that we did not show when we played through on PS2. I'm also going to be playing it during that month, Road Avenger for the Sega CD. I don't know if you're familiar with this. It's a Laserdisc game that is a massive QuickTime button event game. We sometimes talked about, hey, do you like games like that or not? This one is a fascinating one, though, for sure, running on the Sega CD, which is the only US port of this, because it was on other systems in Japan. But Sega CD is the only place it was released here, and it actually goes under a different name. And this port, by the way, was developed by Wolf Team. It was one of the very first games by them, or early by them, I should say, who made Granada on Sega Genesis. And they also have become the Namco team that makes the Tales of games. So yeah, our first look as far as that company. And it is a fascinating game, absolutely. That's another one that I don't think that necessarily fits in the April Fool's Day case, but it's also something that, looking at that, like, if you don't like QuickTime button event stuff, I know ElecVerse like, hey, you don't like that kind of thing. I don't know if this game's necessarily change your mind. But this one, feasibly, in some ways, is more forgiving than the others, although it is a case that if you make one mistake, you're dead. But it is absolutely fascinating. And it's a unique early showcase of the Sega CD's power. We've not played a game on the Sega CD in a while, so definitely pull that one out and figure. And also, I gotta figure stuff with the Sega Genesis, because even though I can use it to play Sega CD games now, for some reason, I can't use it for cartridge stuff, so I have to figure what that's like, and I also have to get a sense of how's my 32X looking. Nocturne's going to help me with that one, so I'll have an answer for that probably in a couple of weeks. Probably going to do Daytona USA, I would think. To get a sense of that, and also get a sense, like, is the problem just I need to get a new Sega Genesis Model 1? Which, if it is, that's fine. That'll actually be a pretty easy case. We can do more stuff native on Genesis, and the stuff I have on 32X a lot easier, as far as that outside of running collections. And then as far as what else we got coming up, the next RPG I think we're going to do is Rhapsody Musical Adventure for the PlayStation. I'm seeing if I can't do that for July, but I'm also in talks with the Crusader 64 and Chasm 22 because Crusader 64 is going to start Shadow Hearts Covenant for us on the PlayStation 2 at some point. But it's also a case of we'll play it by ear. I've been asking him, like, what do you think? What are we thinking about this? Do we want to push this off? He's still trying to figure it. We don't know. That's going to be a little bit of a case, and that game's going to go for a long time. I'm going to say that right now. That is definitely going to be our longest show, longest game for the show, I should say. That's a game that's about 80 hours, I think, at minimum. It's going to be longer than how Lunar was, because Lunar is ending up to be 8 parts. This is going to be more than 8 parts. We feasibly going to go through that game within, it's going to take like a year to do that. So in that case, I'm definitely going to have the variety case going on for the purpose of that. And Chasm 22 may not be in on every part of that, but the Crusader 64, he will be, because he's controlling that. And I know Chasm 22 will at least be in on the finale and the first part of the game, for sure. And he's played it fully, so he does know what's happening. I'm going to be going in blind, as is the case, again, like I did with Shadow Hearts 1. So definitely looking forward to doing that. And then other stuff we got coming up later this year. I know the Halloween block. We got stuff figured for that. Twisted Metal for the PlayStation. ElecVerse wanted to see that. We're going to do that. I'm thinking Terminator on Sega CD if I can get that running. Splatterhouse on TurboGrafx 16 using the TurboGrafx 16 mini units. And then also other stuff we got coming up. We have Tomba for PlayStation. That's going to start in November. Winterell wanted to see that. We also have Shenmue, which I'm starting in December for the Dreamcast. And also the delisted Xbox Live showcase that's going to be on Thanksgiving weekend. That's going to be on November 30th. I've also been talking with Bloodspace Moon on this because I was asked, like, I want to show one of the Yu-Gi-Oh games. She said, don't get that 5D Destiny game, whatever it is on there. There's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Millennium game. She's like, I'll look into it specifically if you should spend your money. Like, I think I'm going to spend my money on that just as default. Because remember, the Xbox 360 store is shutting down in 4 months. So, I'd pick up some of these stuff as far as things I don't want to just show as demos. Some stuff I'm going to have to show as demos only anyway. But I got a bunch of stuff as far as stuff chats wanted to see, stuff that guests have wanted to see, stuff I've wanted to show off. And maybe a little bit of a DC representation, as I mentioned earlier. I'm not going to completely give it away, although I might have, because I said which game I'm not doing. But that being said, got some good stuff coming up for sure. And the Super Bowl Game Saturday Discord site, I'm going to feasibly be launching that in the summer. I just have to get the stuff set as far as, like, the stuff with the site, with, like, moderating and all that stuff. I got the master list actually in a good case now, better in the sense of organizing it out, even having, like, links for every single show we've done. And recordings of all that stuff. It literally is the master list. And any of the requests you have, so feel free to keep those requests coming. I promise we will get to them for sure. Even you're like, hey, when did I request this? Like, don't worry, I'm keeping a track. He's like, hey, it's my thanks for all of you coming in and making Super Bowl Game Saturday the show that's become. And I can't thank you enough for what you've helped make it become and for keeping it going strong. It's just something fun I do. It's an independent gaming show that we do every week. Usually there's some cases we're not going to be able to be doing that weekly. One of those actually is going to be the first weekend of September. We're going to be off that week. We're going to announce that again, because I think I mentioned that before, but that's something that's set in stone. So we're going to have 3 shows in September, but that being said, that's why I keep doing this show, because of all of you, and also because I have great times as far as it myself. It's fun for me to be able to come out and play some of these things, even in games like, yeah, this is a great game like Justice League Task Force, which is not really. But hey, that experience that I have, Dolly Finn, I think you said it best earlier, the idea that, hey, it's a relaxing case. It's something that, it's a good distraction. Even the game is gaming means fun and relaxation. That's definitely a case of it. That's what I try to do, even in case like, hey, when it gets intense for certain things because of the game or other aspects. Keep it going, and that's really what we're doing, and the future's looking bright in the show, and all of you are making it possible. And hey, you're also giving the content this way, because not only am I getting link stuff, or link items for you as far as the link list, I'm also getting, if you request, you're expanding my horizons a lot, just as much as I might feasibly be expanding yours with some of the stuff that I pick out. It's like, oh, I want to show you this because the game is awesome, or something like, what is this? Let's take a look. Let's see what some of these things come out as. And we definitely had some good laughs as far as this one with, like, that double KO. So the idea, like, hey, games are not that great, or debatable to great, or worth a laugh, or get a good laugh. I think we covered all the bases on Justice League Task Force. If you do want to see the Sega Genesis version as an idea, we can do that, because it's different enough. I said, I have to figure the Genesis aspect of myself first before we can do that. And we'll definitely figure out some other stuff also on other DC things. But yeah, had a great time for that. So Batman, Superman, feel free to take us out. And thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday this week. Have a great rest of your night. Great rest of your weekend. A happy Easter tomorrow. And a happy April Fool's Day on Monday. And a great week coming forward. So with that, I'll see you next week at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the finale, I promise. I guarantee it, I'll say it that way. Of Lunar Silver Star Story complete for the PlayStation. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Take care, everybody.